Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HCS Orlando, where both the weather and the competition are really starting to heat up. It's day number 2 of one of the last chances to qualify into Worlds. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. This is my man Tim. Tim, day number 2, you made it.
We made it. I didn't get fired.
Consider yourself lucky.
I am lucky.
How was day 1?
Day 1 was incredible. Honestly, I was a little nervous in that very first series, but as the series kept going on, and of course, you make it really comfortable for me, I've been able to kind of come into my element, and I think I've got a lot of improving to do, but just glad to be here. Very passionate about Halo and ready to see some incredible matchups today.
Well, Tim, I'm glad you're here as well. While we're here, obviously you're watching over here on the Bravo stream.
Yep.
While we find out where to watch all of HCS Orlando, because we have 4 amazing streams going on right now. Twitch.tv/Halo. YouTube, Halo Esports as well. For all you YouTube lovers, Twitch.tv/Xbox. That's where you're watching us right now. And then you have HCS_Red and HCS_Blue. Those have no commentary on it. For those of you guys who want to practice your commentary, hop over to the Charlie and Delta stream, or dual stream it up a little bit.
That's a great idea.
And get your practice in. That's kind of how I started.
That's how I did it too. That's how I get my practice in as well.
Now I want to take a look at the schedule here. And let me tell you, prize pool hasn't been any bigger here. $100,000 is where we started for first place. However, $140,000 after a big prize pool jump. Tim, how you feeling about that?
I'm gonna tell you something right now. Back in my day, Tony, $140,000 was for a national championship, and now they've got it for Orlando, a major. $140,000 for first place, but $350 grand on the line overall. This is gonna be a big event. Lots to play for.
I'm just saying, top 24 get paid.
Oh, baby.
I think if I practiced enough, I'd be top 200.
You want to compete together next event?
No.
Oh, okay.
You're terrible.
Wow. All right. Well, okay.
Schedule coming up next here. Let's take a look at the schedule. We obviously have Quadrant going up against Oxygen Esports. That's going to be the matchup that we see right now. Afterwards, we're going to see United versus Falling Esports. Really excited to see that as well. Want to hone in on this matchup of Quadrant versus Oxygen. Tim, tell me a little bit about what's on the line here for both of these teams.
Both of these teams are tied in their pool right now. They're both 2-1. So all it comes down to, right, is what team will win this. Quadrant, they're looking to win this right now. They need this win.
And the reason why they need it, you're looking at Pool B, Quadrant 2-1 right now. So far, in second place, we have Oxygen Esports that might be able to pull off the upset.
Right.
And who knows, they go out to Quadrant.
Right.
Maybe Quadrant drop down. Maybe Native Red get a win. Nothing solidified just yet.
Absolutely.
Unless you're 3-0. So G1, they're going to Worlds.
They're going.
G1, they're going to be in the winners bracket.
Right.
G1 are obviously feeling good in that 3-0. Everyone else that's under them, be careful. Oxygen are coming.
Quadrant need this win. They solidify it right here. They've got to bring their best game forward right now. They did great against Native Red yesterday, going to a game number 5. They won it out. They've got to do it again today. They've got to bring their best performances. And honestly, to be honest with you, Tony, I've got to focus on one player on this Quadrant roster, and that's going to be Chick. He's the X factor for me. If this man can pop off, we've got a great series on our hands.
You know, not only is he your X Factor, I got the chance to sit down with Gaskin and Jersey. He's their X Factor as well. They say that the team goes the way he goes, so I'm really happy that you point out Chick. I'm going to make sure I keep my eyes on him as far as Quadrant. With Oxygen, I'm going to change it up just a little bit. Give me Collect, the young gun, the new one to the roster. I'm going to be honing in on that matchup between Chick and Collect.
Collect, not a lot of time with this roster. Common formerly on this Oxygen Esports team, but Collect comes in at the very last minute. And it seems that he's been a great addition to this roster. His individual skill, his aggression has really paid off thus far.
Chick able to get away with that shock rifle. We know how important that can be, but you got to keep hold of it. And the trade goes in. Bottom A now being stolen away by Oxygen Esports. Quadrant already found himself 2 down, and Nurix find himself on a flank.
Nurix is not only on the flank position, but he's in a very good position. He was on that top area of the map, and he's able to provide so much pressure. 2 down right now for Oxygen. So Nurix is going to take advantage of that, and he gets the 3rd.
Nurix right behind enemy lines. Oxygen Esports once again find himself 3 down, and immediately Nurix, without any timing loss whatsoever, hops in toward that A side, moves in for the triple cap. We always talk about the aggression of Oxygen Esports. Let's talk about that objective efficiency out of Quadrant.
The objective efficiency is huge, but you've got to be careful with the triple cap, because if you go too hard on it, you can overextend, and it could pay dividends for the other team.
Shot go in, not able to get the kill. That's a huge one by trying, a bit of a pin. You got that shock rifle out of their hands. We've seen that be the difference maker in the 26 seconds. We're gonna see active camouflage be the difference maker as well.
Someone who I'm looking to be a difference maker is the player you talked about, Collect. Is starting off a little bit slow. 0-3 in this game. That doesn't really set the tone, but it's always good to start strong. Quadrant have full control of the map right now, and SLG doing his best to play this C-plat role.
Collect. Me and him got the same amount of kills right now. What's going on here, my man? You got to get in the game. We've been calling you the young gun. We've been calling you the prodigy. You got to put it to work with that active camouflage coming up. Not able to hit with the shock rifle, but comes in quick with the BR. Takes to the skies, and just like that, he's doubled the triple. Wait, 0 times 100. He might have 100 times his kills when 3 down go quad.
This is what we like to see on a Collect, and with the tool in his hand and that shock rifle, with so much ammo to utilize. Honestly, this is what you like to see from Collect, and we got to continue to see this if we want to see Oxygen win.
Oxygen Esports have the double cap, looking to come back in this game, but you're down by quite a bit. Why don't we hop into the comms of Oxygen Esports and find out what they're going to do fresh off of that 3 down.
I'm looking here, K, if they come to you.
We got one. Another one. C-plat. Help.
Top red now, and then B.
Nice. Live K. Live K.
R2.
R2.
One shot R2. R2's dead.
Nice.
I can push that. I can push it.
Live. We're holding C.
That legend. That legend. Hey,
We left C. We left C. This is good.
We're coming.
Good job in A.
One
shot in A.
NBR.
Back.
Elevator, one shot.
Gotta kill elevator.
Watching bottom.
Jumped out. One shot. Nice. They're gonna
Watch
put back
back
the
to red. I'm watching the cross. They're already in B.
Watch
I can go turn if you can go balance.
They're B.
It's already glass. Already glass. Big door weak. Big door weak. No, they got it.
He's got B here. Glass. Live.
Gold stairs, one shot. BR and gold stairs. BR and gold stairs. BR now. They're gonna be global on you.
Big door. Mid-bridge.
Wheel and BR.
Top BR, one shot.
R1 now.
Dead.
R1 just watching turbine.
You're 2 dead. Ammo at 15.
Turbine and cat, they're pushing.
Get out if you can.
I have to get C.
We need to fight for camo here.
Going 3 down there. Now coming right off of spawn and trying to make their presence known. Fresh off of that listening, 2 things point out to me. Number 1, I love the fact that they're complimenting each other. Nice. Love that kill. Love that. But in number 2, I also love the fact that they're also talking about what lines of sights they're blocking, what they're doing on the map. What stood out to you and why?
So the biggest thing is Collect, right? Oxygen just go 4 dead, so that's a big swing right now, and Quadrant are going to be able to maintain this lead. But the big thing for me was a member on this Oxygen roster had told Collect to slow down. Collect is one of those really aggressive players that's able to, he's got that curb slide, he's got that movement, but sometimes you put yourself out of position there. You gotta rein him in, and they're doing just that.
Trying to rein in his Bravo side. Look at the sky, and they right off the roof. Look, perfectly landing onto the bat ledge, trying not only getting the kill, but also securing Bravo because of it. Not done yet. A denial grenade comes in, but Triton ends up going down. 2 members for both of the squads. Next round of Slay is going to be so important. How is Chick going to break through the gold side of the map?
The first person he's got to take out is Bohm if he wants to break through. Bohm is in that power position on glass. We talk about it all the time, being able to anchor that, and then Triton on that top tower. They've got the positioning on the map, and Oxygen are trying to utilize that to continue to take these 2 caps.
Quadrant once again losing those numbers, and because of that, Oxygen Esports are able to hold on to their hold on to the game, I should say. Stay within striking distance. Bohm finds another kill. Quadrant once again go 3 down. That's going to be a triple cap. Quadrant now making their way toward the Charlie side of the map, and Oxygen Esports know exactly where they're coming from.
Now collecting that situation, he's putting a lot of damage in from those blue pipes, but he's got to be careful because he's caught out of position right there, and they're pushing from that long haul. So if he can get out of position, he can play his life. He could potentially be a nuisance, and right now 3 dead for Quadrant. It looks like he made the right play.
Has to play his life, has to stay alive. When this man is being aggressive and staying alive, he's one of the most dangerous players on the map. Watch out for Clef, watch out the man on screen as well. Boom, 13-7, 5 assists to go along with it. He's one of the swing players, one of the X factors of this game, and Oxygen are starting to look good. They once again get Quadrant 3 down, and you're seeing all these slays go in favor of Oxygen. it's translating to the scoreboard.
And it took a while to translate, right? Their objective efficiency wasn't as good in the beginning of that game, but now they're starting to convert. They've got 2 caps, they've got a sizable lead as well, and Triton is starting to pop off. That's a scary player for me. The veteran on that roster really doing work, 16-6.
30 kills between Triton and Boom right now. These two are absolutely controlling the Slaves battle and keeping Quadrant on that black screen 8 seconds after 8 seconds after 8 seconds, and eventually you'll run out of time.
They don't want to run out of time, but Oxygen, they want to put this 3rd cap in on a B. They want to pressure with a triple cap once again, forcing the spawns over at that long haul, but they know they've got to come back to A to get that anchor and get the spawns.
They call them Oxygen Esports because they're always pressuring you. They're always in your face. They don't allow you to breathe.
Ooh.
That's why we call them Oxygen. It's Triton trying to get over toward the gold side. Once again, we've seen both Quadrant and Oxygen fighting over this gold side. A flanker comes in, but you cannot get to the defenses undetected. You're hitting those red bars, you're hitting the sonars, you're on radar, and Oxygen are hunting you down.
If you're Quadrant, you can't let that happen. Oxygen had an AC hold, which is so difficult to maintain, but they maintained it for over 40 seconds. Can't happen if you're Quadrant. You got to push through and break that setup instantly.
Quadrant has control, but now it's all about Oxygen Esports. Boom on screen right now, has to win a piv, doesn't want to get on the Bravo side, not going to do it, takes a bit of team grenade, still doesn't go down, gets the reset, finally they're able to get the kill. 200-point mark has been reached by Oxygen. Now things are starting to heat up. Triton 17 kills to his name, he wants to control the A side, they want to hold on to the double cap, but Quadrant, they stop it.
This is the answer Quadrant needed. They've got positioning on the pipes, but the timing wasn't there. And that's what you like in Chick right there, the X factor, right? Being able to make that low percentage play. He stays alive, and now he's gonna cap A.
After camouflage coming up, Chick already having the advantages on A. Once he's captured, should be able to get his eyes on it. It's still up, somehow gets the cleanup kill. Love the communication out of Quadrant as they now sneak away with the active camo. Oxygen Esports may have been the first team to hit the 200-point mark, but Quadrant are coming back, and now they have resources.
These resources are scary when they're put together. SLG with the shock rifle camo combo. We're gonna see how he's able to play this. Can he get value out of it is the question. Gets down, 1 down and no shields, but the trade comes out. That's a huge trade right there for your Oxygen.
Oxygen able to take down the IGL. SLG is always so important on the map, not only guiding the troops, but also getting those assists. That's the player you have to take down. You go after the snake's head, and the body just falls.
I talked about Collect being the player to watch here. The man has been through a lot. You know he's on that SSG roster. Been through a lot of roster mania himself, just trying to find a home, and Oxygen has picked him up, and he's definitely starting to gel well with this roster with how little practice Oxygen have. As I say that, they're 4 down, and Quadrant are going to push on to a triple cap here.
Triple cap in favor of Quadrant at the moment. And look at the scoreboard, it's getting tighter and tighter. Quadrant should be able to steal the lead off of this, and right in the end game, we're in the 4th quarter. You can't choke this.
Yeah, Quadrant's got the momentum right now. Oxygen have to break that momentum at this very moment, and it looks like they have no chance to do so. Look at that, 3 dead once again. 2:35 and counting for Quadrant. They're looking to take this game number 1.
Quadrant is suffocating them. Oxygen Esports, they're running out of breath right now. You already have the trip cap in effect. You're starting to now drop like flies. Quadrant, they have the numbers, they have the momentum, they have the advantage, and they have game 1.
That is a huge game 1 for Quadrant right there. We talk about the implications, and they come out clutch when it's necessary. They didn't start very strong there, Tony, but they ended strong. And how you end is what matters the most.
Those who strike first don't always strike last, and Quadrant coming out in the clutch. Come on, I'm not gonna lie, I love me some Quadrant actually.
Yeah.
They're a scrappy team. They're
Yep.
young, they're hungry, they're always the underdogs coming over from the EU. Finally starting to get some respect now, but Quadrant, they're the real deal. They're gonna let us know here in North America. Oxygen Esports already finding out, down 0-1 in the series. Question is, how would they respond?
And you talk about EU, right? The fact that they're respected now. That has been so huge. We haven't seen that in Halo's history until this game. And guess what that says? That says we have Halo Infinite as one of the most competitive Halo titles we have ever had. And it shows with how many teams are so close here.
I want to take a look at the stats. 19 kills out of Triton. 18 out of Boom. You even have almost double-digit assists coming out of both of them as well. So not only doing damage in the kills department, but also doing damage in the assists. they're the ones, it's up to them to really open up the map. Triton is consistently always putting numbers. When I look at Nemesis, I look at Bone, I think those are my swing players. Those are the ones who pop off. Remember that running right that Nemesis got
Absolutely.
right on live? It was scary. Oh my! Nemesis and Bone, those are my pop-off players. But Triton, he has to bring that consistency. If he can consistently put up numbers like that, they could take game number 2, maybe game 3, and maybe even game 4.
Let's talk about consistency, right? They win that game number 1, that's Quadrant. Momentum says they could potentially win this Slayer as well. I believe they're 3-1 in Slayers in pool. So Quadrant, a very strong Slayer team. They're favorites to win this next match, but Triton, as a consistent player, it's so huge for your team to be able to depend on you. And right now, Oxygen are depending on Triton to continue to be consistent and those swing players to pop off.
It's funny you tell me that Quadrant is such a strong slaying team, because when I think of Quadrant, I think of objective efficiency. I think of a team that's so well-rounded that it almost seems counterintuitive that they're good at Slayer, but what, they're like 3-0? We've looked at the stats, we've studied Quadrant, are a very good Slayer team. Going into game number 2, they can be up 2-0 in the series. It's up to Oxygen Esports to strike second. It's up to them to force into that swing game number 3, which can be so important. No team wants to fall 0-2 in the series. Reverse sweeps, they're possible, but they're not probable.
And we got to talk about it. Oxygen coming from that open bracket, fighting all the way through. I believe, from what I was told, they only dropped 1 map, and that was to Hunter JJX's team. So they've had a very successful open bracket run, and they look pretty strong here. But Quadrant, they look composed. They want to take the lead in this pool. They want to secure that spot for Worlds, and they want to do it right now. And it all starts with winning 2 games in a row. It'll be huge for their confidence.
It's Quadrant going up against Oxygen Esports, trying to hold on to that 2nd seed into the pool. We're going up. We want to see Oxygen Esports. We want to see Oxygen Esports do some stuff.
Right.
They're coming out of pool play.
Yep.
You're the underdogs as well. Both of these teams are considered underdogs no matter almost any match they go up against.
Right.
Quadrant obviously having all of Europe on their back. You know what I'm saying? You represent an entire continent. Oxygen Esports, I'm big on them. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying, I'm a Patriots fan. Deep down, I'm a Patriots fan.
How big has that changed, Tony? How big is the change? I mean, Common was a great player. You know, obviously, he was on this roster for a very long period of time. He was the last original member of this roster, and now he's gone. Collect comes in. How big of a pickup is Collect on this Oxygen roster?
I think it's big for 2 reasons. Collect is too talented not to be here, number 1. Number 2, like you said, Common was the last common denominator of that Season 1 Oxygen Esports roster. It started off as a star-studded one, and they started off red hot. Eventually started to dip down, making a few changes. One by one, the original players started to leave, and eventually Common ends up, I believe, on Proton Gaming, and Collect sneaks his way onto the roster, what, a week before the event?
Right.
Now he's here. Now he's putting in work.
I mean, the fact that they qualified for pools just goes to show Collect is definitely on the rise. There's a lot to learn. He's a young player. And with a young player, you got a lot of aggression. You got a lot of confidence. We talked about it a little bit before. Has to be reeled back sometimes. But let me tell you something. I said this yesterday. As an FFA player that's very aggressive, sometimes you got to reel them back. But once you reel them back once, twice, maybe 3 times, they start to learn. They start to learn timing, and they start to learn positioning. And Collect, he's got a big skill ceiling. We're definitely going to see that throughout this season and the next as well.
Live Fire Slayer, gonna be our game number 2. Talk to me a little bit about our keys to success when going into this map.
So it all comes down to that sniper, of course, and the overshield. Those are big. Those are essential. We talk about it all the time, but you have to understand the swing that it gives a team to control those weapons. Oxygen go 3 dead, so no control coming out for them just yet, but that OS is delayed. We got to talk about that. It doesn't come up at the start of the match, so still, Quadrant have a chance to fight for it.
We talk about the big swings. One of the most punishing maps that we have. The moment you go 2 or 3 down, your opposition is going to make you pay, especially with how quick Quadrant and Oxygen Esports tend to play. Oxygen stealing away the overshield quick. We have a player putting their body on the line to make sure that that overshield gets secured. So Quadrant may have controlled the early game, but can they follow it up? Does anybody have eyes on Nurix? How did he just get that flank on? What's going on here?
Nurix is putting tons of damage in from the back line. You love to see that, and not able to be spotted, but only a 3-kill game thus far. Nurik's popping off already 4-1, but Collect has got the sniper. He can make things happen with this.
Holding on to the tower side, disciplined action coming out of Collect. When he starts connecting with these shots, he'll be collecting skulls. Down to one shot, he goes, forced to back down, has the reinforcements that he's looking for. Shad, watch your head. Collect is lining it up.
That's positioning awareness right there, though, right? The minute he popped off those first couple shots, they knew that they could not poke him, but they're being aggressive right now. The curb slide comes out. That's huge by Nurik. He gets a kill, and he stays alive.
Tower side control still being part of. Quadrant, able to take height, able to break through. Oxygen now starting to lose some numbers here. Now, as I say that, another overshoot is coming up. Quadrant, they need to get into position. Their skill jump might be unaccounted for. Or not.
12-9 OS coming up in 7 seconds, like you had mentioned, and 2 dead for Quadrant means they potentially spawn on B, so not really maybe having the numbers. Actually, looks like they're going to spawn on A. Shad is in position as well, but look who's there to clean him up.
Where'd he come from? They spawned there? Was he hiding behind the box? I don't know where Collect just came from, but once again, it looks like Oxygen Esports are going to steal away another overshield. It's Collect now controlling the sandbag side, forcing a split spawn over towards the back. A, love the high IQ play. Collect getting right into the action. Don't worry about the missed melees. It's okay.
No, that was huge right there by Nurix, Tony, because Collect had overshield. We always talk about the value you get out of an OS. Nurix, in a 1v1 isolated situation, takes out the OS player by himself, and that provides Quadrant with a little bit of momentum moving into this next couple plays, but Bohm has that heat wave. He can make something happen.
Here comes the boom. Oh, I'm sorry. Here comes the boom. I'm sorry. I apologize. Something
okay.
like that. Heat wave in the back pocket. Sniper rifle is coming up. Quadrant have that C side of the map, and that's usually the side that you want to use in order to use that sniper as bait. Can Oxygen Esports still get away with it?
SLG is the first one to die, but Oxygen get 3 trades, make that 4. That's 4 dead off of, Quadrant having the first death. Oxygen Esports end up going 4 dead, and now Quadrant have the power weapons.
20-17 lead in favor of Quadrant. Shad unselfishly sharing that sniper rifle to his team. Make sure that he can go in and watch his angle over toward the overshield side, tagging up the shield to Collect. And Chick from across the map able to pick up the pieces. So great communication and coordination out of Quadrant. They're getting the kills when they shouldn't be. That's going to be a double kill out of Chick. The killing spree before going down. Quadrant surround Oxygen and keep them stuck on the A.
That's exactly what happened, right? You got that big door player like Chick that can come in and pressure from one side, and then you take pressure from another side as well. That was beautifully done by Chick. Perfect timing.
We need more beautiful plays like that. If Quadrant are going to hold on to this lead, if Quadrant are going to go 2-0 in the series, we need that coordination. We need them to create those choke points. Overshield coming up. Quadrant already positioned himself well. Oxygen responding way across the map. This should finally be a free overshield for Quadrant when they lost the first 2.
And that was a good play, right? They have a guy on top C, taking that tower control. The triple kill comes out of Chad. That's what we like to see. That sends the lead forward, 32-19. Quadrant are ripping them apart.
3 down go Oxygen Esports. We're starting to approach the end game, at least for Quadrant. Can't say the same for Oxygen. But Chad now on screen. Triton isolated and stuck over toward the B side. The assault rifle comes out. It's pretty in pink, and Triton, you're pretty painted in blood.
Oh, Shad loves this assault rifle. It's so incredibly powerful at a close range. And he's able to utilize that to really break the defenses of Oxygen. 34-21, Oxygen need an answer.
Chick was able to get away with that heat wave. We obviously know how important that can be. Oxygen having to stack numbers now. They have to do anything they can to try to keep each other alive. So they're playing a little bit stacked. They're on top of each other, but hopefully it forces the bait and switch they're looking for. Hopefully it doesn't come off with a beautiful flank by Shad. Backside being taken, able to get the easy kill with the assault rifle. The second one coming in. Shot starting to ring out. Another one goes down here. Shad started to heat up, and we're almost at the 40 kill mark for Quadrant.
How many bullets does that assault rifle have in it? My word, that guy is just pelting everyone with the assault rifle.
36 bullets of pure pain.
Oh, baby. Gotta love it. 38-26, the lead. Quadrant looking to close this game out. If they get this OS, it's coming up in about 20 seconds. That is the bow tie on the present, and they can end this game.
Oxygen Esports cannot afford to lose this overshield. You notice they're starting to slow the game down. They're starting to play for it here. Sniper rifle coming up as well, so you have to dedicate resources to both of these. Don't allow Quadrant to get any resources to increase the lead they already have, but the shots are ringing out. Triton now gonna be forced to back down. Triton ends up getting taken down here. Quadrant lose half of their members, but Oxygen, they're not in position for Sniper. SLG steal it, and now he's baiting OS.
Oxygen are still gonna push in. SLG missing some crucial shots right now. The OS will be taken, I believe, by Oxygen. All of Quadrant are on this B side.
It's a 10-kill lead. Quadrant are quickly approaching the finish line. Oxygen Esports are gonna try to do anything they can to slow them down, but Quadrant are already here. Bone quickly coming out with the OS, able to take down the sniper rifle player. Oxygen Esports now starting to gain advantage. Quadrant coming off of spawn here. Oxygen, this is your time.
This was the best play that they could have made. Bohm getting this overshield is going to allow them to potentially come back in this game. But unfortunately, the OS is gone. The value out of it is null and void. He still ends up getting another kill, but playing his life here is very important. 3
down, go Quadrant. I thought this was just about over. Quadrant end up getting full wiped. Oxygen Esports are now moving within position here. It's 42-38, just a 4-kill game. Oxygen are not out of it just yet.
They've got to make sure that there is no trades at all in the rest of this game here. Only a 4-kill game like you mentioned. Trades are not what you want. You've got to get those clean breaks in the kills, and the game is definitely slowed down. Each player, the first one to go down right here, on each side, that team is going to push the advantage of numbers.
Down to a snail pace we go. This is the calm before the storm. Nemesis able to get away with that heat wave. Overshield coming up in 20 seconds. That's going to force both of these teams to reposition just a bit. And collect!
Oh my word.
Finds the PO onto SLG. That's the opening they were looking for. Now you're seeing Oxygen Esports quickly moving in position for the overshield. Their work is not done yet. It's just 1 kill. They want at least 1 more to be secure with the chick coming out of nowhere. But luckily, Triton has his back. Just a 2-kill game, and OS is being used as bait once again.
Oxygen did such a great job there. They forced the spawn at A and isolated a player, took advantage of it, got the kill. Now a 1-kill game, 42-43. Oxygen are starting to come back, and Bohm gets a killing spree and a massive melee, and they're gonna get Chad as well.
Killing spree +1, a double kill. Triton now gonna start to pick up the tempo to here with the overshield. This is their time. Oxygen are gonna use Triton as that forward player. They're gonna push Quadrant. They're trying to tie up their series, and it's showing here.
This is so important right now. These next couple kills, Bohm gets the first. Can they collapse, though, on the numbers advantage? This overshield and heatwave combo is going to be deadly. And Triton, the most consistent player on his team, making things happen.
Heatwave getting value here for Triton. Another one, 48-40, so 46 all right now. Triton with that heatwave, sniper rifle coming up. Oxygen, they're looking up the tempo. Nurix getting caught by himself, has to throw a couple grenades to slow him down, but the nades keep going, and it looks like he ends up going down himself. That's 47 all, just 3 kills needed for either one.
Oxygen are doing such a good job of isolating players, 49-48 right now. Oxygen only need 1 more kill, and they've got SLG there. They get it, and that's gonna be it. Oxygen tie up the series 1-1.
What a game. A 50-49 win in favor of Oxygen Esports. They couldn't paint it better. Oh yeah, right. That's the script we're following, right? We're gonna go to a game 5. It's gonna be 1-1-1-1. That's how we're gonna do it, right?
Right. You got to do it that way. It makes it more exciting. I mean, Oxygen, they were down. It didn't look good. But guess what was the X factor for them in that game? Those 2 overshields in a row. You get those 2 overshields in a row, and a massive point in the game. That's gonna get you that victory. And on top of that, that snipe from Collect opened up everything. A massive play by the young star.
That's a great point. Because although Quadrant had the lead, if they were able to get those back-to-back overshields, you could only imagine they would have been able to widen the gap, and the hole would have been dug so deep that Oxygen probably would have been able to crawl out of it.
Right.
Getting those overshields may have not given them the lead, but at least kept them close enough within striking distance, and eventually Oxygen Esports, they clutch out in the end.
We saw Shad have a massive game, right? Utilizing that assault rifle. I don't think I've seen that assault rifle utilized so much in competitive play, and he was able to get massive kills with it. Quadrant almost clutched it up. It's a 49-50 game, just 1 kill from SLG at the end of that game, and we would have had a different scoreline here, but Oxygen come up clutch, and let me tell you something. A team like Oxygen, they're gonna build off that momentum, right? moving into the CTF Catalyst, Oxygen could be the favorite here.
Going into game number 2, Quadrant were the ones who were known to be undefeated so far today when it came to those Slayers. Sadly, going into CTF, they're 0-1. They haven't been able to find their rhythm so far, capture the flag, but it's only one game to go off of, so I'm not going to put so many eggs in those baskets.
Right.
Meanwhile, Oxygen, they're a very good capture the flag team, especially on Catalyst. Their ability to continue to apply pressure, to continue to be on the offense. They have most of the team spending on defense, clearing them out of their base. Once they get the kills, you still have to deal with another round of slays. It's like a horde coming at you over. It's like you're playing zombies. They just keep coming off of spawn.
Right, you gotta love that, right? That pressure that can be utilized is so very huge, and you know where that pressure comes from, Tony? It's confidence. It's individual skill as well. All of that plays a factor, and we'll see if it plays a factor here. Oxygen, coming off that victory, they've got to look real good. I want to stick to Oxygen's point of view here just to see how they start this next game. If they're able to continue that flow state from that last one, that momentum buildup is huge.
And just to remind you guys at home, Oxygen Esports, they're the ones who came out of pool play. They're the underdogs. Quadrant, second place in their pool right now and looking to hold on to it. A win right here can guarantee them making it into winner's bracket and also making it into the World Championship.
World Championship is a tournament everyone's playing for. All their eggs in one basket to make sure that they make it to that qualification to qualify for Worlds. This is an interesting play by Collect, right, Tony? He's got the grapple so he can play down bottom center, but he goes and grapples up, and now he's got a flank.
2 down. Oxygen Esports doesn't have exactly the numbers that he wants to work with. The shots are starting to come out. The flag is being pulled, but it's not Oxygen Esports. It's Quadrant pulling the first.
Quadrant get it past the halfway point. Just due to a couple slays. Can they punch this in is the question. They've got a couple slays they need to get. Bohm is the first one in contention.
Those spike grenades come in, but they're not able to get the kill, and Shad able to capture that flag before going down here. But watch out, Quadrant go 3 down. This is now a counter-pull opportunity. If Triton can win his fight, he will pull this flag. Quadrant coming off the spawn. You know they're going to be extending. You know they're going to be blocking these lines of sight. And hold on, he's running the flag right to the spawners. Here come Oxygen.
That is a lot of faith in his team, and Quadrant weren't ready for it. Chick was facing the other way, having to take care of another member of Oxygen. The pressure you talked about earlier is so very strong, and because of that, they get a late counter cap, which is a very low percentage cap, but they make it happen.
Oxygen Esports able to tie up the game despite Quadrant striking first, and now we're going to see who strikes second, who strikes best. Oxygen taking control of the skewer side of the map. Nades start to fly. Quadrant off the spawn. It's a 2v2 at the moment. Triton lining up the commando. No sights on him. Able to get the easy kill. His teammate followed up. He's not done. The man is out for blood. And bait and switch on a Chick. And just like that, Oxygen go 4 down. Shad's the only player alive on the map.
The only player alive on the map, and he goes down as well. That's a burned OS. That is huge in favor of Oxygen right there. I think they're going down for that overshield. It is still down in the bottom of the map. They want to make sure they pick that up because that's going to be a huge swing. It's tied 1-1.
Tied 1. Next cap to decide even with 9 minutes and 31 seconds. We know how hard it is to capture flags on Catalyst. Oftentimes, we don't see 5 caps. Oftentimes, it'll end 2-1 or even 3-2. Shad coming in early with the overshield. Already making his presence known. Finds himself a kill onto 1. Finds Collect, who's going in for the flank. That's going to be an easy back. Bohm is trying to stay alive over toward the back right-hand corner and is able to milk his life as Squadron go 3 down.
It's so important to stay alive in Halo Infinite. When you got spots like that on the back of flag that you can just kind of cower towards, you're able to play your life so incredibly well. With the communication, they're able to make sure that Bohm stays alive, and they're going to be able to utilize him to push this advantage.
The Bohm ends up going down. We switch gears over towards Shad, doing a great job of staying alive himself, and that's when an individual gunfight he's able to do so. Collect the first one at the black screen. Shad continues to apply pressure. Actually, got his teammate in check. He wants to work a little 1-2 combo. Hold on, we have another rat. All rats have to be exterminated. Shad not aware of it. Shad ends up going down. He thought that was a free flag.
I told you the importance of that spot, and guess who's using it once again? It's going to be Bohm. 2 times now, he's made some massive sneaky plays. Agreed, and this time, unfortunately, it comes to bite him as they push this flag and push it towards that halfway portion of the map. The sword, of course, not being utilized here. It's G8.
Chick still advancing his flag forward. So far, hasn't taken any damage whatsoever. Up the ramp he goes. Where's Oxygen Esports? They haven't been able to make it on the opposite side. It looks like Quadra gonna go up 2-1 so far in the game.
But I will say, based off of the play we've seen thus far, Oxygen are more of a scrappy flag kind of team. They do have this OS though, so maybe we see a structured run here. But it's going to be up to Bohm to get that very first pick with a skewer.
Here in North America, we've been able to see more of Oxygen Esports. I'm happy we get to see Quadrant right now. There's a reason why they're the #2, and sometimes they look at #1. In Europe, they were able to go to Game 7 with Ascend on land. Now they're looking to go after Oxygen Esports and secure their spot in the winner's bracket. Boom, looking to slow them down. That skewer might help them.
Quadrant take the lead in this game for a reason, and they're looking to take the lead in the series. But it's going to come down to these massive picks. Unfortunately, Bohm is going to fall there and kind of tell that story, but Collect gets another one dead. That's 3 dead momentarily, but like you said before, they've got to reslay.
Quadrant, they want to capitalize off of those numbers. Oxygen wants to capitalize off of Quadrant going down. You're seeing them start to get aggressive. You're seeing Triton already in the base of Quadrant, having to back down, stay alive, pull back towards his team. Just a bit of a regain as they look to push forward once again.
I like the ability of trying to stay alive in this situation. And to be able to still put damage in like that. A lot of players, when they're thinking about staying alive, they're just staying back in a corner, not really being the pressure on the map. They're not being present on the map. But the ability to put damage in, if you can, with the openings you have, is huge. And also staying alive is huge.
Overshield coming up. Easy shots from Collect. Making it towards the base. He's able to get that early pull, but they don't have the kills that's needed. So far, this flag's gonna make it toward the midway point, and he will be forced to fight. We do see a bit of a standoff. Quadrant having one, Oxygen having the other. Collect immediately going in for the challenge on the Shad. Shad forced to take height, and Collect continues to move the flag forward.
He's not gonna be able to get that flag very far, though. He's got a couple of players that can contest. He's got to make sure to get the slays. It will be a little bit of a standoff here. Chick has that skewer in hand, and again, skewer is such an important weapon. With that sword not being in play, utilizing that skewer to get those first couple picks is so very huge if you want to cap the flag. And right there, look at that. They tied up 2-2. Oxygen looking to come back in this game.
The return comes in. We have a tied up game, 5 minutes and 32 seconds left in regulation. Triton back on screen, not able to win his pivotal fight. Shad puts him down, and now we switch gears over towards Bohm, having 2, if not 3 players in front of him. That's where he thrives, though. Gets himself 2, but eventually Quadrant overwhelmed him. Oxygen go 3 down. That means Quadrant are running a little flag.
It's up to Triton right now, the last player alive, to put as much damage as he can again and make sure to play his life at the same time. He's going to be the overextender here, but he cannot go down early.
Oxygen stacking numbers. Flag moving forward. They're able to get the nades off. Oxygen Esports able to stop him just a bit, but Quadrant dive onto it, and just like that, it's a 3-2 lead going in favor of Quadrant. They go 3 down themselves. Nurix gets himself a double kill. The man is a one-man wrecking crew. Oxygen can't get the counter pull in time because of Nurix being an absolute nuisance.
That's what I was going to mention. Nurix getting that double kill really delays that counter cap. It doesn't allow them to pull off of their numbers advantage. Beautiful play by Nurix. That's almost that game-winning play as well as they're up in this game, but unfortunately, they go 3 down, and this flag is going to be pulled.
They talked about Oxygen Esports being so scrappy, and that's what we're seeing out of them. They are scrapping. They are winning these fights. It's not pretty, but it is tough. Oxygen now trying to tie up the game. The nades are coming in. Quadrant have some overextenders in. Boma's going to try to get this flag forward here. Now, actually, he's going to back down. He knows they're in his base. He knows that they're 3 down. He knows that Quadrant are pulling a counter.
Getting that grapple was essential, but unfortunately, Nurix again with another big play. That flag is going to be returned. They're going to get a little bit of a counter cap here, past the halfway portion of the map. I thought he was going to make that grapple play, but the grapple is not in play at this point in time, and Chick looks like he's going to get this flag in.
Down to 1 shot he goes. Oxygen are still in position to make this as hard as possible for Chick to run it in. Bohm ends up getting a double kill off the screen. Chick is going to try to advance it forward, try to relay it, but Quadrant end up going 3 down. Oxygen not only get a pull, but they're working on the return.
And this is what some of the top tier teams do that is different from, I wouldn't say lower tier teams, but teams of this caliber, is that they don't over-aggress, they don't overcommit on a flag cap. And unfortunately, you're seeing a lot of overcommitting here, and that's why it's a back and forth on these flag pulls.
Still a 3-2 lead in favor of Quadrant. Oxygen desperately trying to tie us up. We have 3 minutes on the clock, but eventually it'll feel like that'll go down real quick. Oxygen must be feeling the pressure. They know they need to make a move right here, right now.
That perfect is going to be huge by Nemesis because that's 3 dead for Quadrant. They're going to try and get this return potentially, but they've got spawners to deal with.
Screwy coming up. Bone wants to get those first hands on. Looks like he's going to use it, get aggressive almost immediately. If he can find an easy pick with this, this could be huge for Oxygen. Line it up. Ends up shooting right between the legs. Not able to connect. Bone forced to back down to 1 shot. He goes, and all of Quadrant are looking for him. He can't last long on that.
4 bullets in that skewer. Every single shot is vital to the success of whoever is wielding it. And Triton, the most consistent player on the team. You mentioned it over and over again. He's constantly in a position to get those kills that are necessary to pull the flag.
Quadrant go 3 down. Oxygen off of spawn have an opportunity to fight for that 50% map control. Triton grinding forward here. He might end up running into 3 members of Quadrant, so he does have to be careful. Collect off the screen, trades out his life. Nemesis gets another trade as well. Quadrant go 3 down. There's only 1 more player as a line of defense in order to defend this flag. Bone has to win the fight, not able to do so. That's going to slow them down just a bit. And oh, just in time for Overshield.
Yeah, these next couple kills are important again. They've got to make sure they stay alive so they can contest for this OS. It's really up to Oxygen at this point. Being down 2-3, this next cap is very important for them. That means they've got to get these 1v1 pivs as well, and it looks like Bohm does just that.
Bohm goes down. 2 down for each of the teams here. We switch gears over towards Triton, who's trying to defend this flag from going forward. The overshield ends up getting shredded. The return doesn't quite come in, so both of these teams still fighting. Chick ends up making it forward. Where is everybody from Oxygen? That could have been a return, but Chick got himself a little bit of a relay.
Again, it comes down to the aggression, right? The aggression to collect right there. He puts himself out of position, thinks he can take that play, but unfortunately he's not able to, and they're not able to really pressure. But a big kill by Nemesis and a potential double could really get this flag returned and potentially give Oxygen the advantage. But they've got to get the kills, and they do just that. 3 dead for Quadrant.
This standoff started at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but the return comes in, and with just 52 seconds of regulation, we have a tied-up game. Quadrant doesn't want to see an overtime. Oxygen are good with it. 45 seconds, the flag is on the move. Pay attention to that time.
Such a massive string of kills right there from Bohm. Being able to get that damage in and still being able to get that return. But it all came down to teamwork, pinching from multiple areas as well.
Multiple areas being surrounded here, and because of that, Quadrant are able to get the pull they were looking for. That flag is on the move. Triton's able to clear out his base, but he's just a step behind. Quadrant already had that flag forward. He's going to toss it over towards a teammate, turns around to put in the work onto Triton. We have another standoff on our hands. We will see a sudden death, and it's 1 cap to take it all.
But they got a kill onto Oxygen. SLG was playing that corner angle and got a back smack on a Nemesis. He's going to go down pretty early here. Can they take advantage of these numbers is the question.
Big kill by Bohm. Obviously, that would have been a return if he lost that pivotal. He knew that he had to get it, putting his 25th 12 assists to go along with it. And now we're seeing him drop. We're seeing him actually pull the goalie as Oxygen are now starting to get really aggressive. Chick getting caught on an island. A Quadrant ends up going 3 down. Chick is now starting to get naded left and right, able to get 1 kill, but the pressure's still coming. Trades out his life, and Quadrant come off his spawn. Touch that flag. Oxygen, they needed to execute on that one.
Quadrant are doing such a good job of making sure to trade those kills when it's necessary. They don't always win those 1v1s, but they always make sure if they go down, they get the trade, and they did it there, and that was huge to keep these 2 flags in play.
Brian pushing up on the sword side. Gonna back down just a bit here. Collect ends up going down. Nemesis finishes off his kill. We do see Oxygen able to clear out that base. So Quadrant and Oxygen doing a great job of getting aggressive. Doing a great job of getting into each other's base and getting in position to get the return. The problem is they're both clutching it up off of the defense.
The defense is important. Being able to trade, being able to get those initial kills as well. 1 down for Oxygen. Still a little bit of a standoff here. That skewer is up though. If someone can utilize that, they can really open up the map.
Triton going a bit airborne to stay alive. Landing right behind Nurse onto the flank. Excellent shots onto him. Gonna trust his teammates to get the kill onto that one. The assist goes in. Oxygen now Gonna get a little fancy with it. Triton around the map he goes. Only has 2 grapples to work with, so has to hit it literally pitch perfect. Able to do so. Chick is not ready. The shot's gonna come in, followed by the nades. Hold on, Chick is gonna go down. Triton's on the return. He's still full shield. If he can get this kill, he can get the return, but there's 2 members of Quadrant trying to push him out, and it looks like they're able to relay the flag once again. Another great offensive play by Oxygen. Better defense by Quadrant.
Again, Quadrant has consistently had the better defense. That play was great by Triton, but maybe a little bit of small talk to tell your teammates that you're making the play around the back of the base. Maybe one player can come in with you. You guys can get a double team and essentially just make that flag return 100% happen.
I'm sticking with the flag in hands right now as we see yet another standoff. This sudden death has probably lasted about 10 minutes now. At least that's what it feels like. Off the screen, Triton wins his battle against SLG. That gives Oxygen momentary numbers. We're seeing a bit of trouble here. We're seeing actually Quadrant forced to rotate that flag over towards the mid-map here. They realize that Oxygen are starting to really push forward.
The problem is that they're pushing it towards the mid-map because of the cross shot from the other side. They're trying to get a little bit of assistance here, but when you have Triton winning those beautiful ones and again almost getting the double kill, it becomes really impossible. He's gonna try and get this return, but stopped once again. Nurix, the clutch player, the last player alive, make sure to stop that return.
Your team goes 3 down. Your team needs you to make a play, and Nurix does it once again. Boom! Comes in beautifully with the skewer. The flag getting grappled out of the way, though. Chick now gonna stay height. Boom ends up going down. That's gonna be another huge play here by Quadrant, but Oxygen are not letting up, and Chick ends up going down. Nemesis back on the return, halfway done. Able to repulse Nurix back. The return comes in. Oxygen Esports are now gonna move that back. I'm not sure anybody on Quadrant is here. Finally, Oxygen Esports able to end the game and take the series lead.
We've got to talk about the implications here. If Oxygen Esports win this series, they tie Quadrant in pools. That's huge, right? Again, second place in pools is going to qualify for Worlds. So they put themselves in a position to tie. And then it comes to the rest of the pool play to make the decision at the end of the day. But Oxygen doing a making a really good step to giving themselves that edge.
We know what's on the line here. Oxygen Esports gained the lead against the favorites in Quadrant. Like you said, they were looking like they were almost guaranteed second seed going into today, but Oxygen say, hold on, we got something for you.
Yeah, and I really think Collect is the player that's kind of brought this to fruition, right? He's that aggressive player, and you see Oxygen, they're very scrappy like we talked about. They're very aggressive as well, and they're able to utilize that aggression to outslay. Their objective efficiency could be better, and I will say that, but they're still winning the series, regardless of their objective efficiency. And regardless of potentially maybe a little bit of communication issues, they are the underdog in this series, coming from open bracket, and they're looking to continue to put on a show.
Looking at these stats, my eyes immediately get drawn to bone. 31 kills, 15 assists, a 16.0 KD. Absolutely impressive. Oxygen Esports, they needed somebody to step up. They needed somebody to be that swing, be that X factor, and clearly it was Bone.
Another player I want to kind of focus on for Oxygen, if we can, is Triton. We mentioned how consistent of a player he is. 7,800 damage. To be able to input that much damage on the map, we saw he was just able to pressure. And, you know, at times, pressure alone. That very last play, Tony, we saw it. It was incredible. Going around the back of the base with the grapple, he almost made a play to return the flag, but no one home to help him out. Regardless, that damage is vital. And he put a lot in.
Game number 4 going to be King of the Hill on Streets. I nicknamed this King of the Power Weapons.
Hey.
If you're going to punish your opponent, if you're going to hold on to those hills or even maybe break a setup of your opponent,
right, it
has to go through the rockets. It has to go through the Bulldog. You have to make use of the equipment. Controlling the sandbox is going to be key. I guess that's for all the Halo Infinite, but especially Streets.
Yeah, when you talk about Streets, you always got to bring up the power weapons, you know, the equipment as well, that thruster, that drop wall. It's all being utilized a lot more nowadays, right? In the beginning of Halo Infinite, we didn't really see people always having equipment in their back pocket, but nowadays, you just know that you need to pick that up. You need to, you know, put that in your pocket because your pockets are empty otherwise, right? Why not take the advantage? Your pockets are always empty, Tony. But why not take the advantage? I really do think that we've kind of evolved, but I think we'll continue to evolve because a lot of players when you enter a fight, for instance, right, and someone has that thruster, there's that big blue streak behind them. A lot of players don't really notice that right away. If you notice that, maybe you don't take that fight.
Active out here giving free game to y'all. Make sure you bring it into your next ranked matchup as we go into our game number 4, possibly. The last game that we'll see. The music gets me excited. I'm not going to lie, man. It's nice. It's Quadrant going up against Oxygen Esports. Oxygen 1 game away from pulling off the upset. Quadrant trying to hold on to their 2nd seed. We know what's on the line. Now I want to know, how does Quadrant tie us up and send us to a game 5?
Quadrant have to play that solidified game that they've consistently played, and on King of the Hill, that's going to be a strength for them, right? They're able to get these setups, and the setups are going to be utilized, and they're going to be taken when these hills come out. But this very first hill, very important. You've got to get these power weapons. You got to make sure that you take control of this very first hill and make an impact early.
I got the chance to talk to Trey Try not too long ago, and he told me, watch out for Triton. The dude is a playmaker. The dude is absolutely dominant, and in his exact words, he's going to make some nutty plays. That's what he said, nutty plays.
I love nutty plays. Very entertaining to watch, but 3 down for Oxygen is going to be the storyline here. And look who's playing slow. This is what you like to see. The most aggressive player on the team, having that discipline, it's very important.
Being able to change up the tempo, slowing things down when it matters most, speeding up with the rest of your team, that's what's important. Because of that, Quadrant end up going 3 down. Oxygen gaining the numbers advantage they were looking for. Shad able to get a kill off of spawn, excuse me, Oxygen able to get that control, but Quadrant off the spawn can do the exact same thing. They can put on you.
That control is important. Quadrant starting to maintain that. So many entrance points, but the thing on Streets is we talk about how small of a map it is. And you're able to kind of manipulate spawns in such an easy way just by positioning correctly. So we're going to see teams definitely do that. Quadrant has the lead right now, a little bit in this hill. But this first hill is always anyone's. And it comes down to, again, who controls that sandbox.
Quadrant positioned himself really well, not only to punish those spawns, but also to surround this hill and block all lines of sight. Of course, as I said, Nemesis breaks through. You know, I got a big mouth, and oftentimes my big mouth gets me in trouble.
Your big mouth is also very entertaining, Tony. And that's what so many people love. 3 down for Oxygen Esports. Brian, unfortunately, that's what you don't like to see right there, right? You're pushing off a staggered swan. Maybe he got some communication that players were weak, but the fact that he goes down here means that Quadrant can potentially solidify this first hill.
Halo Infinite is one of the ultimate team games. There's only so much you can do by yourself. Remember back in Halo 5, you can make some individual plays. Right now, it's about the bait and switch. It's about sticking together. It's about the coordinated pushes, and that's what we need to see out of Oxygen Esports. 3 down, go Quadrant. Once again, Chick being left by himself. That's what we want to see out of Oxygen.
Yeah, and again, that came down to Triton with the rockets, right? Using those rockets effectively is the thing. You can get rockets all you want all day, but if you miss them like me, you're not going to get any value out of them. You're not going to get any kills. Quadrant put the very first on the board, and that's exactly how you want to start this game, especially when you're down 2-1 in the series.
I often talk about it's okay to go down as far as the King of the Hill, but you have to be set up for the next hill. Quadrant able not only to steal away that hill number 1, but also get first lines of sight over toward the subway. Oxygen Esports now forced to take a break, now forced to break them out, and I guess they're able to do so. Quadrant go 2 down, and Oxygen still subway control.
Triton, unfortunately, is going to go down there again. It's a 2v2 situation. This plot is pretty easy to control if you can kind of get a flow, but they've got to get those first couple kills. They've got to maintain control and force those spawns at PD. Then they get control of Tram, and they're able to solidify a hold. But it's going to take a lot of slays here. 2 rounds of slays will make it happen. But unfortunately, it's a lot of trades going on at this point.
If you need a lot of slays, Quadrant can do just that. We know how good they are in Slayer, and with that 3 down go Oxygen Esports, and Quadrant now holding on to the subway side. But look at that angle that Collect is able to collect from across the map over from the A side over towards C, but all he did was put a beacon on his head. They knew exactly where he was going.
I like Collect's idea right there, though. He knows the player is on benches. Very difficult to take a player off of benches, so he hopes that one of those spikes will jump into the player and get the cleanup kill. Oxygen Esports are starting to slay well here in the latter half of this second hill. They have got to continue to do so if they want to maintain it, and it's going to come down to weapons like this Bulldog.
Quadrant better be careful. You don't want to lose hold of that shotgun, especially when the rocket launcher's coming up. Rockets end up being stolen away by Collect, but down to one shot. He goes, the nades continue to fly. Collect fires off a warning shot. The second one is gonna connect. It looks like Oxygen may be able to tie things up. They're taking the lead in this hill.
Gotta make a point to say that Oxygen have had the last 2 rockets, but don't have the lead in this game. They don't even have 1 hill just yet. Those rockets have got to be capitalized on. You can get the kills with them all day, but if it doesn't turn into hills on your side, the value is just null and void.
Nervous gonna push up the strong side. The B-side streak gonna be taken hold by Nervous. SLG right up the middle, but Nemesis opened up with a huge kill. Oxygen able to steal away that C-side before Quadra get in position. So now Quadra forced to punt that hill, set up for the next one, block these lines of sight, but that's really hard to do when Collect has the Sentinel beat.
That's a good tie right there. I was a little worried that they'd have the control of the 2 rockets, the last 2 rockets in the game, but not be able to get any hills out of it. They finally get 1, but the problem is that Quadrant has a full setup on the A side of the map.
Quadrant holding on to that setup, blocking every line of sight, anticipating where Oxygen Esports are gonna be coming from. Chick opens up with a double kill. It's really hard for you to break setups when you're 3 down. It's really hard to break setups when Quadrant continues to pressure you. Chick already watching Oxygen off a spawn. The moment you get spawned up, that's when you have reticles trained on you. That's tough to deal with.
Yeah, how are they gonna cross? How is Oxygen gonna cross Purple Street? They've got to send a player on the flank side, and they send 2 right now. This is the break that happens here. 2 down right away, make that 3, and it was all off that B-side break.
Complete squad wipe. Going in favor of Oxygen Esports. Quadrant not to come off a spawn and make such a long rotation, and its bomb already extended forward. He should get first couple shots on Shad, anticipating that there's more players coming, so he's gonna take it a bit slow, dance around that pole like you know what you're doing, Boom. Going after the Rockets, there's no way he gets a free Rockets 1 shot. There's no way he gets a free Rockets while 1 shot.
And we're talking about it again. This is the 3rd rocket Oxygen have gotten. But it looks like they're going to lose this hill as well. Quadrant have been able to play massive defense even when Oxygen Esports had that power weapon control.
You lose rockets, you lose control. Oxygen Esports, that was your moment, and you're not able to take advantage of it because of that. Quadrant go 2-1.
Those rockets have to be, you can't just put out rockets just to get kills. They've got to be important kills. They've got to be break kills. Oxygen had 1 great break on that B street, but since then haven't really been able to put a foothold on the map. They've got to make sure to get that initial kill like they have 2 right now and set up quickly.
It's a 2-1 lead in favor of Quadrant going into this 4th hill. Tell me how important this hill is going into that bottom mid hill. What does this mean for Oxygen?
That bottom mid hill is pretty much chalked. If Quadrant can get this 3rd hill right here, or this 4th hill right here, and it goes to the bottom center, what's going to happen is Quadrant is just going to start slaying. They're going to keep you out of the hill. That hill's very difficult to get. They're going to keep you out, and they're going to win the game based off of time.
Time will become a factor, even if it moves with a whole minute and 32 minutes. At this point, Oxygen, they need this hill. They need to treat it like it's the last hill. It's their last opportunity, because it very well may be.
It's all about this power weapon control, and right now, Quadrant has had it. Besides the rockets, Quadrant has had every single power weapon and all the resources. 3 down for Oxygen, make that 4, and it's a tie game now for Oxygen. He got that hill at the very last second. Collect, beautiful play by him. He ties it up and gives Oxygen a chance here.
Of course, we're going to see a hill number 5, because if Quadrant able to win, we'll see a game number 5 here. This is a deciding hill to possibly decide the series. Oxygen just 1 win away from being able to upset Quadrant, who's trying to hold on to that 2nd seed. Collect sitting on that bottom C side. You talk about that positioning so much.
Yeah, Collect is shooting like a mouse and keyboard player cross range right now. It's so beautiful. He's able to get so much damage in when those rockets are coming up. But yes, when you're on that bottom center hill, it's not easy. You got to make sure that you anchor that tram spawn.
Collect staying alive under the purple street. It looks like there's a trade that goes on to the seaside, but Quadrant controlling that subway that you talk about so much. Collect tries to break through, but it's not going to happen. Chick has a bulldog, and he's going to defend it for dear life.
2-2, Quadrant halfway through. But Chick having this bulldog means that he solidifies this hold on the tram, and he does it easily. This bulldog makes such an incredible impact. Let's see if Chick can play his life here. Unfortunately, he cannot. That's a big kill for Oxygen.
Oxygen not only getting the kill onto Chick, but also stealing away that bulldog. You talked about how important that is, especially in the close quarters. That mid-hill, I feel like it's only close quarters at times. Shad wanted to get aggressive real quick. No team able to get complete control over that middle hill. It's just indicative of how tough it is to gain any kind of control. Quadrant go 2 down, Quadrant go 3 down. Oxygen, get your butts in the hill.
And what happened right there with that 3 down was the fact that Shad, he went in. It was a good play. He had the flank position, but he went in too early. We talk about timing all the time. Chad, a second off of timing, and it means 3 dead for Quadrant and potentially the hill coming up next for Oxygen.
Timing is key. And as of right now, the way Oxygen Esports are playing, it may just be their time to shine here. Again, the team that's coming out of pool play to try to upset Quadrant. Oxygen Esports, they're so close to stealing away this hill.
Power weapons once again in the hands of Oxygen. Nemesis with this Bulldog, and there it goes. He gets a double. That's going to be huge. That's going to be 3 dead for Quadrant. Make that 3 dead again. And they're going to get this potential hill. They've got to look for the spawns now and reslay.
Quadrant now going to start to scramble off a spawn here as Oxygen Esports just a few ticks away from stealing it. Just like that, a 3-2 lead going in favor of Oxygen. 1 hill away and just 1 minute on the clock.
Now we're back to B Street. B Street, very high contention. It's on the highest level of the map. Defending this is very vital. If you're this Quadrant roster, you've got to tie this up right now. Because if you don't, Oxygen are going to take the series.
3-2 lead in favor of Oxygen Esports. Shad does end up finding his way into the hill, but does he have the help that he's looking for? Because you know Oxygen are always trying to push up the driveway side. They deal with 1, multiple members now coming over towards A. The moment Oxygen is spawning up, they're pushing you. It's up to you to get the slaves.
We've really got to set the storyline here, Tony. Right now, Quadrant, if they don't win this, Oxygen will tie Quadrant in their pool. Top 2 in the pools go to Worlds. Worlds is the biggest event of the Halo year. It is important for Quadrant to get this next hill and tie this up right now with 45 seconds remaining. This is it. They've got to make sure that Oxygen don't end them here.
But Quadrant are already 60% done with this hill, and there's still plenty of time on the board. It's up to Oxygen now to keep them out. And if they're able to slay out for 43 seconds or gain some time of their own, Oxygen still obviously have an opportunity to win this 3 down go Quadrant. Oxygen now going to start to gain control, and now they have to look at every line, make sure where the spawn is coming from, where's that pressure coming in.
Nemesis in position to look at the spawns at C, and he's in a great position. We talked about the cross shot before. They opt to push A, the rotation will come through. If they opt to push purple, he'll be aware of it. A game of timing and a game of chess is what Halo is. That's why it's so entertaining to watch. 4 caps will win. Quadrant are 3 down. This could be it.
Quadrant had such a big lead going into this hill. Now we're seeing Oxygen Esports in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. They're literally 1 or 2 round of slays away from stealing it. Quadrant, they have to start to get aggressive. They have to start to get into the base. They can't go 3 down here. That's exactly what happens because of that. Oxygen Esports not only get the win, Oxygen Esports are sending Quadrant down the pool.
That was such an incredible play by Oxygen Esports. We're talking about a team who just picked up Collect. They just picked him up, and he's performing, and he's gelling with this team so very well. What an incredible, they had rockets at the end. I don't know if you saw that. Quadrant had rockets at the very end of that game, and because of a little bit of a timing issue, and because they weren't able to get the initial slays, Oxygen just piled on the hill and got that 4th one. That was a very close game.
Tim, I'm gonna be honest with you. Quadrant was dominating that final hill for so long. Literally, we talked about near 0 progression on that hill for Oxygen Esports, and Quadrant might have been, what, 60? Almost 70% done?
Yeah.
That should have been Quadrant. Quadrant should have been able to tie it up and move over towards Subway. Eventually, they lost control 1 time. Never gained it back. Oxygen Esports pull off the upset. We thought Quadrant were locked in for C2. Nothing's given, only earned in Halo Infinite.
I love that. Nothing's given, only earned. And honestly, Oxygen have earned that win. They played incredible. We talked about such a scrappy team, right? That was no scrap. That was solidified setup. An individual place that caused that win to happen.
I want to remind you guys at home, again, we're talking about Oxygen Esports coming out of pool play. We're talking about them doing everything right in order to make it into the championship Sunday. They didn't start here like Quadrant did. They did not start here over in pool play. They had to fight through the gauntlet that was open bracket. They come in warm. They come in decisive. And they go right at Quadrant. Take a look at the series layout, 250 to 208, game number 1. 50 to 49, both the games so close, 4 to 3 on CTF Catalyst. And then finally, that King of the Hill Streets It was 4-2, but to be honest, it might as well went to the distance. It might as well have went to a 7th hill with how close it was.
That's what I'm saying. A couple plays difference. It would have been Quadrant's game. And honestly, they went to a Game 5 with Native Red yesterday, so it just goes to show how strong Oxygen Esports really is. And with the addition of Collect, I talk about Collect so often. He reminds me of like a Frosty in a sense, like a young Frosty, right? He's still on the rise. He's got a lot to learn, a lot of discipline, I would say. But once he gets that, this player is going to be one of the top players in the game.
There's a lot of people that have a lot of promise with Collect. I'm telling you, I started noticing early. Let me tell you, back in Halo 5, I used to play a little H. I used to compete back in the day myself, and let me tell you, man, Collect was putting it on me. Back then, I think it was called Zolda, and this man was doing it, and he's so young, too. I'm talking literally 16, 15 years old, just putting me in the dirt, series after series, and now I look at him now, and I'm just like, wow, how did you get even better? It's crazy to me. When we come back from our break, it's going to be E United going up against Falling Esports. You already know. Kratos is back. Bad news for his enemies. Kratos has woken up.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. I love to see Snipe down on this roster. I think he's a great addition to the roster. He plays off of chemistry, right? And chemistry wasn't there on FaZe. But on E United, he seems to be happy. Look at all the pictures, always smiling. So it's good to see. Hopefully, E United can perform. They definitely did yesterday with that upset with Cloud9.
Guys, do not touch that dial because we come back. Not only going to see an amazing series, but you're going to see Ryan and Kratos most likely yelling at each other from across the stage. They'll go anywhere.
What's going on, everyone? Goofy here, joined with my man Clutch.
We're back.
And we got a fantastic match on the horizon. I'm going to start it off by saying it's Kratos versus Suspector. So
a little bit of a rivalry.
That's the big thing. But on the wider scale, we got E United taking on Falling Esports. Obviously, E United coming off of a strong performance in day number 1, 3-0, taking down Cloud9 in the pools right now. So sitting good if you're an E United fan, but Falling Esports, right? Clutch, I know you've had a chance to cast a lot of these players over the course of the last few months. And tell me a little bit about this Falling Esports roster, because we all know about E United.
Yeah, Carmea, he's going to be an individually talented, up-and-coming player in the scene. This could be a nice roster for him to end up placing the highest placing he's ever had in HCS history, or in his young career, I'd say. Ixchana has been a player that's online in a lot of the tournaments that I've watched. He's impressed me with individual plays. Is that going to be something he's able to do against the likes of E United? Is a big question coming into the series, because these guys, they have skill. But like you know, Faisal, on your come up, on the journey to trying to accomplish some of the goals, getting top 12, getting to Worlds, something like that would be massive for Falling Esports this weekend. I'm not sure if that's in the cards, but you know they have hopes and dreams, and eventually you break through. Is this going to be an opportunity to create that upset, to create absolute chaos in this pool? As we take a look at how Pool D and the rest of the scene's going, right now Falling Esports already playing the rest of the pools, or rest of Pool D, I'm sorry, Faisal, and 0-3, not a good look, especially when you're going up against the #1 seed in your pool now, having E United taking down Cloud9. The bad seems to get worse at times.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're these open bracket teams making it into pool play. That in itself, you know, you're so far ahead, and it's a great step in the right direction, but not a great way to start off the pools. Is actually looking at the entire all these pools, and you're seeing, you know, some of these the teams that haven't been able to get a win yet, hoping that they could try to scratch and claw their way to a win. Falling Esports has a tall order than right now, going up against E United. Obviously, the boys sniped down Ryan Noob, Rain. These guys have been on fire all weekend, and of course Suspector, as we got him taking on his old duo Kratos. Taking a look now at the series layout. Clutch, starting things off with Live Fire Oddball. Game 2 will be Aquarius Slayer, followed by King of the Hill Recharge, and if we need it, Stronghold Streets and Slayer Recharge. So Oddball, live fire. Tell us a little bit about this game type, how to play it, what are the keys to success, and what these teams are going to need to do to try to get a win.
Yeah, I think E United is going to show us a masterclass here in Game 1. If you are E United, you want that oddball to be Game 1. They get it in the series. It may not be an intimidating opponent, but if you're following Esports, the last thing you wanted to do is see oddball because of how much structure you need to have success and the efficiency of the objective in this game type. E United, known for their structure, known for their efficiency. I would expect them to have such a dominant win here in Game 1. And if you're following Esports, you desperately need something to spark here as you're 0-3 in this pool, looking to go potentially 0-4. This one, it's a rivalry like we talked about, Faisal. Kratos versus Suspector, it's personal, and you know Suspector wants this one just as bad, and that's the worst part about it, is E United has everything in front of them if they can advance undefeated in this pool. And here we go into gameplay as Ryan Noob's gonna kick this one off. Let's see how the tensions can cut through with the gameplay.
Here we go, game number 1, E United versus Falling Esports. Ryan Noob trying to play that top center for Sniper Rifle, gets taken down. Suspector gets a kill of his own now. We got the newest member on your screen, that sniped down, taking down Kratos. Now spots the player on the grenades, gets some help from his teammate to take him down. Top middle, sneaky player takes him down. That's Karmea.
Karmea, missing an E to his name, but honestly, starting off pretty solid. 2 kills for every 1 life you get, and Karmea is going to have a lot of success here for Falling Esports. They need him to be one of those main slayers for this team. Suspector with the overshield pushes front tower. It gets deleted by the plasma pistol, and all of a sudden, a phenomenal job of Falling Esports to negate that overshield and its impact on the rest of this game.
And then he listened to Snipe Down yesterday in his interview after they took down Cloud9. I couldn't agree more with some of his answers, talking about how this team, they don't try to define their roles, they just do what it takes to win. And that's personally my favorite style of Halo. And Clutch, I think you as well can agree. We kind of both thrived with that style, with that mindset, and now watching these guys go at it just the way we like to see it. Nothing better than that as Rain on your screen now trying to help his team hold this oddball.
Well, let's talk about it. When you have defined roles, it's so much more difficult to be efficient because players are expected to do individual things in order to get the win. When everyone can do everything, it becomes much easier because if you're in the position to do something that I need you to do, to create space, to push, to take space, to take the objective, you need to be able to do that faster, cleaner, more efficiently. We're not going to overslay a team like E United, so Falling Esports needs to be efficient as well, but I mean, that's what E United does best, and we'll see if they can keep the slays against the top teams in the world later on in this tournament. But right now, against Falling Esports, seeming to do a good job. 26-0 right now. Falling Esports has had some slays, Faisal, but no objective time as of yet.
Haven't been able to get on the board just yet, but Shana on your screen, Sniper Rifle pushing now towards the dummies, over towards the tower. Not going to find any players right in front of him until he gets the back pillars. Teammates does the work for him. Karmea with a nice double kill, opening the door now for his team to get this play ball. Karmea once again doing so much damage on the map. Great job out of Karmea. Nice ricochet is getting some more kills on the board.
This is a big moment for Falling Esports. They have Snipe, they have Overshield, they have Heatwave, got the ball. Now everything checked off the list. Can't quite get it to tower. They need to find a way to take down Suspector. The trade comes through, but you're forced to drop the ball. You're under heavy fire if you're Karmea. A big kill here to make 2, but unfortunately it's a 2-2 trade. Falling Esports can't use these power-ups, power weapons, and the advantage they need in order to get a setup, and that was something we feared coming into the series.
10 kills already for Karmea. Big start for him as Ikshana on your screen once again. He goes down by sniped out. Suspector gets one as well. 3 dead for Falling. When it rains, it pours. As soon as they were able to get a little bit of score, they were immediately taken down by E United. You know, E United just wants to get that 4-0 in this pool and move on to the bracket.
Absolutely. It's also, honestly a nice warm-up for them for the day too, right? You want to get a series under your belt. You want to get into the swing of things, start walking in, get the communication going. This is a phenomenal opportunity for E United. I don't think that they're intimidated by any means from this Falling Esports team, but maybe they should be. A couple of kills going in Falling Esports' way here, but the ball is the objective, and they need to make their way towards that all ball, especially when they can get 3 members of E United dead.
Hopping on board now with Rain holding down the tower. Great position to be in if you want to provide some cover fire for your team. Really be that anchor on the map. Now choosing to move towards the nest, but
14.
His face peeled off. What a snipe there.
14 for Karmea right now. Absolutely taking over the lobby. I said he needed to slay. Well, This is an overstatement right now. Dominating, almost doubling any member on E United's kills. Karmea giving his team everything to stay in this one, but they still find themselves down 12.
And Karmea is going to need to keep up that slaying skill throughout this series if he's going to hope that his team can win a game or two, potentially win the whole series. But Wes, I would love to go into a listen-in with this E United squad. So let's go ahead and take a listen to their comms.
Okay, elbow me.
One take blast down, one check us.
If I weak.
Here's West on you, Ryan. Shot him twice. Take it.
He's dead, he's dead.
Looking pillars to the top.
Pillars weak, Kratos. Concrete weak. Why want me?
Trying to left you, one Chad.
That's it.
Dummy door, pillar door, dummy door, last guy. Or
Yeah,
door.
yeah.
Wow, I
Okay,
can't
okay.
fucking call out. One shot right.
I'm trying to get to you.
Bring it back. He was
Yeah,
up.
give me more.
Can't bring it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this heat wave.
Go mud.
Two bottom mid. Come here, one shot bottom mid on heat wave. Getting it probably.
Alright, we're gonna play it in 5
He's
seconds.
going dummy door right now. Weak. Dead.
Nice job. Top mid.
Top tower. Might drop on ball
I
guy.
played it.
Yeah,
Okay.
top mid. One shot top mid.
Try to look top mid.
Nice. Jesus fucking Christ, Kratos.
3 on 3.
He's
One guy
shot.
green.
No, you're good. You're good. Bottom tower, one shot.
And tires on me.
There. Might be able to get it, eh?
And let's get out of those comms as you hear Ryan Noob dropping a couple words that we don't want to hear on the stream, but you want to hear it if you're his teammate. Ryan Noob getting that slay onto Kratos, letting his teammates know that they are no match for this E United team.
Astro listen-ins, they're great. But in a series this heavily invested in emotions, this personal to some of these players, you're going to hear a little bit of trash talk in there. You're going to hear some bad words on the side of Ryan Noob. Great shots on the side of Ryan Noob there. As we saw on screen, United still with a 26-point lead for now, 50-24. Maybe not the most dominant first round. It does look like with 35 seconds remaining, it's going to be difficult for Falling Esports to close the distance here. And after all the work Karmea has done, 17 kills to his name. He's 17-7 for God's sake. Has 16 seconds to go with it. Somebody give him a little bit of help, and Falling Esports can potentially continue to compete here. And this is a much closer round one than we thought we were going to see, but still heavily dictated, I would say, by E United.
Suspector holding on to that overshield and clicks it in. Great patience out of him, knowing he didn't need to use that power up until he absolutely had to. So that should do it for round number 1. Suspector opting to leave the ball down, and the timer will go off. Round 1 goes to E United.
Round 1 to E United. It was a well-balanced affair from their side. You hear, even in their comms, that they were trying to get them going. We're going to jump into an Astro Gaming listen-in with Falling Esports and see what they can do to rebound here.
Watch out cuts. He cuts the top mid, watch out.
Elbow, 2 shots. Maybe one, maybe one.
I'm pushing elbow.
I can get ball.
Top middle rain. 2 A-backs.
Still alive.
Mayback.
Spangler, he's Spangler. It cuts on me, cuts on me.
Watch out cuts.
Shot cuts. Elbow,
Watch out.
behind your pit. Screens.
Another one, dummy ramp, pushing. He's cuts right now in small windows. Cuts in small window.
I'm gonna look small. We'll take
He's
him
going for him.
shields.
They have a V.
Screens.
They have a
Trying to
V.
help you, Jason.
Let me see, guys.
Screens, one shot.
Watch out the ball, dead.
I'm going bottom mid.
I'm here, bro.
He's sniping cuts. He's sniping cuts.
Two there. Ball's weak.
Dummy ramp.
I killed OV. Another one dummy ramp. Dummy ramp and
We're all
ball.
here, we're all here.
Pushing this. Yo, he's elbow.
Push the shit.
It's all you. I'm watch out.
What?
Push
I'm
elbow.
waiting.
Push elbow.
Yeah.
Oh my god. See, dice.
He's top tower dead.
3 dead,
Nice
guys.
shot.
Let's
I'm looking over
help
ball.
each other on ball.
Go. I'm watching OV. Go
I'll
get
push
it.
for a ball.
Slide down, slide down.
There's still 3 dead.
High key.
Yo, he waves on spawn.
2 OV. Dude,
OV.
fuck. 2 OV. Go B. Go be quick. There's 2 OV. 2 B.
Slow cuts. I'm looking at plat with you. Same plat. Jump down.
I died. Fuck.
Another one there. B pillars. He's a B pillar door probably.
I spawned.
Great listening there with Falling Esports. Good comms. I like the urgency at times. You know, they started out this round much better than the first round. And looking at the scoreboard clutch, it's pretty even as far as kills on both sides. The difference, obviously, the efficiency out of E United. But we're seeing Falling Esports have a bit of a different start here in round 2.
I mean, Falling Esports is outsliding them. Kratos picks up 2 there as you're saying that, and that was 3 down momentarily for E United. They still can't find themselves the objective, though, right? That's the issue here, and maybe that'll benefit them later on when the game type's not oddball. But this is one of the struggles we talked about coming in. Faisal was when oddball is one of these game types, you need structure, you need efficiency in order to get the objective done, in order to build those significant leads. Something Falling Esports really hasn't had is an opportunity at a realistic setup.
Yeah, and it's definitely a tall order when you're going up against E United. Players like Ryan Noob know how to sniff it out and beat you before your setup even gets started.
Cut it off.
Exactly. So it's really tough to get a lot of consistent time on the board against a team like E United, especially playing through the open bracket, going up against some of the lighter competition. Now you're going up against the juggernauts, Snipe Down, Ryan Noob, Rain Suspector, right? So we know what this E United team is about. Good kill that, or Ryan Noob. Kratos trades it out, though.
Kratos is able to trade it out, but 1-for-1's not what you want to see, and he gets taken down. 3 go down for Falling Esports. It's a 1v2 situation, and unfortunately, Hativ's going to be forced to wait for his teammates to respawn. One's behind him, but Rona takes down both. It's Snipe Down back tower. That's going to allow E United now a setup over at the tower with the oddball, and this is something we haven't seen on the side of Falling Esports, is even an opportunity like this to rack up a significant chunk of time. If E United can get 1 round of slays, this lead will all of a sudden jump up to 30 points, jump up to 50 points, and here we go. As the rotation comes through, the slays are coming through as well, and Falling Esports need to figure out a way to cut this oddball similar to what E United has been able to do all game.
2 members go down for E United. Make that 3rd member was Rain. The only 1 down now as the other 2 have respawn, and that could actually play in E United's favor when the spawn starts splitting and you get that, the flank opportunities. It ends up being a blessing in disguise as 2 members fall for Falling Esports, 2 on the side of E United. So back and forth, but once again, they need to get points on the board.
Unfortunately, when it rains, it pours. Falling Esports starting to lose the battle over towards where that ball is. Overshield coming up in 10 seconds, and there's only 2 members of Falling Esports here. You see how many members of E United are here. All 3 players alive trying to compete, but the Falling Esports do get the close window spawns. So they will have respawners here to potentially assist in this overshield pickup. They're going to need this overshield as a win condition, I would say, but Snipe Down hits the shot, goes for the ninja. He's not pushed, and that overshield still on the ground, I believe, now in Ryan Noob's back pocket is everything Falling Esports fans did not want to see.
Overshield in the hands of Ryan Noob. Heatwave and oddball doing it all. That's Ryan Noob for you. Yeah. Nice, easy kill on this player front tower. Takes him down, looking for the double, maybe a triple, but no. Gets 1 and gets taken down.
Not the cleanest shots from Ryan Noob there, but still time to warm up. You have to think that they're using this as a series to warm up. Here, they have a long day ahead of them, headed towards the winner's bracket if they can win this series, and you know that's the plan for this E United roster. Continuing to slay out, continuing to catch up in the kills now, but Carmea continuing his pace as well. 27, 11, and 16 against a team like E United is a very big statement, but unfortunately, just nothing to make this game any closer. They do currently have ball in hand, but they're going to need a round of slays, and every single time I feel like we're in this position, it's E United coming out on top.
4 down for Falling Esports, and that may be the nail in the coffin in game number 1. Still an opportunity for Falling Esports to make a push or 2, but 4 down when you're with the lead like this in the setup in the hands of E United, that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, like, this setup is just so much stronger. You can see how it's structurally positioned to where the ball's back tower. You got pressure on the respawners of Falling Esports. They're trying to find the opening, but such a disadvantageous position here, Faisal, from the pillars. It's so difficult to try and even manifest kills, let alone trade efficiently. It is going to be a one-on-one, but that's always going to benefit the team with the oddball. And Ryan Noob doing what Ryan Noob best, reads the situation, rotates perfectly.
Heatwave in the hands of Ryan Noob. Throwing the ball, just playing patient, knowing that time is in his favor. Now he's got the sniper rifle. Nice no-scope there. Body cleanup on Kratos. Rain gets a kill of his own. So 2 members on each side down for a moment. Now overshield as well. Back-to-back overshields for Ryan Noob.
Let's see what I can almost guarantee you he does not have the ball and his intentions right here. He wants to slay. Let's see what Ryan Noob can give us here. Is it a clip? The potential's there. It's just an assist to start it off. The ball does reset to bottom middle, and as Ryan Noob tries to position himself with Snipe, nobody yet finding himself in the way, but here comes Ryan Noob making his way bottom middle. It's chaotic. He chooses to use the BR, and that's what Ryan Noob does best.
Definitely is a shot hitter with his battle rifle since back in the Halo 3 days. A really good noob. If you know, you know. And he goes down, Snipe Down on your screen. Hative now only 1 second, and that'll do it for game number 1. E United with a comfortable win.
Comfortable But there's got to be something to say about Carmea's performance that game. Being able to slay like that against one of the top teams, a player to watch like we called out before the series started, gonna be the main slayer for this Falling Esports team, and did his job. He main slayed, even had, I think, the most objective. I didn't get to see how the time ended up there in the second round, but I mean, he had the most in the first round, most kills in the game. Carmea doing it all, and maybe, just maybe, that storyline can transition into game 2 where the kills actually will matter most.
Yeah, I was thinking that towards the end of that second round that you can't be feeling too bad if you are on the Falling Esports side. You not only held up your side of the bargain for slays, you actually outslayed E United, and we knew objective efficiency is one of the strong suits of a Ryan Noob and Rain team, so it's going to be tough to really steal that game 1, but going into a game 2 slayer, you really have to punch your ticket and at least get 1 win on the board in this series. Otherwise, we could be looking at a 3-0 sweep.
And the mindset here, as we take a look at the stats for Falling Esports, should be every best of 5 has 2 slayers, 3 objectives. If we can just win one of the objectives, win both the slayers, we can win this series, guys. With Carmea slaying like that, 2 slayers are very doable. Can you get it done in the objective is a question that we're going to have answered here as we go throughout this series. But I mean, we've talked about it, 29, 20, and 13, a phenomenal slaying performance from Carmea. But on the other side, everybody does their part, but it's really that objective efficiency that separated the 2 teams.
Definitely could not agree more, Clutch. And actually, looking at the stats, Snipedown, the only member of E United going positive in that game no 1, dropping a +6. So really doing what he needs to do. And it's interesting going back to what we were talking about earlier in that interview again after that Cloud9 series. It's interesting hearing Snipedown say, I like that we don't have roles, because he's always been notorious for being that sniper.
Selfish, innocent.
Or just being that main slayer, you know? And now for him to be on a team like this where he can really just play his game, and naturally that ends up being getting kills, right? So we see him do his job right there, and it helps his team secure game number 1.
Aquarius Slayer is the name of the game for game 2 in this series. E United looking to take a 2-0 lead, and when they see Aquarius Slayer, they start chomping at the bits, because this E United team is so efficient with scavenging on this map specifically. They love the cycling of the dynamo grenades, the heat wave use, and of course those thrusts in front of both the bases. So pay attention to how often these players are timing these things just as they are coming up. E United, one of the best teams in the world at making sure they are in position to collect these power upgrades as soon as they come up, and putting them to use is just as easy as collecting them once you have it.
You got the dynamo grenades, you got the thrust, you got the camo, you got the heat wave. You have a lot of options at your disposal, and if you're Falling Esports, you need to take advantage of them as we hop into game number 2 with the Rain from E United.
Rain, he's so cold. I love his point of view. He was on fire yesterday. Perfect shots with the commando, and as I say it, if this kid can consistently play at the level he was yesterday all week long, this is going to be one hell of a tournament for E United fans. They're going to enjoy this show. Rain making it look easy with the commando early on.
A very underrated player in the HCS. Getting second place, of course, E United in the Raleigh kickoff. We know what this roster can do. Very new now with this addition of Snipedown. I don't think anyone saw that coming on this E United roster, but so far so good as we're on board with Snipedown. 5-1 comfortable lead for the boys on E United. Heat wave in the hands of Snipedown.
They got map control as well. Look at this push, trying to break down, clearing their corners, making sure nobody's hiding in the pink side, and now here comes Snipedown with the push, leading the charge with heat wave. Misses one of the shots, but the job gets done as well, and able to trade out a kill in the meantime. So it's a double kill for Snipedown on the other side of the map. He's lost 2 teammates, so a great job by Falling Esports to respond to the map control that E United have. Although they can't take down Snipedown, they're able to at least trade kills out elsewhere.
4-0 for Snipedown. Great start. Heatwave still in his hands. Will he be able to get these kills? No, he does not, as Hative is in a very fortunate position to catch him while he's lacking. Rain with some amazing shots across the map. Hative doesn't know what took him down, I'd imagine. Ryan Noob and Rain getting a couple more kills, but to your point, Clutch, Falling Esports doing a good job just staying in striking distance, not letting it get too far too quick, but it is a 5-kill deficit.
Rain 5-0-1, not missing shots, and you know that difference when you get to land and all of a sudden you feel like you're dying a little bit faster. You feel like you maybe got away every single time when you were scrimming, when you were practicing. Rain showing Ikshana there that, hey, welcome to land, bud. My shots to register and I don't miss. Rain pushing, putting some shots with the heat wave in, getting another kill. 6-0-1 now, really starting to take over.
Heat wave out. Will he be able to get the trade? No, Hative shut that down. Good job out of him. 2 members fall for E United, and that camouflage has spawned as Kratos trying to slide his way in. Unfortunately goes down. Not sure if he was able to burn the camo. I don't believe he was. So his teammate Hadev does pick up the camouflage. If we can hop on over with him when we get a chance, Hadev's going to have that camo. Let's see what he can do.
Massive opportunity for Hadev to keep his team in the game. Unfortunately, Karmea just ninja sniped down. Not quite sure if it was a legit one, but we're going to give it to him as it wasn't on his point of view. Snipe down got ninja'd. Good things happening now with camouflage in hand. You're able to get some map control. You got dynamo grenades in your back pocket as well as the thrust. Everything you could ask for Hadev right now. Let's see what he does.
Nice play out of Hadev. Gets a fortunate double kill. Still has the thrust, still has the dynamo, and has great positioning top, middle. Great plays out of Hadev all around.
Can't quite find the last 2 members. That's a great job by E United to have their last 2 players stay alive. Hadev tries to push in, gets a lot of damage with that dynamo grenade. Let's see if they can capitalize on it, though. That's the big question because these players, they need to go down. The nades somehow benefit Karmea throughout the chaos. He eventually gets down. But I'd say that was a successful camo play and control the map so far for Falling Esports to get back into this one. Now only down 2 kills, Faisal.
Yeah, they're doing a good job working together. Falling Esports really, you know, if, for example, we saw that dynamo grenade take 2 players of E United down to 1 shot, and the Falling Esports members able to clean up the kill. So I like what I'm seeing out of Falling Esports. They're able to work together so far in the first half of this game number 2. Now on Karmea on your screen, unfortunately runs into a Ryan who catches him off guard.
Hadev, he's got 9 to his name, 9, 2, and 5, having a great start to this second game, giving Karmea a little bit of assistance in the slaying category so far, and that's gonna make Falling Esports' opportunity here in game 2 much better. But here comes Snipe Down getting away with the camo, and now with Snipe Down with this camouflage, could be everything E United need to extend this lead significantly, already up to 5 since he's acquired.
I could not agree more, Clutch. This is a very scary position if you're Falling Esports. We talk about it all the time. There's like pivotal moments in every game. There's swing moments, and I feel like what we just watched is what it was. Top, middle, E United cleared up all of Falling Esports at the wrong time for them. They were able to pick up camo. Snipe Down now just running around freely. 7-kill lead, make that 8 kills, and it looks like the train is just getting started as Snipe Down is hitting his shots, and Falling Esports is in trouble.
And they've done such a good job up until this point to weather the storm, to push off the stampede of E United, the control of E United. They've been able to balance it very well, trading back and forth in maybe disfavorable positions, but at this moment in time, the defense is broken. It's a bend don't break mentality, but the second you break the map control, it's all E United's. They give up a full set of slays, the lead up to 8.
We're talking about Ryan, a Snipe Down and Rain the way they started off the game, but out of nowhere, Ryan Noob has 11 kills on the board, so big plays out of Ryan Noob. Haven't had a chance to watch his POV too much this game, so happy we're on board with him as playing it slow, sees all of his teammates are on this blue side of the map, and just gonna slowly make his way bottom middle, trying to work with Snipe Down and his other teammate on the side, knowing he has an opportunity to push and at least do damage. That's not a bad play, even though he goes down. He allows his team to get into the base. Unfortunately for Snipe Down, it's a little bit delayed, but still they're able to get behind enemy lines and make a flank happen.
It was a great rotation from Falling Esports. They had to get out of this closet. They were able to make their way across Dynamos, get to the other side, create some space for themselves, but unfortunately one straggler in Karmea, he gets taken down, and all the information back to E United. So E United continuously being the aggressor in these situations. It's so difficult to play defensively and trade efficiently in Halo, Faisal. You know that as well as anyone, and this is just such a difficult position for Falling Esports. You don't see much aggressiveness out of them, and rightfully so. They don't have much power right now, much space to do so, and they're not able to create space, and this is one of the most difficult things in Halo to watch. When a team cannot create space, the league starts to grow.
I will say the heat wave has made such a big impact in this game. It seems like it's been controlled by the side of E United throughout. And ever since that Snipe Down camo top mid, it's just been full momentum in the hands of E United. And unfortunately for Falling Esports, they have not been able to rebound just yet in this game too.
Multiple players frying like chickens in the corner of Aquarius here. The dynamo grenade worth its money in gold. Suspector, with all the information, knows that there's a last player here. Ryan who cleans it up. Suspector able to stay alive. And E United's teamwork starting to really showcase itself here towards the late game. 42-27, everybody's staying alive. So all of a sudden, the trades that Falling Esports were starting to get, were able to get at the start of the game. No longer the case. E United playing almost perfect Halo at this point.
43-27 as Snipe Down and the boys on E United feeling great, playing great. 45-26, a couple more kills to go, and a 2-0 series lead will put them in a great position to go undefeated in their pool. Of course, still one more win to go after this, so we'll see if Falling Esports can breathe, can get some more life. Maybe they could win a game 3, but the way it's going right now, Clutch, it is not looking good.
Not looking good, and it's just a dominant performance, spectacular on the side of E United. 50-29. Falling Esports can't quite get the 30 they need in order to avoid the stake. And any questions of E United's consistency, any thought that they might start today off slow? Well, Falling Esports will be telling you that that's not the case at all after this series is said and done.
Yeah, and it's crazy how, you know, we talk about, again, these swing moments, these really pivotal moments in the game, and we called it when we saw it, that camo play.
Yeah.
Even before Snipe Down got the camo, it was the way and the timing, unfortunately, for Falling Esports, where they fell just as E United was kind of getting top middle, and all 4 members go down. Snipe Down picks up camo, all the Falling spawns at the base, and it's just, at that point, it was a snowball effect.
I mean, Snipe Down didn't really have to do anything with that camouflage in the first place, right? By the time he got to a place where he was going to get some kills, they all just fell down. It was E United getting full map control, everything they wanted, and how they could execute from that position. Something E United do best, right? When they have all 4 down and they understand exactly where you're spawning up, they're going to be able to have success in those moments. The big question for me about this E United roster is how often will they find themselves in those positions against the likes of Sentinels and Optic Gaming later on this tournament. If they can get 4 down on Optic Gaming and get to where they want to be on the map, I have no doubt E United can take advantage of those opportunities. They've showed you just a little bit, a snippet here against Falling Esports, that that's what's in store for other teams if they allow that to happen.
And we saw them yesterday do it against Cloud9. I know lately it's been, you know, all about the FaZe and Sentinels and Optic, and deservingly so.
No pushover.
They are no pushover by any means, and we saw E United not just beat them, but beat them 3-1. And to your point, Clutch, a big part of that was the fact that this team is so good at capitalizing on their advantages, right?
Yes.
That's what makes them so dangerous, is they know, and I think a lot of it is Ryan, who he understands when the other team is at a disadvantage and pushes it and presses it, and that makes such a big difference at the high level.
Exactly, and one of the big things, the question marks for me about E United is, can they withstand some of the pressure that teams are going to have against them? Can they create space and find opportunities in the disadvantageous positions? Because so many good teams, you see it all the time, trip caps and strongholds in games at the highest level, because those guys, when they get that level of control of the map, the game tends to end quickly for the other team, and it's very difficult to get out of. The United are very capable of like perfecting that strategy, and when given the opportunity, they can take advantage of it. But we'll see if they can deal with adversity a little bit later on in the tournament. Falling Esports not really able to create that opportunity for themselves, so E United hasn't had to withstand any of that kind of storm yet.
Starting things off with Carmea and the boys on Falling Esports. Nice job picking up a double kill, shock rifle in his hand as well, and the grapple. So good job getting this top red, getting this hallway coverage, and allowing his team to get the bottom middle hill.
What sense is this kid on?
Looking a little...
Looks quick.
A little twitchy.
Snappy. Look at this. Looks like it's mouse and keyboard. It's not, but it looks like it.
Oh, Carmea with the headshot on Snipe Down. A little bit of a taste of your own medicine. Carmea now trying to get the kill. Oh, some teabags coming out of Ryan Noob. The trash talk. I like it.
You know, Suspector coming into this series, you're playing your old duo, Kratos. Long-time best friends up until the point where they stop teaming. A little bit of drama on Twitter unfolds, and this series becomes a lot more personal for everyone on both sides, because if you team with one of those guys, you know how it is, Faisal. When you team with someone and they got dropped from a team and all of a sudden you're playing them, you want to beat that team for that teammate of yours. It elevates your mentality and the willpower you have going into this. It makes it much more interesting. Ryan New clearly bringing his A game to this series, maybe not needing to do so, but maybe wanted to do so to help Suspector out, to give him that extra boost going forward in this tournament.
Rain and Suspector working together. A couple members are falling on the other side of this engagement. That's Kratos He goes down though. Good job, Ryan, who comes out of nowhere to provide some more support for this Suspector and Rain engagement. And Rain able to sneak out of there, get a kill of his own, trying to play bottom middle. I love the decision making out of Rain, the patience, and now he's rewarded with the camo.
Can he get away? Can he get away? Yes. Makes his way into the tunnel, picks up a repulsor for his ability to stay alive. More importantly, though, staying alive with the camo. But I mean, look how well E United's teamwork is starting to really showcase itself throughout this series. In game 2, it started to heat up. We've seen Rain multiple times get to know shields, reach out when his shields come back. Perfect bait and switches from everybody on E United. A great job of getting a few kills here momentarily for Falling Esports, but so difficult to try and play against a team with such great teamwork. And you can really feel E United getting into their groove.
Rain gets a no-scope by Carmea top long haul. Great play out of Carmea, holding down the fort, and his team's gonna need all the slaying that we saw in game 1 to come out here in game number 3. Grapple in his hands as well. Nice body shot on the sniper, looking for another body shot, not able to connect, and he may have to pay for it with his life. Able to sneak away though.
Is able to stay alive. He's got 2 members down on respawn right now. Chooses to try and take the shot on the player jumping up top glass, and unfortunately that's a very difficult shot for Carmea, but snaps onto a player bottom middle. Can't find the headshot either, and Carmea so close to so many kills right there. And I mean, this screen is fun to watch with how active he is and how aggressive he is. The individual skill is clearly there. Carmea will be a player to watch in the future, and just given the opportunity here in the game, you have to think we need more shock rifle opportunities for Carmea if Falling Esports want to push this to a game 4.
Nice no-scope trade there for Suspector, and first point will be in the favor of E United, as guess who's got the shock rifle? It's Snipe Down.
What do you have in store for us? Carmea is going to push him. You know he wants that shock rifle in the back of his pocket. Snipe Down, though, wisely stays alive, and his teamwork once again reigning supreme here as the hill does move to long haul. Camo respawn. Snipe Down finding himself the camouflage and the shock rifle now. Does a good job to pick that repulsor back up as well, and the headshot can't come through, but Snipe Down creating a lot of chaos, and E United getting the better of the slays once again.
Great plays out of Snipe Down there.
Yeah.
Repulses his way up, comes back down, cleans up his kill from earlier, finds another one shot. Just a bunch of good plays. Snipe Down, no stranger to the big moment, as he still has camouflage in his hands. Shock rifle, fortunately for Falling Esports, is out of ammo, but Snipe Down still has a camo. He has a grapple as well, so keep that in mind.
I will say I'm not a fan of everyone on E United's positioning right now. Throughout that entire process, nobody was in the hill. Nobody was even towards the hill, to where Falling Esports, even though they got slayed right there by E United, they actually spawned closer to the hill than where E United was because of the poor positioning from E United. You can tell the objective efficiency might not be the end goal here, as you're up 2-0 in the series in such a personal battle. You kind of want to start to build some stats, build your ego up a little bit. And I think that's what we're seeing here out of E United. A triple kill on screen from Rain before he's taken down. So no overkill, but 3 kills to 1 as the stats continue to pile and on pour the E United members.
Maybe E United wants to make a point after game 1. Even though they won, they got outslayed. And now in game number 3,
there's no.
He flies him off the map, and Suspector goes down. Unfortunately for him, Hative now on your screen. Gets a kill onto Ryan, but Snipe Down does have that shock rifle again. Almost gets the double kill.
2 players alive. Falling Esports both need to play their lives, but I mean, with all the slays that have happened in this second hill, not significant time for either team. So Falling Esports can't find a way to get into that hill and stay alive. E United haven't really tried to get into the hill very often, it seems, and this is a massive push now for Falling Esports. This game still very contestable. You were only down 1 point. If you can lock down a setup here in long haul, it'd be massive, but unfortunately Kratos loses all of his teammates, needs to find a kill, gets one, but there's just too many players to deal with, and E United continuing to be the favorable team as far as the slays are concerned here on Recharge. Another camo for Snipe Down as well, so the power continuously just in the hands of E United, and that does not bode well for Falling Esports' opportunity here.
Back-to-back camouflages for Snipe Down spots. A player trying to be sneaky, that's Carmea. He goes down. A couple of Falling Esports members make that all 3 of them in this long haul, trying desperately to keep their hopes alive in this series as only 35 more seconds on the game clock. Double kill for Snipe Down, making plays.
Look, they don't even want the hill. They're purposely getting out of it. At this point, they're playing time. There's 27 seconds left, and we're on the second hill. This is absurd. United, I know they like to play time. I know they like to try and manipulate the objective and find different win conditions for themselves. But this one, this is absurd. This is almost just disrespectful at this point. 1-0 will probably be the ending score line if United are able to get killed. Suspector with the triple in the feed, and it's up to Hater to try and make a play. He's bottom middle. He's not long lived for this world. It's a full 4 down for Falling Esports coming off spawn. 3 of them spawn glass, and they need to get into the hill because 5 seconds is the only thing remaining for their series score.
There you see Suspector adding some salt to the wound. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, 1 more second. Looks like
we'll get them. They're stopping. This is such bad manners.
I see. There it is, though. 3-0 as E United with a clean sweep on to Falling, and Suspector must be feeling good about that one.
You know they're playing over on the feature station. You think that they were like standing in the hill, standing up, staring at them like, you want us to end it?
I wish we had the screens here so we could see the player cams.
Are you done yet?
To see what went down. But of course, Suspector on a really solid roster here with the likes of Snipe Down, Rhinoob, and Rain, of course, earning his spot. Very valuable member of this team, and we saw it there. Big triple kill at the end for Suspector, able to even get that 4th kill before their team ultimately ends the series in a 3-0 sweep. And E United comes out of the pool undefeated. I don't think many people would have predicted that going into it with Cloud9 in their pool.
They were at least second in all of our books, I'm pretty sure, but that Cloud9 series, I expected to go towards Cloud9, but E United has proved us wrong yesterday. They look phenomenal. They look great in this series, 2-0, 50-29, and of course, just about as dominant as a 1-0 you can get in King of the Hill. They played with their food a little bit with Falling Esports, and Falling Esports players have a lot of skill. So when United are that good to where they get to play with their food a little bit against a team like Falling, that shows you how confident they are going into bracket play later on.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how those brackets ultimately end up shaking out. Who plays who in that winners back in the upper bracket. It's going to be interesting to say the least, but what a performance out of everyone. And I really want to talk again about Snipe Down, the newest addition to this E United roster. Just watching him play right now, watching him play yesterday, he seems to be in his comfort zone. Rhinoob tends to bring the best out of his teammates, sometimes at the expense of his own stats, but lately he's going positive, and so are his teammates.
This is the best Snipe Down I've seen in quite a long time, it seems. The best Halo Infinite Snipe Down I've seen ever, and maybe this team, like you said, is exactly where Snipe Down needed to be in order to find his comfort zone, find his flow. We've all seen it. I mean, Eric Rona's been doing it for 15 years at the highest level. When he finds his flow, you can almost guarantee his team is a contender in the tournament to take the whole thing.
Yeah, and if you're following esports, again, we talked about it before the series started. It's a gruesome run to go through that open bracket. We were watching it earlier, Wes. It was packed. It felt like, you know, the Halo open bracket pit. It's called the Passion Pit for a reason. And these guys made it all the way out into pool play. Unfortunately, not able to win a series, but there's still a long tournament ahead. And for now, after a 3-0 sweep, clutch, this is Goofy. That's going to do it for us. Until next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to HCS Orlando, one of your last chance qualifiers to make it into Worlds, and we have finally made it into bracket play. Winners bracket quarterfinals, we're here, active. Tell me a little about our matchup that we're gonna see here.
Well, taking a look at the bracket right now, we're gonna be at the lower end of the bracket. It's going to be FaZe Clan versus G1, and let me tell you something. This is a pivotal series for both teams. Both of these teams, the question was, how will they be on LAN? With FaZe, of course, it was an addition of Nick, who improved them greatly. But with G1, their performance online has been phenomenal. But the question was, could they bring it to a LAN environment?
And the winner of this matchup will go up against the winner of Sentinels and Cloud9. That's going to be a big one. Then you're looking at G2 and E United, and finally up on the top is Optic going up against Auction Esports, going on the main stage right now. First game is going to be Oddball, Recharge, G1 against FaZe Clan. Like you kind of alluded to, G1, the ultimate underdogs. FaZe was some people were crowning them the next world champions. Now they're going up against each other so early here in the winners bracket.
FaZe Clan had an amazing series versus Optic. It went to a Game 5, a decisive Game 5, where FaZe had the lead in that Aquarius Slayer. But then out of nowhere, Optic broke some bridges and made it happen. They ended up winning that Game 5, but FaZe, contesting against Optic like that, they're an incredible team. So the question is, how will they fare against a team like G1, who's coming off a very sweet victory against Auction Esports? We'll find out right now.
Time and time again, we have talked about how tight the competition is here in Orlando. Does this not prove it? G1 and FaZe are already meeting up in the winners quarterfinals, not the semis, not the winners finals, the quarterfinals. One team will be advancing forward, one team will be dropping down.
It's gonna set the pace here. Can G1 prove to the world that on LAN they're just as strong? And on the side of FaZe, is King Nick gonna be able to make this team greater than it was before in terms of chemistry? In every way, Spartan getting that camo right off the bat.
Missing out on grappling the camo over towards himself, but luckily he's able to get in there. Steals away the camouflage and the shock rifle combination. I'm gonna be looking at the matchup between Sparty and Boo Boo Doo. Sparty and Boo Boo Doo, old teammates, all the way back in Anaheim, back in Halo Reach. Now you have Boo Boo Doo, who was dropped off of this FaZe roster. It's his revenge tour. Next stop, winner semi.
And I'll take the other end of it, Sparty, right? He posted on Twitter that he was not happy with his individual performance yesterday. He was gonna come swinging today. We'll see if that's the case as this series goes on, but it's all gonna start with this game number 1. Let's take a look at Swish.
Swish gonna try to make it over to the gold side. Has the opportunity to break through, finds the assist that he's looking for. So now that top blast control in favor of G1. Swish has to stay alive here, already taking a bit of damage.
Balls at the bottom of the map. Not really being contested for G1, get a couple of kills, but the trades are gonna come out, and this will be huge for them because this means map control in the favor of G1. They've got 2 down on FaZe Clan.
Both of these teams really filling each other out right now. No team really able to get that full map control you're looking at. It's still a 5v2 game. It's still very early.
Very early.
Round of Slays, fighting for some of that shock rifle and the camouflage control. But one good 2 or 3 down, it might just break the game wide open.
I can tell you right now, something that's broken this team wide open in the side of FaZe is the fact that Nick has really changed everything, right? One player can literally change the entire chemistry of a squad, and we saw it there. Snipedown was a part of this roster, a great player. But Nick taking his spot, all of a sudden, this roster is contending for a championship.
You often talk about the chemistry. Falcon looks really nice here on this FaZe roster, especially since bringing in King Nick. Like you mentioned, you see him getting aggressive onto the long haul side, trying to clear things out too quickly, going down for G1. FaZe now going to try to utilize these numbers advantage. They're already working onto the ball, rotating it onto the C side. G1 still have a bit of a mountain to climb, a bit of a long rotation to make to get towards this hill.
The feeling out period is still in effect, as you can clearly see here, but I really wanted to dive deep, and I wanted to know why Nick, one member being added to a roster, can really change it as much as it did. So I talked to Sparty. I talked to the man himself, and he told me this. He brings chemistry, he brings OBJ, and he brings incredible teamwork to this squad. And that's exactly why they found success.
FaZe Using that chemistry and that teamwork to once again put G1 3 down. FaZe already in their A-side setup. It's only a 19-10 game. Look how slow and methodical both of these teams are being. G1 finding the first 2 slays right off the spawn. Renegade still alive with the shock rifle. Not for long. Devonator gonna put him down immediately. G1 had the opening they were looking for. Now they have to push through it.
It's been slow because anytime one team gets control of the power positions, the other is able to just take them off. They're able to get those initial slays, and it's been a trade back and forth for a majority of this game, but we've got to also pay attention to that time clock at the bottom center of the screen. 2 minutes and 15 seconds is all that remain. We've talked about how these ball rounds can really go either way. They've just got to be really ready on those rotations once the push comes, and you see right there, Renegade rotating out.
Pay attention to the game timer and also pay attention to that active camouflage timer as well. Both of the teams going to be fighting for it. It's about to come up. Spartan forced to play the ball off. They don't have the control they're looking for. G1 might have advantage towards the active camo.
Camo might be bottom of the map right now, but Sparty opting to take this high ground. Battle Edge is such an interesting spot to be, right? You can stay alive, you can put damage in across so many different angles. You see Sparty taking advantage of that there.
Just a 1-point game so far. FaZe in just a slight control here, but also controlling the slays battle at the moment. And that's what matters most. If you want to be able to get hands on that ball, if you want to get into your early setup, you have to start slaying. Nick already getting the double kill, almost getting the triple, but it looks like G1 are going to slow them down just a bit. Renegade grappling that ball towards himself. G1 end up going 3 down. FaZe getting valuable ball time.
In the last 30 seconds of the game, FaZe Clan has outslayed G1, but at the same time, the most important part is they're converting that objective time as well. They've taken the lead here sizably, and with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, that's definitely a good cushion.
What we do, we're on screen. It's up to him to hold on this Whirlpool side, but he has multiple members of FaZe going to start to push through. 3 members here. Boo Doo quickly recognizing that, getting the information, not only going to try to stay alive, but feeds it towards his teammates. They have to stop FaZe from coming in. They can't let them get comfortable on the map.
Oh, that was a good play by Boo Boo. He did go down right there, right? But he used the repulsor, knowing the rotation was coming from A. He repulsed the ball to long haul, and they get a great rotation.
2 members of G1 wanted to capitalize on that rotation, capitalize on that ball movement here. 2 down go FaZe. That's the opportunity to go after that ball. Squale not in position just yet, but if he can find this kill, he can easily grab hold of it. It looks like Falcated goes down. G1 grab hold of the ball. It's a 2v2 scenario. Boo Doo is getting ready to play it in case the pressure comes in.
Spartan wanted to push into tower there, but he knew the spawns were coming out onto A, so he waited for his teammate. He waited for the spawns to come out, and then he took a flank position. Great job by Sparty. They're going to be 3 dead on G1, and now Falcated has the camo.
Sparty makes the plays to open up for Falcated to grab a hold of that camouflage. Just 27 seconds left in regulation. This is looking more like a Slayer battle than an oddball battle. A double kill out of Falcated. Camouflage in hands. He has the help from King Nick from across the map. He has a bit of a 1v1 between Switch. Switch can't win it. Falcated quickly putting him down. Just 12 seconds left in the game.
But they've got G1 on a staggered spawn right now. Once again, you see 2 dead, 2 are pushing up. So now FaZe gonna collapse on this. They get a killing spree. That's Falcated. Pop it off right now. 16-12 in this game thus far. And he's not stopping. And guess what? That turns into a round 1 win for FaZe.
FaZe normally known for their speed of play, normally known for getting aggressive and getting to the face of their opponents. When they start playing calculated, they might just be one of the most dangerous teams we have in the league.
They took advantage. Calculation is the key. They took advantage of the moment that G1 were staggered, and they had to go for that ball due to the time clock running out. Beautiful job to take advantage of your times where you're at the top, right? You've got the momentum, you've got the positioning, and they do just that.
FaZe opened up well. Able to find the kills onto G1, end up going 3 down immediately, and of course FaZe is objective efficient as can be. They already have that ball rotating over the gate from the gold side into the A side. How do you like this A side setup out of FaZe?
I love A side setup. There's so many places to stay alive there. On the elevator, you can drop down, you can hide behind the pillars. There's no shot. If you play your life well, you can go down.
FaZe doing a great job of staying alive. G1, they need that 1 kill. They need that opening break. They're not finding it just yet. Swale ends up going down. Renegade finally hits the black screen. I believe I saw a shock rifle kill. Did G1 have the shock?
Shock rifles is important, and whoever's hands it's in. But Bubu utilizing that disruptor we talked about.
Bubu wants to put a shock to their system. Doesn't quite get the kill. Earns himself the assist, and G1 earns himself some valuable ball time here. FaZe taking their time. Don't have the numbers just yet. Renegade's right off the spawn. Renegade off the spawn. Immediately getting shot at, but a double push out of FaZe into the gold side. Bubu deals with one. The nades trying to deal with the second. Gonna trade out his life there. But G1 goes 3 down. That ball should be played.
That was a great job by G1, though, to push once again on that glass area, take the power position players off so you can potentially get control of the ball on your next set of spawns.
Camouflage coming up. Devonator no longer in position for it. Half of the members of G1 on the black screen. The other half are trying to figure out how to get out of the light. The lines of sight of FaZe. Sparty going in for that individual gunfight onto the long haul side. The man simply doesn't miss. Squale goes down. Doesn't look both ways for crossing the street. Sparty goes down. G1 gain control.
You gotta look both ways, Tony. Close to get run over, just like FaZe Clan did. 3 down for them. And that's a rotation out of G1 over towards that A setup we talked about. So very important. The pipes is one setup, but A, so very strong. But they have to rotate it back towards C because pressure's coming from A.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Active. This is the most boring game of Oddball I've ever seen. It's going so slow right now. This is mostly Slayer. I don't know what's going on right now. It's too methodical for me. I want to see these teams fly. I want to see somebody McFly on the map.
No one wants to make a mistake. That's the whole point here, right? It's a very important matchup. Both teams know that. No one wants to make a mistake, but with FaZe Clan having that cushion of 1 round, they can really put the pressure on G1 in this moment. Oh my word.
Back-to-back shock rifle kills out of Spartan, ends up getting himself the double kill, rotates the ball towards his teammate FaZe. Find the opening that they were looking for, and they're not done yet. There's 2 members of G1 that are trying to aggress onto the long haul side, but Sparty is holding them out.
Sparty didn't like his individual play yesterday, but guess what? It looks like he's caught on today. 19 and 10 with 11 assists. Having a great individual performance, and if you have that and couple that with teamwork, you've got victory.
Finally, Spartan ends up going down. Just a 1-point game once again, but G1 have the ball. We see Swish putting that valuable time in. We see FaZe trying to create that opening onto the gold side. Bubu was able to spot them, but just to see them isn't enough. You have to slay, and that's exactly what Devonator does. Nobody gets through gold unless it's through Dev.
Dev, you talk about him. One of the most underrated players on this team, in my opinion. So many people talk about Bubu. So many people talk about Switch, but no one's talking about for Devonator. He's looking to make a statement here.
Devonator line up the shock rifle. Renegade, you better be careful. 2 missed shots. Renegade gonna make him pay. No shock rifle for Renegade to capitalize off of, but only he's gonna get is a team grenade right there. Where did that one come from? Renegade goes down, and G1 just gonna pick up the pieces.
Yeah, G1 do a really good job of pinching on a Renegade. He was looking for the shot, couldn't find it. He knows how much of an impact that weapon can make. But it being down means, guess what? It's back up. And someone's got to pick it up. It's very important to take control of the shock. 3 down for FaZe, and potentially G1 can get positioning.
It's all about that numbers advantage. There's no way you can hold on to these setups unless you have numbers on your opponents. You have to play the 4v3s, the 3v1s. That's exactly what G1 are doing. As I say that, 3 out of 4 members hit the black screen. FaZe starting to gain control in this party, not overextending, grabs ball, waits for his teammate.
Yeah, they know they have information on the spot on Swish's position, right? He's isolated. They're going to take him out, and look, now it's a 3v4 situation, and FaZe have the numbers advantage, and they also have a setup with this ball on C-Plat.
2 minutes left in regulation. We still see a small lead in favor of G1, but of course it's falcated of FaZe that have that ball in the hands, and holding on to the C-side setup is going to be critical here. Spartan going right after his former roommate, Swish. You can't handle a perfect kill with the commando. He's lights out with the precision. As Sparty now lining up the next one. Ball forced to reset, but FaZe bring us within 4.
There is no question about Sparty's performance today. The man is popping off. 24 and 14, a positive 10. And the teamwork phenomenal as well out of this FaZe roster. If Sparty can continue to play the way he's playing at the beginning of this round number 1, we've got a series on our hands here.
Sparty keeps playing like this. He's gonna earn himself MVP. That's a killing spree. Beautiful shot out of Sparty. Only 1 round away is FaZe Clan from taking this game number 1. Another perfect to the head. FaZe obviously capitalizing, moving that ball quick onto the C-side. Spartan simply staying alive and lining up yet another one.
FaZe need this right now. They can close it out and win game number 1, and we've talked about the momentum that sets up Sparty with a beautiful shot. Gonna get that double. Oh board. Swish takes the ground as well. 3 down for G1, and FaZe look to close out game number 1.
This ain't Sparty McFly, this is Spartan the dog. He's not done yet. G1, be careful. When he's playing like this, FaZe are unstoppable. 99 seconds, 100 on the board. FaZe take game 1.
An incredible showing by FaZe, especially at the end. We talk about what happens when you take that light switch and you flick it on. Guess who did that? Sparty, the dog. His bark was loud in that game 1, but can he continue through the rest of the series?
FaZe looking good. They literally took Optic to a game 5 not that long ago, and you show G1 that not only can you beat them when it comes to the speed, but also they methodically do. That game number 1 was impressive. Forget the scoreline getting to 100, just the ability to play the shot clock, just the ability to keep your opponents away from that ball and make it as hard as possible, spawn after spawn. G1 were trying to aggress. G1 were trying to get to that ball. Sadly, FaZe had their number.
I want to go back to something you said a couple seconds ago, and that is that FaZe Clan took Optic to a game 5. They ended up losing that game 5, but guess who wasn't playing well yesterday? Sparty the dog. He was having a bad individual performance. I talked about it earlier. He put it on Twitter. I'm not happy with my individual performance, but as you can see in that stat line, his performance is going really well so far, but we're going to Slayer Streets next.
And Slayer Streets just another map that I feel like really works in favor of FaZe. I'm not saying that G1 don't have a chance in this game number 2, but FaZe are so good at punishing you. If they can punish you off a spawn on recharge, if they can identify where you're coming from and be able to feed that information to each other, be able to overwhelm you, what makes you think they can't do it on Streets?
It makes a lot of sense. It's going to come to that power weapon control, right? You've got to make sure those rockets are it's not only getting rockets when they come up, it's about setting up around the timer. 20 seconds before, 15 seconds before. You've got to set up, then you get the slays, and then the rockets are free. That's how you get rockets. You don't get them scrappy. You get them with a setup and with positioning.
If there's one thing I know about G1, my man and owner Kenny Vaccaro, he's in the theater room. He's over there with Swish breaking down the film of not only his team, but his opponents. If there's any chance of them to win this, I hope they broke down FaZe gameplay. I hope they know exactly what FaZe are looking to accomplish, and they have a counter plan for it.
And that's what I love, right? The passion out of that org. It's called Gamers First, but they really do put their gamers first. Swish getting LASIK. I mean, that's a huge life-changing thing, right? They've got to bring that passion into this game number 2. Can they do it? They go 2 down right away.
Gamers First, not just their name, but also their motto, what they live by. Swish on screen, able to get a hold of that Bulldog. Sparty, though, has the Rockets, and I'm not good at math, but I think when Rockets versus Bulldog, Rockets win.
I would agree, but that Bulldog has so much more ammo in it. And that's the factor, right? You can really hold the positioning with that Bulldog. You can utilize it. Renegade. Can he make something happen here? The top Slayer on the squad.
Stalker rifle in hands, immediately puts it to work. Able to take down Squall, lines up the sights onto Devonator, forcing him to back down, and now FaZe once again having that numbers advantage and already putting the pressure in. You have a player grinding forward over toward the P side. King Nick finds the kill onto Boo Boo Doo, the man he replaced, by the way. So far, FaZe looking good in this slate.
Right now, the map is split in half, so it comes down to this next push, right? And what they're looking for here, if you're new to Halo, they're looking for that initial break, that initial kill. Once they have that, the pressure can move forward, and they can switch sides of the map. This is dynamic spawns here. There's no static spawns on this map in Halo Infinite.
G1 starting to push up over the purple street, trying to break the subway side stuff that FaZe had. The problem is that you can't do it. It's the wall of defense that FaZe are able to build up, and G1 are having a tough time breaking it. And just like that, what started as a close game, now it's a 13-9 lead in favor of FaZe. And if G1 don't be careful, it might just be much more.
If G1 are not careful, Sparty's gonna go on a tear right now. He's got the Bulldog. 6-3 to start this game. And they've got a 6-kill lead as well. Make that 7.
Once again, G1 find himself 4 down. Rocket launcher about to come up. The pings are coming in. Renegade, you're already on it. It's all yours. Renegade able to steal away those rockets. A 7-kill lead has emerged out of nowhere. G1 having the toughest time right now. They're barely present on the map.
And we talked about how important that very first initial kill is. What Rockets provides is that kill instantly. You're able to push off that. And now that FaZe have it, this is going to be trouble for G1.
Renegade fires off the Rockets, puts himself one shot, but is able to get out of the line of sight here. So great job for Renegade to stay alive. I would say G1 had to capitalize on it. Of course, Boo Boo Doo comes in with the double kill. That's going to be a perfect. I believe Renegade's still alive with one more rocket, so once again we have a rocket versus Bulldog situation. Nade starts to fly, Boo Boo Doo gets the intel, high IQ to back down, and to call for reinforcements.
We've got an 8-kill game here, right? But you got to pay attention to G1's kills on the left side. Predevinator just got his second kill just now, and Swish only has one. If these two are to step up their game, we've got a much different scoreline on our hands. Can they do it when it matters the most is the question.
What I'm impressed with the fact that Renegade has 6 kills, 5 assists. He's only died one time. At one point, Renegade was in the middle of the map with rockets. He did so much damage to himself that I thought he was gonna go down, but so far, his second death coming in, Squale gets himself a double.
Here's another example of G1 taking advantage of those isolated players. They get one of the kills. Predevinator trying to get the second, but he finally does there and defalcated. And again, it comes down to isolating the players off of a spawn so they don't have their teammates help and taking advantage of numbers.
And it's a great job with G1 isolating those kills, making sure they finish them. This game was starting to slowly get out of hand, and now you're only down by 4. One squad wipe away from being able to steal the lead. Boo Boo Doo now gonna break through, almost able to get the double kill. Luckily, his teammate has his back. Half of FaZe ended up going down. G1 started to gain momentum. The strength is starting to shift over in favor of Gamers First.
And players are starting to play better, right? Boo Boo's starting to pop off. He started with that Bulldog in hand and started to use that momentum. And now he's 11-6 in this game, and it's a tie game. It was. Now it's 31-29 in favor of G1. They've taken their first lead.
22 kills and 10 assists between Boo Boo Doo and Squale. The back players of this team absolutely shredding the defense of FaZe as FaZe find himself 3 down the same way that FaZe were looking dominant in the early game. Now we're seeing G1 start to turn the table.
G1 are starting to capitalize on those 1v1s, and they're winning the 1v1 pivots, which has been critical in this game number 2. They've got to continually do that if they want to take this and tie the series 1-1.
Falcon on screen. Easy shots onto Squale. Squale still looking for where he was. Even on the black screen, Falcon finds the flank, is able to capitalize on it now. Forced to back down, play his life. He has Sparty all the way to the opposite side. If they can coordinate a push, they can pinch on G1.
That push coordinated is so deadly, right? You know the positioning of players, you can really utilize that. Unfortunately, 2 go down for FaZe, but Renegade has this Stalker in hand. He can really do some damage with this thing.
Renegade pushing up with the Stalker, finds the shots onto Swish. That's gonna be a double kill, making a triple kill. The ultimate slayer, Renegade. Absolutely shredding Gamers First, and now we're looking at a 40-37 lead in favor of G1. Can FaZe once again regain control?
Those are the swing players that can turn the tide of a game, and that's Renegade right there. That's why he's one of the top slayers in Halo Infinite. 10-8 thus far. But now G1 have extended the lead once again with an incredible push, and now they've got another pinch on 2 isolated players of FaZe. They're picking apart this FaZe roster.
G1 consistently have all 4 players up on the map. FaZe Clan, as soon as they spawn up, they have reticles and shots raining down on them. The numbers advantage have been going in favor of G1. You're only 6 kills away from taking this game and tying up the series.
6 kills is all they needed. Rockets is a point of contention as well. Squale's in a very beautiful spot right here. He's got full defense on these Rockets, but he's playing his shields. What a great play. He gets one down to no shields. They control Rockets, and now they've got a Stalker as well. 4 more kills, and G1 will tie this series.
FaZe are fighting off the back foot. Squale trying to get the entry damage with the Rockets, not able to get either kill. Multiple are one shot, but it's not going to be enough. FaZe now find the opportunity to break out of spawn. Swish trying to cut off that angle, able to take down King Nick. Just 2 more kills. G1, they see the finish line.
Yeah, Predevinator was, really trying to stay alive there. And he used some communication to take care of the player on B stairs. They ended up getting that kill, but 2 kills is all that separates G1 and a momentum swing for their team as well. 1 more and they'll do it.
Boo Boo Doo on screen. It's not going to be him the one that gets the win, but it doesn't matter because G1 are able to steal it away. We're tied up in the series going into a swing game 3.
G1 have really brought their A game here today. That first game, they're warming up just a bit, right? Getting the wheels turning, and now when it matters the most, they tie it up. And now we're at an even break. It's up to whoever plays better. Sparty had a really good game in that game number 1, but like you said, G1, well-rounded. All of them played exactly how they should.
Great Slayer by G1. I'm not gonna lie, I thought FaZe had the advantage at least going into streets, but G1 were able to ice it up. Now you have to do it in objective. Getting 50 kills is a little bit easier than getting those same around the slays and also controlling an objective. And as of right now, we know FaZe are up 1-0 and the OBJ will be up 2-1 in the series.
We always say that in a Slayer, less chemistry with a team that has less chemistry, you can really take control of those Slayer games. When it comes to objective, chemistry is king. With this FaZe roster, with the addition of Nick, making the duo of Spartan and Nick once again, they're reuniting. Their chemistry looks on fire. They look great.
You know, you mentioned King Nick being the X Factor, but in that game, let's be honest, 9-16, that ain't gonna do it. That's not what you want to see out of your game set. That's not what you want to see out of your newest addition. King Nick, I have my eyes on you. Going into this King of the Hill live fire, I want to see much better play around him, whether it's in the objective or whether it's in the slays. I don't care. I just want to make sure that he's present on the map, that he's one of the reasons why FaZe win game 3.
My eyes are going to be on Boo Boo Dubu. He started to catch fire in that game number 2. He had the Bulldog in hand. Once he got the control of that power-up and he was able to utilize it to create momentum for his roster, and then you started to see the score separate. Boo Boo the veteran, if he can catch fire, we'll see a great game 3. And I mean, it goes either way at this point, Tony. Like, these teams are very close, and I didn't expect it, to be honest. I love G1 as a roster. I love FaZe as a roster, but seeing FaZe take Optic to game 5, I thought FaZe might have been a step ahead. G1's proving on Saturday that no one's a step ahead right now. This is it. This is it for them.
It sounds like you're doubting Kenny Vaccaro.
I'm not.
Are you doubting Kenny?
I just told you they're a step ahead. What do you mean?
You said this wasn't gonna be close.
Well, based off that FaZe Optic game, yeah, but they've proven, like I just said, that they're a step ahead.
I'm making sure.
Kenny Vaccaro's great. He takes care of his players. I like that guy a lot.
G1 going up against FaZe here in the winners quarterfinals. The winner of this will be one series away from making it to the winners finals and guaranteed top 3 in the tournament. So many implications here on the line. It's championship bracket time. G1 against FaZe.
What an incredible day of games it's been. Tied 1-1 in the series. This is the deciding game to give them that edge, right? To give them that second game win, which really gives you that confidence. The story is who's gonna come out on top, who's gonna play hot. And right now, Renegade's got the weapon to do so in his hands.
If I was G1, I would think rule number 1, don't let Renegade get the sniper. They already broke rule number 1. I don't know how you're gonna come out with the win on this one, because as of right now, Renegade's lining you up. That's gonna be a body shot real quick. Needs gonna quickly follow. Looks away like Steph Curry, lines up yet another one. Renegade is feeling confident.
He's feeling confident, but the biggest thing is he stays alive. Look at the new angle he takes as well. Keeping this sniper in his hands, getting that initial kill is gonna put pressure on the G1, which is gonna relieve FaZe and potentially give them some more hill time.
Finally, Renegade ends up going down. But while all this happens, Nick is doing a great job of holding down this hill. Overshield is gone though, and the nades are starting to rain in. G1 find himself 3 down. FaZe still, you can't get him out. Halfway done with the hill. Be careful, gamers first. You don't want to go down this first one.
Well, you say that, but they're 3 down right off the bat. So now the spawns, they're going to be on Boo Boo Dubu and A. He decides to rotate through bottom though, which is interesting, right? Because now he's got a little bit of a flank play. If his team spawns at A, he's going to be flanking through bottom. They've potentially given up that first hill, but their eyes are set on this new hill and this new OS.
G1 forced to punt hill number 1. FaZe already able to take down 1 and already get the rotation early. You got Renegade holding down the top tower. Isn't that what G1 want?
That's what G1 want. You gotta hold that top tower on that C-plat hill. Because guess what? That gives you control for this overshield. Top tower is vital at this point in the game.
Boo Boo Dubu able to find the slaves necessary to steal away overshield, but it's not going to be enough. He has to put it to work immediately. Able to find the first kill. Reversal is in. So is the assault rifle in the hands of Boo Boo Doobu, one of the deadly weapons in this game. 2 members of FaZe now going to try to push onto the overshield side, try to work a little bit of a 1-2 combo. Nick lines up the shots, forces G1 to slow down, but G1 is still holding control. They're still holding real estate on the tower side of the map.
To be honest, I didn't like that play out of Boo Boo. He had OS, he went for a melee trade, it left him with little to nothing, and then it just kind of dwindled while he took some hill time. And if you look at the hill time, they didn't get too much out of that. But regardless, they're able to take the lead and potentially tie the game up in hills. They're halfway through this one.
G1 able to put FaZe Clan 4 down. Now you know that Renegade is pushing up over towards the next side, but do you know King Nick is there? Bait and switch too quick, but Nick ends up going down. G1 not only preparing for finishing out this hill, but also even maybe ready for the rotation coming up. 3 members of FaZe Clan go down. Boo Boo Doobu has the heat wave and the sniper rifle combination. We might be tied up after 2.
There's someone behind him, though. He doesn't know it's Sparty. He's going to get a beatdown on him. This is actually huge. They end up getting the kill. That's some great teamwork right there. That could have been bad on the side of Boo Boo Doobu, but some great awareness and teamwork once again prevails.
2 down for G1. Devonator luckily has that plasma pistol and the tower side control on lock, going in quick for the flank. We have 2 members on the tower side for G1, but they have no idea where that player went. King Nick somehow ends up getting the kill onto Boo Boo Doobu. Devonator having to give up his height advantage to drop down and steal the sniper rifle. While all this happens, G1 are just a sliver away from taking the hill when they find themselves taking control.
Yeah, G1 played some phenomenal defense on this hill right here, and Devonator's still in a position to potentially clean it out and finish it off. But he's got to take care of 2 players first. There's one, he gets a shot onto another as well. King Nick has the overshield though, and he stops him from capping the hill.
King Nick breaking through with that OS. Don't give this hill up just yet. If FaZe can get themselves an early setup, if they can lock G1 out, maybe they can steal it away, but near perfect Halo is what's needed. That's not what you're gonna get. G1 tie up the game.
1-1 the scoreline thus far, and G1 now in a position to potentially break the setup on this new hill. But it's going to be up to a multi-push, and right now Boo Boo's all alone. This is what I mean. You're pushing by yourself, you get staggered off spawn, and now you're going to be a late spawner. That's going to give FaZe a little bit of hill time.
Falcon, the most underrated player that we have in our game. We talk about it time and time again, not only him leading in the slaves department, but also in the assist and even the objective. He is so valuable for this FaZe roster, as obviously Falcon ends up going down. That will be a huge kill out of G1 Sparty, now having to fill in the gap that was left. FaZe doing a great job of holding down the A side control. G1, they can't find that break.
You talked about King Nick's performance in the last game. He's 12-8 starting this one. He's the momentum player, says Sparty. He's the one that can swing the momentum of a game. Let's see if he can do that here. FaZe are about to finish their 2nd hill, and this could put them in the lead and give them momentum as well.
Multiple members of G1 trying to find the angle onto the garage side. FaZe are going to slow things down. They're going to wait for them to get the opportunity to get a clean round of slays. And as that happens, Boo Boo Doobu and Squale go down, but the same for Falcon and Spartan. The 3rd one falls. Only 1 player left to contest the hill. Excuse me, none. King Nick, he wins those.
Beautiful job by Nick again. Wins a clutch battle now, and this pretty much secures this hill. And they're going to have spawns and positioning for that overshield as well. This is a huge swing in momentum in this game number 2, sorry.
Both overshield and sniper rifle coming up at the exact same time. We do see FaZe already in position to get the OS. We see G1 also 3 down. Who's grabbing hold of the sniper rifle? It's King Nick that's already going to be fighting for it. Falcon already in the hill. G1, they're playing well, but they're falling at the wrong time.
Exactly, and they're playing staggered. That's the big thing, right? You're pushing in by yourself. Look at FaZe, they're always in a position to trade out kills, always there to help each other out. And that's what you need. You can't be staggered on pushes because you will get punished.
2 down for FaZe, same for G1. Sniper player King Nick wasn't aware that Boo Boo Doobu was ratting out in that corner, so that's gonna be a big play. But Boo Boo, you steal the sniper rifle out of their hands. You already have the heat wave. Of course, you're gonna put it to work. Boo Boo Doobu bringing the pain.
That was a big kill by Boo Boo. Renegade decided to drop down and contest, which is really risky with a heat wave player on Keydor, but he does it anyway. Unfortunately enough for FaZe, they get that trade.
And Boo Boo Doobu trying to get away, but you can't run away. They're right in front of you. And so is Falcated. That's gonna be a double kill. I told you, watch out for Falcated. The man goes off.
He's one of the most underrated players in the game, where he's being showcased right now. 20 kills and only 13 deaths. And now he's got the sniper, and they've got knowledge on the spawns as well.
Falcated gonna slow things down. Boo boo doo boo. Making sure that they keep a hold of that tower side as they punt that hill. It's going into the mid. Seaside control gonna be so important, and of course it's FaZe that are one hill away from not only taking the game, but also taking the lead in the series.
And the lead in the series, like we talked about before, could be a big boost of confidence for FaZe. But if G1 were to win this, I believe they would be the underdogs coming into this match. It would be massive for them. One more hill, like you said, is all we need, but all Boo Boo needs is that assault rifle. Gets a beautiful kill there with OS coming up in 3.
Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to get the revenge on the team that dropped him. You know he's upset. You know he wants this win. It's gonna take 2 at least to tie it up right now. Minute and 43 seconds. G1, you find yourself 3 down. That is not what you need.
It's up to Predevator right now. That OS is down. FaZe is fighting for it. This OS is huge. FaZe knows it, and they win the pivs, but guess who gets the spawns on A? It's G1.
G1 still having a bit of advantage here on this hill. So far, they're looking good. FaZe have no progression whatsoever, but what they do have is a tower side control. But G1, they have a Squall A, and he has an OS.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he went to a close quarter combat stage and still didn't lose any of his OS. He finally loses it right now, but he's able to get a lot of value out of it as 2 are down for FaZe, and potentially the third as 1 is no shields. But right there, that's just huge. Got to get that value out of that overshield. Be able to utilize it to take positioning on the map. Halfway through this hill is G1. They've got to capitalize here because FaZe Clan are at game point.
This middle hill is so tough to grab, and you're seeing both of these teams having to fight for both sides of the map almost at the same time just to get that advantage. G1 find the slay that they're looking for, but it's that final player of FaZe that's being a nuisance, and it's Sparty almost able to get that sniper rifle to work. Devastator will have a chance.
We're not talking enough about Falcated, Tony. 24 kills and 15 deaths. I know Predevator has the sniper, but Falcated is really stepping up in the game where he needs to at this point. We've got to continue to see that fire, though. If that fire starts to go out, this FaZe Clan roster could fall in this game number 3, and that's not what you want to see.
Falcated obviously the real deal, but so is Devastator, and so is G1. G1 so far really dominating this middle hill. You're talking about just a few seconds away from being able to take it. But at this point, I wonder if FaZe are playing the shot clock. 42 seconds left in regulation. Do FaZe even want time in this mid hill?
It's too difficult to get in this hill and stay alive with all the nades that come through. So yeah, FaZe Clan is playing that Slayer role right now. They're just playing the time clock. Like you said, 30 seconds remaining. All they gotta do is slay out, and because they don't have any information on where FaZe is, they can just use positioning and get the kills.
FaZe able to get a hold of that overshield. They're going to use that to clear out the mid, and all 4 members of G1 go down. 8 seconds off of respawn. That's the longest 8 seconds possible for them to spawn over toward the B side, try to find the angle, and of course the Sparty is already blocking it. Denial grenades are falling. Sparty has the heat wave. Nobody in position left, but time is dwindling.
Here's the problem, right? You got 8 seconds left on the clock, but G1 need 2 hills. There is no way they get 2 hills in 8 seconds. This is beautiful from FaZe, beautifully calculated. They keep them out of the hill for so very long. They're able to get a hill here, but how can they get this next hill in 5 seconds?
I don't think they do. At this point, you have to spend every last second of this game in the hill when time is already dwindling. They're not able to push in, and all FaZe do is use it as bait, and because of that, FaZe take control.
That's such an interesting way to play King of the Hill, right? If you have that advantage early, we talked about it many, many times, Tony. You have that advantage early on hills, you can utilize that to get the slays necessary to just end up playing time. And that's exactly what they did there. When you have 4 members on a map that you have no idea where they are, how are you supposed to take them down? They can take all the angles they want, and that's it, you're shocked.
At this stage in the game, everybody has an advanced understanding on how to play King of the Hill.
Right.
Whether it's ranked matchmaking or whether it's at the pro level. So FaZe, all they do is just simply play the time. At that point, they said, G1, you're doing a great job holding on to this mid-hill, but you're also dying a bunch of times, and
right.
We don't need it.
Right.
All we need to do is simply play keep away. And let me tell you, at kindergarten, I was the best at keep away. I'd be good at King of the Hill.
Yeah, I was horrible at keep away.
Yeah.
I was chubby. I had a big head that kept tilting me over, and yeah, I was terrible at that game. But hey, if you were good, cool. You know who's good? FaZe Clan coming into this match. I mean, We had thought this would have been a little closer, and of course G1, like you said, put that last hill in, but it's just incredible to me how King of the Hill has evolved as it's been released, since it's been released. The meta has just changed. The meta's changed with Halo Infinite as well. It's just great to see things kind of evolve in that way.
I will say, we did see a bit of evolution, a crazy one. We saw E United win King of the Hill 1-0.
Yeah.
1-0. They won against Kratos' team. It was actually pretty impressive to watch, and this one didn't quite go that distance, but 3-2 win. Going in favor of FaZe, going into game number 4, it's going to be capture the flag on Catalyst, potentially the final game. One thing I will say about Gamers First, they are phenomenal Catalyst team.
That is a great point. Yeah, the Catalyst is one of their best maps. Just based off of statistics, G1 loved Catalyst. You know who loves Catalyst the most? It's Boo Boo Doo. Eli the Ninja says Boo Boo Doo is the best skewer player in the game. And those are some big words. Let's see if he can capitalize.
I think Spartan and Renegade has something to say about that.
I think you're right.
I'm just saying. One thing I noticed about Boo Boo Doo though is not only his mastery of the skewer, it's also combining it with the grapple. Because he's able to do such a good job of firing off one, peeling you, taking to the skies, or going under the map just to stay alive. It's the combination of the equipment along with the power weapon that really makes Boo Boo Doo such a nuisance. And G1, they're going to need Boo Boo Doo. They have to win this game in order to send us into a game 5. FaZe, one more game away from taking this series and advancing forward to one round away from making it to the top 3. We know what's on the line. It's the winner's bracket, quarters finals.
This is going to be a tough one for FaZe. Tony, you said it best. G1 are incredible on Catalyst. One of the best teams, in my opinion, in the league on Catalyst. So we'll see if they can showcase that here, but it's all going to come down to those team plays. And again, the coordination, right? If you decide to grapple outside the map, you've got to make sure that if you're getting behind in their base, you're with your squad. You've got that small talk, that communication. Very important.
Both of these teams have agreed not to use the sword so far in this matchup here. So the question I have for you is how important, how valuable does the skewer side of the map become with its cover and all the resources?
You set it up nicely. It's very, very valuable. That skewer is essential now in this game type. And as you see, Boo Boo utilizes that grapple, gets in there scot-free. We've got our first flag already.
You know, normally when we're commentating, we like to start off a little bit slow. But you know what, G1, they want to start off hot. They really put FaZe 4 down. Boo Boo Doo right in towards that flag, grapples in. We said that G1 are one of the deadliest Catalyst teams that we have in the league. Now you're seeing why.
I've got to talk about this real quick. Boo Boo just made a crazy play at the very beginning of that game. He was able to get on the side of FaZe while they were sitting in that mid-tower area and able to put so many shots that caused G1 to get those slays.
G1 find himself 3 down. FaZe now having the opportunity to capitalize off this counter pull. Falcon is not even going to bother with Squale. He's out of position. And Falcon already moving that flag past the 50% portion of the map. King Nick ends up going down, but Falcon already has this flag near home. G1 made it start off well, but FaZe might be able to capitalize.
They're going to need a couple slays, though, here. And a great job by Renegade once again to stay alive in this situation. He knows how important it is, and he gets behind Boo Boo. That's a huge kill right there. 3 down for G1 once again. That flag's still on the plot, but Renegade trusts it's going to be put in.
Love that play by Renegade. His job is to continue to apply pressure. He trusts his teammates to cap that flag, able to get a trade before going down, and now we switch gears to Spartan, who's getting in position of controlling the overshield.
This overshield is in such a precarious spot, right in the middle of the map. You can't really just go down there without any slays. You gotta play it smart. You gotta go for a pick first. 3 picks on the side of FaZe Clan. 3 are down. G1 need to capitalize. That OS is coming up soon.
Renegade and Sparty trying to get in position, but Boo Boo Doo immediately taken to the skies with a repulse. King Nick somehow anticipating it well. G1 find 3 down. Devastator, the final player alive in FaZe, commit highway robbery, stealing the overshield from G1.
For Devastator, though, gets a big stick on a Falcon, which completely nullifies that overshield, and those are the plays that matter as the game progresses. It's tied 1-1 right now. That OS could have been a difference maker, but instead it's not because of pre-Devastator stick.
Devastator making plays, but looks like King Nick wants to match and finds himself a double kill. Clean with that. Now gonna move in for the triple, earns himself the assist. G1, they find themselves 4 down, but the spawners are coming quick timing isn't exactly where FaZe wanted to be, so another round of slays is what they're looking for, another round of slays is what they'll get.
But a beautiful job by Nick, right? He knew there was a spawner there. He played kind of slow, waited for the timing, then got the pick. Unfortunately, they're not really able to build off of that pick because all 3 members of G1 are in position. But regardless, it was a good play.
Game still tied up at 1 apiece as we switch gears over towards Swale. He's gonna steer down the barrel of 3 different players, tries to get out of dodge, but FaZe are hunting him down. It looks like BuBuDuBu get to hold that grapple. Want to see how creative he's gonna get with it. We talked about him being great with the skewer, but he has no time to go for it. He has to get into the base of FaZe, and Sparty's ready.
This is the spot that really is deadly for so many of these teams. Sparty utilizing that nook and cranny in the side of flag. And because of that, even though G1 could have potentially brought this flag through the halfway point, they're not able to due to Sparty's play.
We've seen a couple of strategies from G1 that'll work on some lesser experienced teams, but ain't working against FaZe. Sparty anticipated that BuBuDuBu playing lights out, playing so quickly with that grapple, countering it well, and now Nick is gonna capitalize off of the plays that are being made by FaZe. Finally, King Nick ends up going down. Swish tries to go for the return. G1 gain control.
Yeah, unfortunately, those FaZe play a little bit too scrappy on that flag. You see 2 players that were weak going for that pull. Because of that, a counter cap is coming out, and at a perfect scenario because BuBu's got the OS.
Well, when the tricks don't work, you just get down to the fundamentals. Slay, pull flag, counters coming in from G1. Grab a hold of that overshield, and that's how you go 2-1 against the likes of FaZe.
And that's why those really, really high-level teams like Sentinels and Optic have discipline in those scenarios to not go for that flag touch. Because it's reasons like that where if you overcommit, that counter cap is happening. And once again, we see the mastermind utilizing this camo to make himself a difficult target.
BuBuDuBu making plays with the grapple, continuously finding the blind side of the opposition. Eventually, BuBuDuBu does end up going down. Sparty now going to try to advance this flag forward. He has his duo and King Nick to open up an avenue. Nade starting to go in. One shot to Sparty. Has to slow things down. He knows G1 are right on his tail.
But G1 were on his tail, but the nades come out. He's able to utilize those and the repulsor to stay alive. And look at the discipline. He goes back for the kills, goes back to get his shields back, and the flag is put in. That prevents a counter cap. Great play by Sparty.
G1 are doing everything right to try to widen the gap, trying to gain any kind of control, but every time they make a play, FaZe counter. FaZe, there's a reason why they're one of the favorites to take this tournament.
There's 3 down for G1 once again. What this means is no, not a flag cap, but positioning on the side of FaZe. It's up to G1 to get the trades. And they do just that. But Nick, starting off this game, already 12 and 11, having a solid game, but making the plays that are necessary to win. And Renegade really starting to pop off 17 and 10.
I'm seeing how confident all of these players are starting to shoot. Their shots are so tight. They're going in for these early challenges.
It's Saturday, baby.
They love playing on land. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
They've been playing online for too long. Right now, it feels like Rock Lee when he took off the ankle weights. He's ready to fight.
This game is completely different on land, and we all know it. Plays differently. It's got to be something you take time to learn and adapt to. And it looks like FaZe have adapted greatly. 2 down on the side of G1. The Swish 5 is playing a very important angle here. That was a huge kill by Nick.
Nick able to take him down to add his 14th kill. Renegade having 17 as well. Sparty follows it up, and once again, G1 find themselves 4 down. Nick is pretty much in position to pull this flag. One does spawn for G1, so they should see an overextender. Nick taking the shot in the back, and that's a big kill by Swish.
That was not only a big kill, that was a perfect by Swish, and look what it does to this pull. It nullifies it! 3 down for FaZe, and G1 are getting hyped. They're trying to make something happen.
Tied up at 2 apiece. BuBuDuBu now advancing the flag forward. Can't go too far. Back-to-back kills out of Sparty and King Nick. FaZe doing a great job of alleviating the pressure that G1 are consistently trying to apply to them.
Game is starting to slow. 2-2 is the tie, but G1, this is a must-win game for them. This is series point for FaZe. And it's this man on your screen that's gonna make things difficult. It's the top slayer on the squad. It's Renegade.
Renegade forced to back down. He senses the double push out of G1, comes right back in, able to take down one, and of course, like the ultimate hunter, once he's weak, he backs down, plays his life. FaZe gain control of those numbers once again, but they still at least 1 or 2 players that are advancing forward for G1. FaZe need to do a better job of clearing out G1 before they get aggressive.
They're looking for that initial pick. Once they get that, they move in. I gotta take a look real quick, Tony, at the middle column on the G1 roster. Look at Swish's assists. I know you like to see that number. 12 assists on the board, 13 and 15, having an incredible game.
Big kill by Bubudubu. That's a last stand onto Renegade, not allowing anybody to get in. The day starts to go. A little bit of peekaboo action, at least King Nick is trying to advance forward onto the fight side. Spartan already in the base. Bubudubu does have help. There's a spawning player in Swish into the back base, so G1 are all in the base. FaZe, they're trying to get a pull, but G1, they created a wall.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, G1 are on their back foot, right? They're playing out of their base. They're just looking for that opening, but the pressure of FaZe has been tremendous. And all the while that pressure is coming, guess who's pulling a flag?
Flag going in. 2 members of G1, though. They're in position, and Renegade wasn't ready for it. Devastator gets awarded a kill for that one. FaZe, once again, losing their numbers. I will say one thing. FaZe are getting these pulls. They're always in the base of G1. They're setting the pace in this game. G1 are always on the defensive.
They are. And it comes down to the aggression out of FaZe Clan. This skewer can make an impact. He misses barely. But a beautiful kill there. That's going to set the pace. Now they can go on and collapse. They've got one dead.
3 minutes left of regulation. A second miss coming in from Sparty. The man don't miss 3 times in a row. This next one's going to connect.
The opening is all that matters at this point. G1 in the back of their base get those spawns, but again, it's finding that mispositioning, right? Finding a player that is out of positioning, a mistake, and capitalizing on it. That's what makes G1 so good. And they're going to capitalize on it right now.
I'm just happy Sparty threw that skewer off the bat. Furia was cursed. I don't know. 3 misses, that's not normal. Renegade coming in for yet another pull, but you notice it's still a 4v4. We have a counter pull out of Bubudubu. A little bit of a standoff here.
But a great job right there by Renegade, right, to pull the flag to the strong side of the map. Now he's going to go back, do his job and slay, and put faith in his team to continue to run that flag, and he's doing his job too. 2 are down for G1. This could be the 3rd cap right here if he can convert on more kills.
Renegade finding the angle. He had to put them 3 down. There's one more player left. Of course, is the overshow. Bubudubu sends him packing with the repulse. A couple grenades are going to follow. Bubudubu somehow stays alive, takes height with the grapple, gets himself a kill. Big plays out of Bubudubu. By the time they take him down, G1 are already off spawn.
Yeah, that was a huge play by Bubudubu. He had the OS. He was able to delay. The repulsor came out, and you thought maybe the return would come, but some great teamwork out of G1 going to prevent that from happening. And now we've got a little bit of a stalemate once again, but this next cap is huge with 1 minute and 17 remaining.
This next cap might decide the outcome of this game. G1 going up against FaZe. If FaZe win, they're going to the winner's semis. If G1 do, we're going to see a game 5 no matter what. Amazing Halo is coming. The return is in. Devastator wants to get in position, but there's 2 members of FaZe make it 3.
And we're seeing the best Halo being played out of these guys, right? Because we're in the bracket play. Now, this is not pool play. If you lose this series, you go down to the elimination bracket. That's not where you want to be. So each team giving their best, and Renegade is giving his best as well.
3 down go G1. 40 seconds left on the count clock. Devastator trying to do everything he can to keep it alive, but Nick gonna let him know the body disrespect is in. He's handing out tea bags, and I'm not sure he likes that flavor.
I don't think he does either, and honestly, that might be the blow, but G1 do get the spawns on the other side. This is a big fight right here, Tony.
Nick going in for the challenge. Can't quite find the kill. 3 down go G1. The flag is still on the move. Devastator gonna try to do everything he can to dive on the return. Renegade comes in. Renegade relays this flag. FaZe, they're going forward.
3-2 with 4 seconds remaining. No one in position. And that will be it. FaZe Clan move on to the winners semifinals.
FaZe, they are who we thought they were. They took off to the game 5. They dealt with the red-hot G1. FaZe are going to the winning semis, just 1 round away from making it to the top 3, making it into the winners bracket finals. What a game, what a series. FaZe Clan are here.
We've got to talk about this, right? This FaZe Clan roster has changed so incredibly much. with the addition of Nick on the squad. One member replaced on this roster, and it's a completely different story. You see it right there. Chemistry so very important. Sparty and Nick are that duo you can't separate. They are inseparable. They look great together, and the rest of the team is just coming together as well. Look how close the series were. Take away the oddball recharge in that game number 1. 50-43, that can go either way. We saw G1 play well. We saw FaZe could have taken it. 3-2. And that live fire king of the hill. Right when G1 was starting to get hot, FaZe, they isolate him. Make him waste too much time. And then eventually going into that game number 4, G1 were just inches away from capping the flag, which might have ended it. But of course, it's FaZe. They come in, get the return. King Nick tries to provide CPR to bring him back to life. Sadly, G1 going to be playing the rest of this game, or rest of this tournament down elimination bracket. FaZe will be moving forward. And I think they'll thrive there, to be honest with you. G1 is a roster, like you said, all these games were very close, right? This is against a roster of FaZe that took Optic Gaming to a Game 5. That's one of the favorites to win this entire tournament. So if you're G1, don't hang your head. This is an opportunity for you to get more time in through the elimination bracket, get more matches to watch potentially, some film review tonight, and come back swinging. This FaZe clan, I had in my top 3 going into this tournament. I will say, they keep playing like this, we might just see them in the grand finals. We might just see them pull off an upset. When I first heard this trio coming together of Falcated, Spartan, and Renegade, I nicknamed them the God Squad. I know you were big on it too. You said they might be able to win the World Championship. Yeah. I don't know if they're quite there yet. But they're looking a lot closer than we saw in the beginning. They're looking a lot better, and you said that. I don't know if they're there yet. This is a very new roster. They have so much time, right? They have so much, and Renegade said that in the interview in the United Grunt Classic. He said, we have a new roster here. We have so much time, and we're going to utilize that time to try to be the best that we can be. I want to take a look at the bracket. So far, we know that FaZe are advancing forward, but we don't know what's happening on the others. We have Sentinels going up against Cloud9. Oh. Winner of that plays against FaZe, and the winner of G2 and E United gets to go up against Optic. We are going down to the nitty-gritty. And by the way, I just got a little information here.
Tell me about it.
Our next match is going to be E United going up against G2. Wow. That G2 roster is another roster that's really surprised me in this tournament. We have Barcode, who had some visa problems. You know, wasn't able to get here in the U.S. They didn't get a lot of practice, and they're still performing. They placed, top in their, they're doing great. With practice, this G2 roster could be incredible. And they've gotten practice throughout this weekend. And as you can see, they're utilizing that. Hopefully they do that in this next series as well. But the same way G2 are starting to look good now, E United doing the same thing. They bring in Snipedown on loan from FaZe, and Snipedown's playing on another level. It's been really exciting to watch, and we come back. We're going to have this matchup. Who goes up against Optic? Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to HCS Orlando. Of course, we're right back here in championship bracket here in the quarterfinals, and we have an amazing matchup for you guys. G2 going up against E United Active. Why don't you tell me a little about these two squads?
Well, both of these squads have made movements on their roster. Of course, E United now has Snipedown on the roster, which, you know, he's looked to be a really good addition. He's playing phenomenal this weekend. And taking a look at the bracket here, the winner of this is going to play Optic Gaming in the semifinals.
G2, E United, like you said, have gone through a little bit of changes here. Now we're going to find out which changes work best. Going into the series later, we have Oddball Recharge in game number 1, game 2, Slayer Streets, game 3, King of the Hill Live Fire, followed by, if necessary, Capture the Flag on Catalyst, then Slayer Aquarius. Oddball Recharge. I bet you have a favorite going into this matchup.
I'm going to be honest with you, United look really strong. They defeated Cloud9 in a convincing series, but G2 love Oddball. And so Oddball Recharge, Coach Callis says this is one of his best and most favorite game types in Halo Infinite. And it comes down to the fact that it's just really unique in the fact that you hold an objective that freezes time. G2 have a very strong hold on this Oddball game type, and I think they could definitely make this competitive.
G2 have an advanced understanding on how to play Oddball on Recharge, and we're going to find out if they can do it against one of the best, because it's E United. When I think of G2, I think of slow and steady wins the race. I think of slowly and methodically breaking down your opponent based on good eye gelling and just good fundamentals. You know what else does that? E United.
It's a perfect balance. I want to focus on one player. I want to set a storyline real quick. This G2 roster, no practice whatsoever. They got Barcode, played a little bit of the Super with him, but unfortunately had some visa problems. So since that Super, Barcode's been all over the place, right, Tony? He hasn't been able to really play with this G2 roster, so their practice is limited.
It's going to be really tough for G2 to be able to come out against a team as well suited and as well prepared as E United without that valuable practice. They've been doing the film review. They've been studying the game, both their own film review and their opponents, but you got to play the game. They got to get in the game.
E United starting off with a very solid lead this far in this game. G2 trying to play some defense. Some bot. Okay. A little bit of a stall here. Looks like might have been a lag out here just real quick. So, of course, we'll absolutely get back into that game as soon as possible. It gives me more time to talk about this Barcode player. You know, this roster in G2 thought he was good enough to take him from ANZ, go through all of those visa struggles that they had, and bring him here to NA. And let me tell you something. No longer is Halo really strong in NA. I mean, they're still very strong in NA, but these other regions are competing as well, and it's great to see.
Every region getting closer and closer. I mean, we see EU, Ascend, Quadrant, E United. They're all getting absolutely amazing. You look at Latin America, SSG, formerly that Pittsburgh Knights roster. Obviously, you have ANZ and the Chiefs really showing up. Every single region getting better. I love how you just ignored the fact I said E United from EU. I love how you just let me get away with that.
I'm gonna let you get away with that. I think it's funny. I'm sure the chat's going crazy at this point, but absolutely, I want to go into this first matchup though. Like we said, we definitely saw a little bit of a lead there from E United, but G2, they really like Oddball and Recharge. To be honest, Tony, it's one of my favorite maps. And you know, Oddball being a game type that is setup based, you have those crosses. And that's what makes the map so interesting to me. Those angles that you can play from top glass, even from turbine or top catwalk. Setup is king. And you talked about it. Both these teams have that same slow-paced setup style vibe. So it's going to come down to who gets that first pick, who gets that initial kill, so that they can move up and take advantage of that. That's big for me. I always talk about it, that very first kill. Don't be the first one dead, because if you are, your team's going to come shortly after.
So you're saying as a player, you like to sit up over towards that top glass, watch every angle,
right,
make things as hard as possible for your opposition to make those crosses,
right,
identifying where they're coming from, putting down that damage. So what you're saying is you're a Call of Duty camper. You're a camper.
Essentially. Yeah. Well, I already told you. That's why I play on mouse and keyboard. I can just sit back, camp, you know, do my thing. Oh, don't start with me. I have to bring up mouse and keyboard at least once a stream. But anyway, very strong anchor points on glass. You have that sight on turbine. So if you're set up in pipes, that sight on turbine, you're able to put cross shots into there. You can also kind of rotate and watch C, but then the break can happen where they can send one player through the C long and then 3 players through turbine. You just got to watch, just pay attention. We get to see everything in observer mode. We get to see all the different players. Watch these breaks. As soon as that first kill happens, watch how fast these teams play.
You know, back when I first started playing Oddball on Recharge,
Yeah.
I was afraid of holding that gold side of the map. I was afraid of that. Now it seems like, you want to anchor up there. If that's your transitional point, you can get a lot of time through that gold side of the map. With that said, like you said, somebody over toward the top glass, maybe sending someone over towards A, and Whirlpool. The one thing I will say is when you hold on to that setup, you don't have an angle on active camo. So are you rotating it? How are you playing that out? If you have the ball, you have every part of the map locked down, but active camo comes up, what is your play from there?
So it's very situational, right? But essentially, if you had like a picture-perfect situation, you force the spawns onto A, you rotate the ball through pipes to C long, and then you get a push onto C plat, set up there, and now you have positioning on camo as well, and you're able to get that. Camo is very important, you're right, because if you have that pipe set up, but the camo is up, that's an easy break for the opposing team.
And that's one thing I'm always afraid of. So I love
Right.
that. I love that idea of rotating towards C side. Pressure comes in. You just simply play that ball off the map. We talked about how strong that active camouflage is. Going into these these two teams, who are you afraid of having the shock rifle in hands?
I mean, all players are deadly with it, but honestly, I'm going to go with Barcode here on the side of G2. I think he is disgusting when he gets the power weapons in his hands, and he said it yesterday. We had a little conversation with him. He said, when I'm starting to feel good, this team is starting to vibe, and he talked about how important the communication was. He said it himself. He said, when we start communicating, when we start, small talking more, and when I start to catch fire, we can beat any team. So this is the time to do it. E United is a strong roster. They're your next stepping block. You've got to step all over them and make sure they know that you can contend.
If you're going to look at Barcode on the side of G2, I'm going to look towards E United because there's one player. If he has snipe, you go down. If you have snipe down with the shock rifle in hands, you will be in trouble. So the fight over the shock rifle, the fight over active camouflage, and who's able to hold these setups better, E United or G2 Esports?
It was a little bit of a break by E United. They get 2 dead. And like you see, with that numbers advantage, they're able to take the camo in hand. This camo only lasts for so long, though, so the value has to come from it, and Rain already getting the first kill.
Camouflage in the hands of Rain, so far able to simply just stay alive, be a nuisance. Even though G2 haven't died many times with this camouflage, they still have to respect and be aware that Rain could be coming out of any corner here. We do have early ball time going to favor E United over toward that C side. Like you said, when the setup gets broken, that ball gets played off the map.
And there's that first kill, but how important that trade is. Both those trades, very important for the pacing of the game because right now they're at a standstill. Sab does have that ball, and he's going to have the spawn control as well on the pipe side. But if E United can convert right now, they could potentially break this.
Ryan New just bunny hopping his way over toward the top glass. There's a player hiding over towards the trippy corner, eventually able to get the slay. E United going 3 down because of it. G2 have gold control and the shock rifle, but E United are off spawn.
Yeah, here's the rotation I talked about, right? The triple push from pipes. G2 are going to rotate the ball around towards C. Sab decides to play it, which is a huge play as well. Puts it in the middle of the map, so it's hard to contend with.
4 down go G2 Esports. That should be some easy ball time coming out of E United. G2 obviously having a small lead, but it's not going to be for long. Gold side setup being locked in. Gilkey trying to be the first one to push up. He'll be the first one to go down.
Unfortunately, he didn't play the ball all the way towards bottom center, so it was an easy grab and an easy rotation into gold pipes. Because of that, E United are starting to get the lead here by 6 seconds, and this new camo is coming up, but it's going to be the hands of Barcode. This is my X factor.
First camouflage in the hands of G2 Esports. Will he get more value than Rain was able to get with active camo before? 4 members of E United are still up. Actually, 2 quickly going down. G2's trying to stay alive over toward the glass side. It's Barcode being so crafty, playing his life. But while all this happens, E United gaining control.
This is a huge play by Barcode. He stays alive, but he's not able to convert. There's the teamwork by E United. They take down the camo player. They also get 3 dead as well. And like you talked about, Mr. Snipe Down has a shock rifle in hand.
Shock rifle in the hands of Snipe Down over to where the top glass side. Most important player on the map right now. It's his responsibility to make sure that G2 do not advance forward. A couple of missed shots will slow him down just a little bit. But E United, they're holding toward the C side. Snipe Down holding it down on glass.
Yeah, both G2 Esports players know that Snipe Down is all alone, so they're trying to convert on this first kill. But they're not able, they're finally able to get it, which means 2 dead for E United, and now a break can come. E United is going to have to play this ball right now. The pressure is on its way, and they do just that.
But the damage has been done. It's a 62-20 lead in favor of E United. They're taking so much valuable points. By the time G2 were able to get the kills they're looking for, that ball's played off the map, so G2 have to restart.
A 42-second lead is right, Tony. Off of that one setup onto C, just capable of just playing that ball at any moment. Barcode, that's a really aggressive play right there. With this entire team dead, he pushes into 3 members of E United, so that's going to put him on a staggered spawn.
We got the chance to sit down with Barcode to really talk about how he feels on this G2 roster, and he says he's worried about G2's inconsistencies, but it's really not the other players. He's looking at himself. Sometimes he has these huge swing games, but sometimes his over-aggressiveness get caught, and who better than E United to allow you to play over-aggressive right into the trap they lay on you?
That's exactly right. RyanNoob is the Halo IQ master. He's the genius in Halo, able to make plays on the dime, call the audibles. The man on your screen right here, Rain's gonna set off a remote detonation. That's gonna be 2 dead for G2.
Check the board at 21 leads, still in favor of E United. We have RyanNoob on screen. E United still holding control. A 1v1 between RyanNoob and Sab, and somehow RyanNoob's nades are gonna land, and Sab will go down. And G2, they want to have that numbers advantage. They want to have control here, but the moment you go 1 down, you immediately have to slow down.
I've got to point out 2 players right away. It's going to be Rain and RyanNoob, both with 11 kills.
Duo.
Completely outslaying, and they're doing completely everything they need to do in order to take this very first round, and they're 13 seconds away from doing that.
90 points in counting here from E United. Rain won't let go of this ball for dear life. Like you said before, my trash ass. Says Rain. We have Snipe Down cross-mapping, able to get the Hail Mary Aaron Rodgers in this prime, and like that, E United take 1 up.
Incredible job. E United just won in the Slays department there.
Elimination.
And that's what got them that first round. They can continue that momentum if Rain and RyanNoob can continue to play well. Potentially the second round will be theirs, but Gilkey makes it through. He's going to be a problem.
With E United already working on the camouflage, trying to control the opening break here, tell me about how E United were able to take that round number 1. What were some of the things that E United did so well and able to look so dominant against G2?
Well, right away, it was that rotation right towards C. They were able to get so much time on that. The break didn't come quick enough. That secured the first round, along with the slays from, like I said, from Rain and RyanNoob. Coupled together, those 2 things equal success.
Tower side control now in favor of E United. Snipe Down gonna trade out his life there. 2 members of E United end up going down. G2 wanna get aggressive with it. And of course, it's straight sick. The curb slide gonna connect E United. End up going 3 down. Rain, the final player alive, not for long.
And now G2 know the spawn's on A, so they're gonna plant their feet in the C-long in the C-long area right here for as long as they can. This is the milk time you need. It's not gonna be a lot of time. If you watch RyanNoob's videos on YouTube, it's 15 seconds of ball time that you're able to kind of get. 15 seconds is about it. Get the play ball, reset, and go for another 15 the next time.
The ball wasn't played by Barcode, but luckily Sab was there to pick that up. And now with the pressure continuously going in, Sab quickly gets rid of that ball, and G2 were able to get 15 seconds with the ball time. E United resetting quick onto gold, but half their members going down. G2 pushing up. They're getting the spawns they were looking for. We're E United, but G2 are getting in their face.
That's what it comes down to, and Gilkey, again, a staggered push by himself. Unfortunately, he's gonna slide. That's where the curb slide is deadly, right? You slide into multiple enemies, you're not able to stay alive. You gotta make sure that you're very disciplined on those curb slides.
RyanNoob showing he ain't just an IGL. He's also a Slayer as well. 16 and 8. 9 assists to go along with it, and the most important power weapon in his hands. Body shot onto Sab. Can't quite pick up the kill. Doesn't get the assist either. What's going to happen to active camo?
RyanNoob. The camo is in play, I believe. See who has it, but RyanNoob has the shock rifle. And the implications of that are huge. If he makes plays like he just did on the Sav, that's the initial pick, +1 on the barcode. And now G2 are 2 dead, but that ball, it's rolling away. They're not able to take control.
Some well-placed grenades by G2, not only to deny access from Ryan, but also to get the ball away from them. Now G2 find a 3 down that they were looking for. Straight sick, wasting no time whatsoever, getting that ball to the gold side. G2 in their setup, United off a spawn.
I want to focus on Snipe Down a little bit here from United. 10 and 15 to start this game. We know what he's capable of. He's had an incredible weekend thus far, but having a little bit of a slow start here. They do have 1 round though already in this game, so it's up to G2 to tie it up and take the pressure off.
Snipe Down's been one of the X factors here for United. Obviously, wasn't able to find success with that phase roster. Split ways, ends up on United and has been finding success. I've been so impressed with the way Snipe Down's been playing all tournament long. Obviously 11-15 ain't exactly the goal, but I'll take those 8 assists any day.
Oh, I will take them, make that 9. He gets another. And again, they have that cushion of that very first round in their hands. One thing I want to point out here, look at G2. The objective time pretty even across the board, but on the side of United, they've got a dedicated player, and that is the Spectre. He's got 71 seconds of ball time, but he's still going 13 and 8.
Ball taken.
Straight sick, ratting in the corner, trying to stay alive. Able to find the backside, the blind side of the defenses of United now, gonna try to strafe out. Straight sick gets himself a double kill. Just like that, G2 able to neutralize, stabilize, and slow down United. And of course, it's Gilkey that steals away an active camouflage.
Yeah, that was a disgusting double kill because it granted them this camo, and now with 4 alive on both sides, it's up to Gilkey at this point to make a play, and he's got the shock rifle to do it.
He's going ghost like Danny Phantom, and he's turning Ryan Noob into a ghost as well. Shock rifle in the hands of Gilkey, combining that with the camouflage. The deadliest player on the map. 4 down, go United. It's a 45-19 game in favor of G2. But look at these points they're about to get on the backs of the active camo.
Huge kill by Ryan Noob right there. He takes out the camo player and the shock rifle player all in one fell swoop. And the ball gets rotated out, but G2 not able to get a lot of time off of Gilkey's kills right here. And now Ryan Noob in the position to capitalize on these power weapons.
Ryan Noob has been on top of these shock rifles. We've now seen 2 in a row in the hands of him, and we know what he can do with it. Lining up the shock rifle, shot can't quite connect. Goes in for a second one onto his former teammate, and Gilkey feeling confident, but Ryan Noob ends up going down. So does Gilkey. 3 down for United, so advantages in G2.
And that's what you need to take, right? You need to take those little advantages, even if it's a 1-player differential. United's not going to push if they're 3 dead, so you get that little bit of ball time. We talked about it before, 15 seconds. If you're lucky, you'll get 30 seconds, but 15 seconds is all G2 want right now. They want to tie this series up, or this game up, I'm sorry. With United being up 1 round, it has to happen right now.
Really impressed by the way that Straight Sick is playing. Also barcode as well, the entry fragger, getting aggressive. Creating so many openings onto United's defenses, but it's Straight Sick that a leading slayer right now, 18 and 17, 9 assists to go along with it. Normally, the objective player, normally holding the ball, but Straight Sick says, hold my beer.
I love this by the barcode, right? That's a pivotal kill that gave them the pipe control. And now it's up to United to break. They get the spawns. Here comes the double push on this side. They've got another couple players on the other side as well. And just like that, G2's setup is broken in an instant.
United starting to get aggressive here. It's not over just yet. Sab wants to get a line of sight on the camouflage. Nade starts to go and Ryan trying to use it as bait, but Sab should have been able to steal it away. Now United, every time they try to push, every time they try to hold this setup, watch your corners, because Sab is coming with the camo.
Tony, momentum has shifted. What is the catalyst for that momentum shift? It's right there with the ball player in Snipe Down, 21 and 19. He went from being -7 to now being positive and having over 20 kills and also having this ball.
Snipe Down, one of the most decorated players that we have in our league. Somehow fighting for something to prove here, looking motivated to Snipe Down. He is not happy with the way things went with FaZe Halo. He wants to prove that he is still a dominant player in this league, that he belongs here, that they made a mistake, and United are thriving.
And again, it comes down to the chemistry. He did not feel good on that FaZe roster. Sometimes people just don't mesh. He does mesh, though, with this United roster. We're seeing it and their success so far in this tournament. 63 to 90 United trying to make a comeback here, trying to take this next round and close out this first game.
But with only 10 more seconds of ball time lead, I can only imagine G2 are one break away from stealing the ball and end this round. United have to hold on to this ball for dear life, would have to play near perfect Halo in order to stop G2 from winning. They have the ball onto the C side. Not for long, the ball being played. 3 down go G2. United needs to be ready for the reset.
And they are ready. You see Rain, he's pushing that C side, and then they've got a pinch from the pipes on Ryan. Ryan can't die here, though. If he dies, this is going to be bad for him. A pivotal kill from Ryan on a straight sick. This is huge with 10 seconds remaining, though. They've got to pick up that ball, and they've got to do it now. G2 are simply playing the shot clock here. United trying to steal that ball away. Rain gets the kill he's looking for, but G2 are creating a wall between United and the ball. United not in position. We're tied up at one apiece as swing round 3. We talked about this. G2, one of their favorite game types is going to be oddball, and they're showcasing that right here. Some incredible play, like you said, to slay out when the shot clock was coming down. They did just that. The break is important, though. This very first couple of kills is going to mean everything with that camo being up. Starting strats are so important in these types of situations. One round to take it, and sometimes the momentum plays can really swing things in their favor. United end up going 3 down. Somehow Snipetown ends up with the ball. Never have I seen a team go 3 down, and the final player steals ball away. That's selfless right there on a Snipetown. He's doing a really good job kind of playing his role, right? Doing everything that he needs to do to win. And G2 are doing a little bit of the same, but unfortunately they did give up a round. I want to go into a listen-in with G2 to see what the comms sound like on this squad.
Nice. On ball. I'm dying from A. He's turbine. He's bottom mid fell. All right. I'm milking this. Wait, they're gonna be behind us. I got long or something, guys? I don't know. Yo, he kill me. He said, C flat jump up. C flat jump up. Corey, gonna push you. One hit, Stacks. He's gonna kill me. Stacks. One shot. Just Stacks, just live. That's right. Nice. I'm ball.
I'm responding.
I'm going red, I guess.
Yeah, nice.
He saw me. I'm trying to get through quick.
Trying to move A side.
Top red weak. I'm living.
I'm here.
Yeah. Here.
Top glass, 2 of them. Snipe is weak, top red. Oh, watch out. We got one. I got one.
Nice.
3 dead. Last guy ball.
That's his ball.
Last guy ball. He's weak. He's really weak back C. I can't.
Milking the guy.
They're gonna be A.
Make sure spawn glass.
Camo 20, they're staggered.
2 top A. Last 2 alive top A. Both weak. I can look at turbine.
Watch out top A.
He's on half wall weak. Half wall one shot.
15
One
camo.
hit half.
All right, back up.
All
Alright, camo guys, camo soon.
There's 2 on me.
5 seconds.
That was nice.
Are they going pipe?
3 turbine. One is mid-bridge. Yo, 2 mid-bridge.
Straight sick to IGL in the chat right now. Let me tell you, I'm loving this. Straight sick normally not the one to be as loud, normally not the one to be as assertive as he is, but you can know, you just feel that he wants this win. Love comms coming out of Straight Sick. I love the communication out of G2. I even heard Coach Cal let them know, hey, 5 seconds, where are you guys? Camel's coming up. I've known Straight Sick since 2007, and one thing that he brings to tournaments is a lot of hype. And that's exactly what he's doing here. You can hear the passion in this roster in the comms. They want this bad. But again, they're not letting it get out of hand. Clear, concise comms is what you need. Snipe down somehow, able to get the slay onto that one. That would be a killing spree. We do see Suspector holding that ball. He refuses to play it. He knows that he has the help that he's needed. 3 down go G2. Another hold out of United, and so far G2's comms may have been on point, but the gameplay isn't. And people have been down Snipe down for a while, but it's time to stop doubting. When this guy has a team that he gels with, he starts to pop off. 31 and 27. He's also got 38 seconds of ball time, but look at the OBJ of Suspector, 151 seconds of ball time. United only need 13 seconds. They're looking really strong in this round number 3. I must have hopped in the time machine. Ain't no way we in 2022 and Snipetown's dropping 31 kills. We must be back in 08. Snipetown doing this thing, and United thriving because of it, 13 seconds away from taking this game. Meanwhile, G2 have barely over 13 seconds. That's what it takes, right? One player to thrive. Suspector, though, I gotta go back to him real quick. 151 seconds of ball time. You've held onto a ball. It doesn't allow you to shoot, but he's still able to go 25 and 18. The man is doing it all. Rain on screen. You're seeing G2 do whatever they can to hold this ball in order to keep it out of the hands of United. They know that one break, one false move, and United will make them pay. The long-range shots out of Snipetown, sniping from across the map, even with the BR. There's a player ratting it out onto the stairs, so I love this high-key play by Slicedown, playing his environment, staying alive, buying time for the rest of EU United to get in position.
G2 are going to be holding that ball for a while here. They get that first pick on a snipe down, which means more ball time for them. But you see Ryu being a nuisance right now. They've got to take care. They've got to take care of him so they can solidify more time on the board. Unfortunately, the ball was not played. That's not going to be good because G2 are 3 down.
Ryu once again getting a hold of that active camouflage. It's now the second in a row coming out of EU United with that G2. They don't have a leg to stand on. EU United putting the final seconds on the board. Round number 3, game number 1. EU United dominate.
An incredible game number 1 by E United. They look so dominant in that round number 3, like a completely different team. And, you know, Snipe Down, we talked about him starting off kind of slow, but he's not going to end slow, ever. He does what he needs to do to win, and he did that there.
I think he ended with like, what, 35 kills?
Yeah.
Pretty close to a 40 bomb?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, FaZe, you might have let him go too soon. Snipe Down. He's playing motivated.
I like that.
He wants
That's
this.
what it is.
You were able to take down Cloud9 after that win. G2, you're just next.
Yeah, you've got confidence at that point. Cloud9's a big roster, and of course, I think they're starting to play better here on Saturday, but United's looking real strong, and I know the addition of Snipe Down was like real early, like a couple weeks ago or whatever, so they haven't had much time to practice, right? Let's take a look at the stats real quick. I got to talk about Spectre again, okay? The man went 28 and 20. But he had the most ball time in the game. And you talk about Snipe Down a lot, but Ryu, we haven't talked about him once. 9.1 thousand damage, the most in the entire game. Absolutely massive.
9,200 damage out of Ryu in one game. I talk about it often, man. I don't put that kind of damage in an entire session. I put 8 hours and I might end with 8K damage. My man Ryu doing this thing, but as you kind of alluded to, man, Snipe Down's a real deal. He really is. Even though they haven't had much time to really go into scrims, to really practice, Snipe Down has always thrived with a confident IGL. Whether it's Apex, whether it's Halo, I'm just saying, you put Snipe Down in the right positioning, he's gonna just get slays.
I talked to Coach Callis, and he said that Slayer is one of G2 Esports' strongest game types, but look at that. EU United are tied in Slayer, 4-1, 4-1 on both sides. This entire stack is so close. King of the Hill, 2-0 and 2-1. I want to talk about King of the Hill real quick. Coach Callis also said, because I wanted to know what their strongest game types were and what their weakest were. He said King of the Hill, this was like 2 months ago, was their weakest game type. They're 2-1. That's called improvement. That's what practice gets you.
The one thing that worries me about Coach Callis' G2 Esports is they remind me so much of E United.
Right.
This is a bad matchup for them. I think what G2 are really good at doing is punishing over-aggressive teams.
Yeah.
When they get into the defensive stances and their setups, they're so hard to break. But E United do what G2 do, just better. G2 and E United, I feel like they follow a very similar blueprint. But I still give E United the leg up.
It comes down to that flip of the switch. What player on G2 is going to flip the switch right now? We talked about Barcode. We talked to him yesterday, you and I, and he said this. He said, I'm inconsistent right now. I don't have a lot of reps due to the complications of the visa, but he says, when I pop off, we're all popping off. We're all doing well. It's up to Barcode right now. I'm putting it on him to tie this series up with G2.
So it's not just us that call him the X Factor. He calls himself the X Factor.
That's right.
This game will go through the way Barcode goes. If G2 want to win this, Barcode, he needs to pop off.
The Rockets just got blasted over to Snipe Down. A little bit of combat evolved action. I actually think his teammate grabbed it and then threw it at him. We're seeing some interesting things with these Rockets as of late. Being able to make sure you get them into that tire side safely.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's the safest thing in the world to just start chucking blocks. Yeah? It's real dangerous. Yeah? One false move, that thing blows. I don't know. I wouldn't lean on that strategy.
One strategy I will lean on. Tony just jumped out of his shirt, but one strategy I would lean on is Snipe Down with the Rockets in hand. His name is Snipe Down and not Puckett for a reason. Puckett, I love you. He's not able to convert on that kill, and that's just huge. They just baited him into 3 members, so now they have the numbers advantage.
Great job by G2 to be patient to dare snipe down, to get over aggressive, make them pay. 2 down for each of the roster. Looks like a third gonna fall here for G2. Gilkey tries to get away with the Bulldog, puts it to work, but he's being surrounded and squeezed out. E United able to isolate them and pull that Bulldog out of play.
Talked about Barcode as the X factor. I want to hop on board with him to see how he's able to catch fire in this game. Right now, E United have the lead, so Barcode has to make something happen here. A 10-5 lead is not good if you're G2, especially when Slayer is your best game type.
Double push out of E United Suspector. Going little 360s. Might want to do a kick flip afterwards, staying alive onto the arcade side. Now he has sniped down his forward player. Want to see some kind of bait and switch out of E United, because this is the strong side of the map. This is the B side. If they can win out these battles, they can take Rockets.
The Spectre's in a good position to put damage in, though. And he's able to do that with that Stalker rifle. They have the cross on all players that are spawning on the A side. Let's go into a E United listen in real quick. I want to hear the comms. We heard the comms at G2. Let's see what E United sounds like.
It's pretty cool.
Looking for any tips. Jumped up.
Yeah,
He's still in there. Still in there.
He jumped up now. Still one shot.
Watch out top tower. You can get rockets.
1-7, 1-7.
1 weak.
1 weak, right?
ATM 1, ATM 1.
I died. Rockets down.
2 1 shots purple. 2 1 shots purple. It was Gilkey straight tech.
Bottom mid. Watch out. You're gonna die. Watch out, bench.
Got him.
Nice.
One rocket. I still have 1 rocket. I'm dead. He's 1 shot. 1 shot. Nice.
Go up purple. Go B. Go B.
I'm coming.
There's 1 rocket. Did we get it?
Yeah.
No, he's there.
No, it's out. Yeah, it's out.
Okay.
Pyro's weak. Shot him twice.
1
Hey,
time,
yo,
guys.
try break flank.
Having 2 shot.
Thrust coming up with thrust.
We got 2.
Hitting. 1 shot with thrust.
Trying to come.
1 shot dead.
Nice.
3 dead.
Where's the last guy?
I'm saying B side. You guys should all go left.
Okay. He could be in C.
Pyros? I might get ran at.
Hold on. We're clearing out C.
I'm trying to live, guys. I'm just dead.
Okay.
Couple in B. Couple in B.
Midweek.
Yeah,
Barcode.
play
ATM.
tight. No cross map.
Yeah, watch the thrust jump. Watch out, Mando. 2 Mando.
Midweek. I'm 1 shot here.
Come on, guys. I
Yeah,
might be able to
we're
clean
doing
some up.
Yeah, Mando behind us. Not hurt. Jumped out, Aiden.
Mando weak.
Watch out, Mando.
1 shot.
Backing up.
Sab's bottom driveway.
Hit B subs.
We're trying to help each other.
Yeah. I got one.
Nice. You should be rotating.
One shot ice cream.
1 thrust coming up.
Alright.
30 seconds, rockets.
I'll play heaven.
Yeah.
You went to arcade or something?
I don't see her.
Watch out, top spikes. I was dead.
Nice. I'm playing mid, Eric.
Yeah, B-steps. We don't need to do anything. B-steps weak.
Oftentimes we will compliment Ryan and being the IGL of this roster, but I will say there's a reason why a lot of the pros will say that Rain is one of the most underrated players in the game based on his communication. And you heard in the comms right there, he was really commanding space, letting the players know, hey, push that B side. Once he goes down, don't worry, I'm dead. Don't help me. Let me die. Just little bit of small talk. Communication like that is one of the reasons why E United are so disciplined.
Discipline is key. And you heard the small talk, like you said, it's so vital for a game like Halo. Halo is like a chess match. You saw the flank on the B side, and then you saw the counter flank from G2. It's a chess match, and that communication, that small talk is very important if you want to come out on top.
4 members up for G2. The Rockets quickly coming in. Ryan not able to stay alive, not able to dodge the boom booms. Suspector puts damage onto 1, able to put another one to 1 shot. Marty Dom grenade is going to connect. Now we have multiple members of E United trying to push up onto the B side of the map, but so far G2 doing a great job of controlling the pace, keeping things close.
We talked a little bit about Barcode, and you talk a little bit about keeping things close. I think Gilkey on the side of G2 has really hit his stride in this event. This is the best we've seen him play in Halo Infinite. And it's great to see. Look at the awareness, though. My goodness, Barcode, great play.
Yeah, we talk about how Barcode and Sab are those entry frag players that do that damage, but I know you talk about often, Callus calls Gilkey that back player. Well, how is that so important to G2 and their success?
The back player is the anchor. And the anchor, it keeps you stable. That's what you need in this squad. You need that player to put that damage in from the back line so that you can freely push up, so you can freely get those kills in those entry frags. Gilkey plays a huge factor, and he's also getting slays as well, so that means he's doing a job plus more.
23 seconds of rocket launcher comes up. E United end up going 3 down. They have enough time to come off a spawn and make their presence known, maybe to push G2 back. But G2 bring us within 3, and Gilkey is getting in position of bottom mid.
Yeah, I want to stick on board with Gilkey for a while here. He's got this shock rifle, and with the rockets coming up very shortly, he's in a perfect position. I love this out of Gilkey.
Shots start to ring out. Stalker rifle really starting to connect here for Gilkey. Snipe down, not able to peek. But now we have the double push out of E-United. They're able to force Gilkey back. Rockets now being stolen by E-United. 3 down go G2. G2 did a great job of controlling the pace, but E-United flipped the tables.
Did you see how beautiful that was out of E-United? Snipedown was in trouble. He called Gilkey on bottom C. Snipedown comes out, baits himself, and then Rain comes in and puts the pressure on to take out the anchor player. That's huge.
The double push, the coordination, again, we talk about it time and time again. Communication is what E-United specialize in. G2 right now, they're specializing in dying. 40 kills have been achieved here by E-United, 10 away from coming out with the win. G2, where are you?
Both these teams are tied in Slayers for this event, but it looks like right now E-United are the stronger squad, 41-29. And E-United have the rockets again. Snipedown wants to close this game. He smells blood in the water, and he's going for it.
United, they stand, and United, they push. G2 not able to defend against the multiple pushes, the double, the triples, the 3-1 splits, just too much. E-United's coordination time and time again really coming out. This time, it's Snipedown, not in the kills department. Look at those assists.
15 assists on a Snipedown in a Slayer game. Are you kidding me? Only 5 kills remain, and E-United will close this game and go up 2-0 in the series. Beautiful job by them. They look like a completely different team here on land.
G2 down by double digits. E-United just 5 kills away from taking this game. It now doesn't become a question of who's going to win, but a question of when. It's E-United. Bring us within 3 back-to-back kills going in favor of them. Rocket launcher coming up, but this game might be over before it does.
Yeah, there's only 2 kills left. All E-United have to do is charge, because you can't lose, and they do just that. But G2, they're trying to make a push here, trying to take advantage. They get 2 down. They're trying to make a comeback. But is it possible, Tony?
It's too little, too late. 49 kill on the board here for E-United. Snipedown. He has the final player in his sight, but looks like E-United pick up the 50th kill. E-United 1 win away from advancing forward to play against Optic.
I'm going to repeat myself once again. E-United look like a completely different roster on land. We know how different LAN is, but these guys are proving that this is their moment. This is what players like to play on, the LAN environment, where every minuscule movement counts, and they can work through that. And those peak shots, so much involved. It's great. E-United taking advantage of everything.
I love online Halo. I love the fact that we're able to get so much valuable practice, and even a North American Super when there was a lot of money on the line, but it doesn't compare until you get here on land. That's when you feel free. That's when those shots just start to connect. They start to hit different. You're able to stay alive. You're able to just screen peek onto your teammates to get to such valuable information. And like I said, E-United, they're just built diffy on land. Game number 3, King of the Hill on live fire. If you're G2 Esports, what do you have to do to get a win?
Well, I wanted to touch on your previous point. I'm going to connect the two, okay? Listen, energy is my big factor. The energy in this venue is intense, and some players feed off that. What do G2 need to do to win? One player needs to pop off, because Barcode said it himself. When they start to play well, when one player really starts to pop off, everything clicks for this roster. And he said when everything clicks, they can beat any team. That includes the United here. Is a reverse sweep possible? Yes. Is it probable? Well, it's going to come down to this next game right here on Live Fire King of the Hill.
Good news for you, Active. I recorded that monologue you win. I just sent it to Gilkey in his DMs.
Okay.
Because they need something.
They need something.
They need you to hype them up, because as of right now, E-United are about to pull out the broom. Sweep is coming. It's about to be clean floors here in Orlando. E-United 1 win away from going forward to the winners bracket semifinals. Again, 1 round closer to making it into the winners finals, making it into the top 3.
It's just really difficult if you're G2 with little to no practice coming into this event. Very important that you just take every game for what it is. Every game has to be something. It has to be something you learn from it. Even if you do get knocked down to the elimination bracket, take your losses and learn from them. That's what's important for G2. With little practice, that's all they got. But we know what they're capable of. They can reach that ceiling. We potentially see a reverse sweep, but United looks so incredibly hot that it's looking not possible here for G2.
I want to take a look at the King of the Hill leaderboards. You can't know where you're going until you know where you've been. And as of right now, we see Talon reigning supreme with that 1.70 KD. Valkated right behind them, of course, with that phase roster. Royal 2 does this thing, and there's a player on screen here. 4th place, it's Sab. One man that doesn't get enough credit here for this roster. Sab is the real deal. The man flies at you, puts so much damage in. Even if he doesn't get the kill, he makes 3 people one shot. And then he allows his back players like Gilkey, picks them all off.
Makes himself a really difficult kill, and that's the name of the game in Halo. You're online playing matchmaking. Work on it. Stay alive. Sab does that really well. And he's the player to watch for me now, based off of this storyline here. King of the Hill the King of the Hill leaderboard. He's right there. Obviously, this is one of his strong game types. We've seen how King of the Hill plays. Very interesting to see the meta shift. G2 have a chance here, but again, we go to weak game types. This is one of G2's weaker game types, is King of the Hill.
It's funny that we say it's one of the weaker game types, because it did start off that way the last time we talked to Calix. However, since then, 2-1.
Right.
Since then, Sab now in the top 5 in KD on this very game type. G2 have done a great job of changing the narrative. Maybe King of the Hill no longer is one of their worst. Maybe it's starting to become one of their strengths.
And that's crazy, right? Because we talk about the fact that they didn't get a lot of practice, but that VOD review is so very important. It's one thing to lose the game, but if you do nothing to learn from it, there's no value in that whatsoever. We know this G2 roster is grinding. They all do VOD review together, and they're only going to improve from here. But this moment right here, you've got to pull it out from places you've never pulled it out from before. They've got to come with the fire right now, because the United are about to sweep them.
You got to dig deep.
Dig deep.
Dig deep. Not here. Not here.
Like
deep.
Yeah.
All the way in.
Yep. That's right. I think they can do it.
G2 Esports. They need to win here on King of the Hill live fire. They don't want to make it easy on United. And obviously United up 2-0 in the series. Not going to sit here and sugarcoat things.
Right.
G2 are in trouble. But I'm just saying, we've seen reverse sweeps in the past. We've seen reverse sweeps here in this tournament. Wouldn't it be exciting to see a reverse sweep here in the winner's bracket quarterfinals?
Yeah, like online, I would say like this is less probable. But when you're in a LAN environment and you have that energy of the crowd, that beautiful crowd that's watching us right now, when you have that energy and someone pops off in a game, you can build off that, and so can your teammates. Some of these players thrive in that environment. So it's one single play that could change the trajectory of everything. We could definitely see that happen. It'll be difficult, but it can happen.
When you tell me that one single play that can really open things up, and I'm thinking of G2, I have to go back to our conversation that we had with Barcode.
Right.
He calls himself the swing player.
Yep.
He calls himself the X Factor. When he's playing dominant, G2 are simply winning. There's no way they're going to be able to win on King of the Hill live fight, not against a team as well coordinated as United with all of their rotations, if Barcode isn't slaying out. I know he puts down damage. I know he opens up the map. I need kills.
It just comes down to confidence, right? He's got to be confident in himself. It comes down to, you know, it might sound lame, but looking within and being like, okay, I'm here for a reason. They took me out of ANZ for a reason. There's a reason I'm on this stage. There's a reason I'm playing with this squad. And I'm going to show that I'm capable of performing well enough for us to win and bring back this series. That's up to him. I hate to put it on one player, but I know he's got it. He's a great player. There's a reason he's here.
What I don't understand with G2 is, why didn't they reach out to me first?
Because you're not good enough.
Your words hurt more than
Tony.
any knife can. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. I love you. You know what? There's a reason I play with you every single day. It's not because you're not good enough. You're definitely good enough, but we're not good enough to be pros on that stage.
Fair enough.
I can tell you that right now.
Barcode is, let me tell you, man. I played him against matchmaking, and when he's flying in, the man is crazy. It's not just about how good his shot is.
Right.
It's how aggressive he gets. It's literally the plays that literally nobody would think about doing. And they're listening. Remember when that ball falls off the map? What does Barcode try to do? He
Grapple
tries
it.
to grapple it over to the map. The man is literally insane. I'm just saying, it's not just about the shot. It's not just about the aggression at times. It's about the plays that pros, and even not even me, would dare even try to do. He's doing it.
I agree. Well, let's look at this, though. The two newest members of each team, Snipetown, coming in and having an incredible weekend, right? Playing phenomenal. Look at his damage. Absolutely nuts. Barcode, he hasn't hit his stride yet, and I think he can. But right now, based off of these stats, he's still got a positive KD, and his assists are up there as well. Yeah. But we've got to see him convert and hit that next level if they want to win.
I think what's more impressive to me about Snipetown is that not only does he have a 1.34 KD, but every time he gets a kill, he flicks his hair. So you got to imagine your hands are on your hands on the controller, get a kill, and then right back in. It's actually insane. I bet if he didn't do the hair flick, he'd have 1.7.
Snipetown's a good-looking man. That's why I don't bring my wife to events, because of Snipetown. That's the whole reason. I mean, you can't blame me, right? But not only is he a great, handsome-looking man, but he's also an incredible player. And so many people doubted him when he was not on FaZe anymore. So many people said, you know, Snipetown's not good enough, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't care about the noise. He comes in, and he makes it happen. And this weekend, he's performing to the best I've seen him in Halo Infinite thus far.
Well, if Snipetown makes some noise, I want you guys to do it too. It's going to be E United going up against G2. What possibly might be the final game, E United having the potential to pull off a sweep. G2 struggling just to get one game.
This is it. The player we got to focus on, Tony, is going to be Sab. We looked at his KD, 3 down for E United, and guess who's got the sniper rifle? It's this man right here. This man can make a difference in this series.
He's top 4 here in the entire tournament and King of the Hill KD. Maybe it's because he's always demanding the sniper rifle, and the man's about to make some plays with it, not only in the hill, gaining time, but daring anybody to cross lines up, almost hits the no-scope onto Ryan, who's quickly going to back down. Target prioritization, Sab's still alive, his teammate coming in for reinforcement.
Yeah, it's a great play by him, though, with that sniper. To just make sure that he gets out, he throws it off the map, not going to be a factor. But again, E United have the overshield, so all of that hill time being traded for that OS, which one do you think is more valuable?
I mean, that's about 40% of progression here. Out of G2, E United able to get the overshield. They got to match that, and so far they're getting close.
A lot of scrappiness coming out of E United. Suspector trying to get as much time as he can. He's got some players behind him, but the push is coming through. Barcode's going to be the first one to go down, and we've talked about it before. When you're the first one to go down, you've got to make sure those trades come out. And Straight Six trying to get him, but he's not able to hit any shots.
Straight Six somehow able to stay alive as long as he was, despite 3 members of E United surrounding him as we switch gears. Over towards Barcode. Couple denial grenades going in. Nobody home just yet. E United prioritizes this B side of G2. Coming up over toward the pillars. Barcode starting to push. A collapse coming from multiple sides. E United not ready for it.
Here we go. Barcode's starting to hit his stride here. He's getting some hill time. Got a couple kills there. That was a successful push for him. And now they're going to get some time on the board, potentially bring themselves closer to this first hill. But Snipetown has the heat wave in hand. He can really cause some colossal damage with this weapon.
Last time we saw E United on this very game type King of the Hill, they beat Kratos and friends 1-0. Only 1 cap was needed in order for them to get the win. So far, they're about to put their first on the board. G2 1 break away from stealing it, but it looks like G2 already punting and overextending onto the C side of the map.
That's what they got to do, right? This hill is gone. E United had the first hill, but if you can get control on that C plat side, get that tower like G2 have, it'll be huge for the momentum of this second hill.
Yoki, though, ends up being the first one to go down. It was his responsibility to block off this line of sight. Now Snipetown has an avenue to play in. He brings the heat. E United put G2 3 down fresh off of taking the first hill.
It's crazy to me that Snipetown is 6-5-3. He's got 5 assists already in this game, the most in the game right now, and he had so many assists last game as well. So he's maybe playing that anchor, but also switching up the tempo and playing that fast-paced game as well. And honestly, it's working out for him.
Snipetown 7-3. 5 assists to go along with it. Heat wave in hand, lines with a shot on the Barcode, puts him down to 1 shot. Can't quite find the kill. Suspector whiffing on the first one. Luckily, a boxer in his prime is able to take down the kill. Sniper in hand, Suspector looking for hits.
You gotta pay attention here. The factor for me in the swing of this game has gotta be the fact that E United have had full control of these power weapons. Except for the very first sniper that G2 had, E United have taken control and they're utilizing these power weapons to potentially get this hill.
Multiple members of G2 set up onto the C side of the map, making it as hard as possible for Suspector and E United to push up. They think they found an avenue onto Nest. If Suspector can find just one headshot, just one snipe, maybe E United can overwhelm G2, but while all this happens, G2 gain valuable time.
We talked about that one play changing the trajectory of a series, or even the game, at least. That overshield is up. This play is huge. G2 is gonna push forward. They get 3 death for United.
G2 not only gaining so much time off of that tower side control, but also able to dedicate resource towards the overshield. Now you're gonna see Barcode and G2 regain control of tower on the backs of this overshield. Ends up getting shredded. Barcode is trading out the DR for an assault rifle, getting himself the reversal. 3 down, go E United. G2 playing lights out.
I'm gonna tell you right now, watch Barcode, okay? There's a certain way a player moves his reticle where you can really tell they're starting to get into a flow state. I'm not joking. Watch him play. He's gonna start to pop off. Watch this.
Comes with the assault rifle, takes down 1. That's gonna be a double kill. You said to watch this, man. I'm not looking anywhere else. Barcode on screen, controlling A side of the map, tied up at 1 apiece. E United now gonna try to formulate a push. Multiple angles have to be pushed through for E United, but multiple angles now being watched by G2.
They're getting that hill time though. They've just got to be careful for the flanks here, and they've got to make sure to isolate players. Barcode does just that, a little overextended though, and they're ready for it. That's going to be 3 dead. That's an unfortunate aggressive push from Barcode, but I don't think he had a choice at that point. He was trying to help the strong side of his teammates on Nest.
I think I've seen the problem with E United. Somebody shut off Ryan's monitor. This man's playing blind. Somebody help this man. His monitor's off. Man got 2 kills. Can somebody help Brian Duke right now? Because E United, they need him. They need something better. 2 and 9 is not going to cut it. Love the 6 assists, but as of right now, they need Brian Duke to slay. They need him to stop G2, to break down the defense of G2 Esports.
Oh, he's starting to slay, just like you said. Got a kill. He got a kill there. Now looking for the second, gets another. And Ryu, we talked about his IQ. If he's got that IQ, he's able to IGL for his squad, but also get the slays. Things get a little bit scary for this series.
Overshield coming up, E United well positioned for it. It looks like Suspector was able to grab hold of it, wasn't able to pop it. G2 gonna steal it away. Snipe down now, being caught out of position, was once baiting out the overshield, now baiting out death. Barcode with the double kill. Gilkey now pushing forward with that sniper rifle, lines with the body shot, comes in with the melee, multiple going down for E United, but the same for G2.
Yeah, you got to look at the scoreboard here. Look at the slays on G2. I talked about this before. When players start to play well on G2, they start to all gel together. All it takes is 1, and Barcode having a great game thus far, and you can hear his passion as well.
Body shot comes in. Triple kill being ripped out. Barcode absolutely shredding here with the sniper rifle. Because of that, G2, they're about to go up 2-0. There's only 1 player in position. Not for long. Well, execution out of G2. They will not be swept here.
This is the Barcode we know and love. I think it's another snipe once again. The momentum is building. Suspector trying to answer back with 16 kills, but Barcode putting on a clinic with his snipe.
E United is trying to download the information. They're trying to scan G2 and Barcode, but the only thing they're ringing up is priceless. This man's value. It doesn't just come from the scoreboard, already having 15 kills, but it's the vibes, it's the chemistry, it's the leadership. Barcode is the real deal. He's the reason why G2 are in this game.
Positioning is key here, and you see him repulse up. He knows the spawns are coming on to B. All they need is 1 pick. They got it on Suspector, the slayer of the squad. They've got to convert on more.
G2 finds himself in the hill. Gilkey finds herself losing out in that perimeter control that G2 was so good at holding out, and because of that, E United find the hole and they bust right through. A lot of time being accumulated by G2 in this 2-1 lead so far, but they have to be careful. They don't want to see E United tied up.
We talked about how important going 2-1 and a King of the Hill game is on this map. That top hill, very difficult to cap. So if it gets to that point, one team has a massive lead, the other team can take full advantage.
Love that E United are covering all sides of the map. You see pressure onto the C side, you see pressure onto A as well. making sure that G2 don't get any easy angles, and largely because of that overshoot, it's going to be so hard for G2 to stop United from stealing this hill. Look at the progression so far. We're so close to this game being tied up.
Yeah, this is a huge overshield for E United. And Suspector getting that kill and 3 down for G2 means some big things for this E United roster. They might be able to close out, and they do just that. They tie it up 2-2.
At one point in this game, YNU was 2-9 and only had 5 assists. So far, 10 and 13, 9 assists to go along with it. I'm loving the way YNU are playing, and it's obviously translated to the scoreboard. We're tied up here. E United still 1 win away from knocking down G2, and if YNU continues to play like this, it might just happen.
A big factor here is at the bottom center of your screen. Pay attention to the shot clock. It's at 1:22. That could play a factor, especially with the fact that they're tied.
Grab on screen. Tries to go into the challenge. Under Snipe that has the shields to work with. Trades out his life there. Barcode having to get out of the hill. This obviously needs one shot. It's so tough to take this middle hill no matter where E United spawn. They can gain a line of sight towards it. The nades start to fly here, but multiple going down for E United. Barcode trying to stay alive here, but E United, they're pushing up.
G2 are looking really good in the slays department, but they're not able to really convert in terms of hill time here. E United, one of those structured rosters, are playing really scrappy. Barcode very aggressive there, but he gets the trade, and now we have an even battle for this overshield. 3v3 up right now. This overshield is huge. It really sets the pace for this next hill.
So far, G2 winning the progression here in this hill number 5. Straight 6. Having to jump back up. Repulse instead of using the overshield. Sadly, that might cost the straight 6. Drops the overshield towards the mid-map brain. Now sitting up high, doesn't want to give up his positioning here, but he's forced to back down. G2 might be able to scoop up that overshield once again.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. A lot of times you pick up equipment without even knowing it and instinctively try to pick up that OS with the same button. Didn't work there. I believe G2 still do have that OS though. They take that hill and they're trying to get top tower control as well, which will be huge for them. They want to continue this run.
Just 30 seconds left in regulation here. If G2 are able to win out this hill, they will play the clock. They will play keep away with E United when it goes to that final hill, but so far we're still tied up, and this time E United gain a bit of mid-control.
This is a very close game, Tony. That top hill, so very contested. E United have been in it uncontested though for the past 10 seconds. But G2 playing it smart. They get the first kill. Now the pressure will come.
Spectre on screen here, trying to create that pressure. E United trying to alleviate it, but once again, G2 find himself within that hill. Suspector has to get him out. The first kill goes in, has to challenge hard for straight 6, can't get the double kill, but E United doing a great job of just holding G2 back onto the seaside.
E United are a lot quicker when it comes to getting a pick and breaking a setup. They're doing it over and over again, and this just comes from the lack of experience from G2. But they're both so very close to capping this third hill, and it looks like E United will do it. 3-2 with only 25 seconds remaining.
G2, you cannot give up that hill. You had way too much of a lead into that hill number 5 to just throw it away. E United will make you pay every single time. This is the winner bracket quarterfinals. You have to clutch up.
On top of that, if it couldn't get any worse, Ryanoob has the overshield and they get the very first pick. A trade does come out, but only 21 seconds remain. But look at that. G2 are already halfway through getting this hill.
Great rotation out of G2, great time on the board. Ryan not able to get value out of the overshield, only able to take down 1. G2 find themselves 2 down. Suspector wins a pin against Barcode. There's only 1 more player in the hill. Get him out. 10 more seconds.
Yeah, all 4 dead. This will be it here. 7 seconds remaining. E United look to sweep the series. No one really in position to stop this hill. And that will be E United over G2 3-0.
G2, they ain't got to go home, but you're going down to the elimination bracket. E United, move forward. They're going up against Optic Gaming.
E United just made a lot less mistakes there in that game. Barcode started to heat up like we wanted him to, but it just wasn't enough. The rotational play was just so strong by E United. They played the clock at the very end, and although G2 had a little bit of a push there, they got it halfway through. They weren't able to convert.
But even before that, G2 had so much progression on that last hill.
Yeah.
Against E United,
Can't give it up.
You can't make those mistakes.
Yeah.
You have to find a way to put a nail in the coffin. I'm not trying to be hard on G2 just for no reason. I'm just saying I believe in them. If they want to get to that top 6, top 4, and maybe get into a grand finals, you have to find a way to close out games, especially against E United.
You're right. They had the advantage in that second to last hill. That was the deciding hill. They gave up an OS towards the end of that as well, and that really set them apart. They weren't able to stay alive. And like I said in the game, it comes down to E United just being way better at converting on that very first initial kill. The minute they get that kill, they collapse. And like you said as well, making mistakes. You can't make them against a top team like E United. They're going to convert on every single mistake, every single mispositioning. They're going to convert on that.
I feel bad for anybody who wasn't able to watch that series. And when you look at it, you see a 3-0 in favor of E United. It doesn't tell the story of how close G2 were in every one of these games. You talked about it time and time again. Barely any practice coming in.
Right.
If G2 were able to play E United this close on every single one of these matchups, we're talking about just moments away from taking these games. Imagine once they're able to scrim together on top of the film review that they're already doing. G2 are going to continue to get better and better, but so are E United.
And that's a really big point, Tony. We talked to Barcode yesterday, and he said he's going to be in the U.S. until they get to Worlds. If they qualify, they still have to qualify for Worlds, but he's going to be in the U.S. practicing regardless. And that's huge for this squad. They get that practice in. Could be ginormous. And he talked about that. But let's take a look at the champ bracket.
It looks like in the semifinals, we have Optic Gaming going up against E United. Winner goes to winners finals. Same on the opposite side. It's FaZe and Cloud9. That's going to be, let me tell you something, that's going to be a rivalry for a very long time.
Yes, sir.
This winners bracket finals is getting closer and closer. We only have 4 teams in the winners bracket right now. Who's going to be advancing forward?
It's crazy how competitive this tournament has been thus far. You talk about, these 3-0s or, there's 3-1s regardless. So many of these games have been very close. Like you mentioned, United, they just had some really good games versus G2. But if you look at that bracket, it says 3-0. It doesn't tell the whole story. Once again, Optic Gaming playing on fire. I have to talk about Optic real quick. The big thing for them, they beat FaZe in a game number 5. They were down by so many kills in that game 5. And I was talking in the green room with some of the casters. I truly feel like they broke the barrier there. Optic Gaming broke the mental barrier after winning that game 5, and they look so confident. As you can see, a win over Oxygen 3-0.
Optic Gaming have been looking so dominant in scrims, so dominant online. The problem is with Optic Gaming is we don't care what they do online at this point.
You're right, absolutely.
They're the only team in and probably in esports history where unless they get a win on LAN, it is considered a fail.
Right.
Let's be honest with you. Even if Optic Gaming gets second place, there's still going to be questions surrounding why can't you do it on LAN? Sentinels down in elimination bracket. That's a surprising one. A lot of people have them winning the tournament. Cloud9 able to 3-1 them. As we go into elimination bracket, we're going to see plenty of teams. SSG, Team War going at it with Quadrant right now. Fnatic, Complexity, even TSS, Anime Demons. If we look a little bit forward toward that elimination bracket round 4, we have Oxygen, Sentinels, and G1. But keep an eye out on that middle row. Elimination bracket round number 3. The reason why I say that is because there's going to be teams going up against Na'Vi, Ascend, Native Red, and J-Links Esports. Each and every one of those matchups, whoever wins it goes to Worlds.
Dude, that's nuts. So much on the line here. These players have been playing for Worlds all season long. The biggest tournament of HCS. They've got to make sure they play their best. I have, honestly, you talked about Sentinels going to that elimination bracket, Tony. I have Sentinels winning it. You said some people have Sentinels winning it. I do have Sentinels winning it because you know what? When it comes to Sentinels, it's not about the Friday. It's not about the Saturday. It's about Championship Sunday. That's right. That is Sentinels' day to perform. That's when they come out swinging. But Tony, I have to ask you, who do you have winning this entire tournament? What was your first prediction?
My winner's gonna be Optic Gaming. I'm sorry, I just think it's their time. But I want to hone in on that elimination round 3 that we kind of set up a little
absolutely.
bit. And let's find out who's breaking his walls. I'm gonna go top bracket, give me Na'Vi. Middle bracket, give me Ascend. As far as that third to last, I really want to go complexity, but I don't bet against Native Red. And then finally over towards the bottom, give me TSS, the strong survive. Ain't no way we're having the Worlds without Ace.
That sends some chills down my spine. I'm definitely gonna go with TSS there. I believe they do win that Anime Demons game, and then they go to win against J-Links. But when it comes to Fnatic and complexity, I'm gonna toss them out. I really do think Native Red are not happy with their Game 5 loss to Quadrant yesterday. They're gonna come out swinging, and I agree with you on both Ascend and Na'Vi. Na'Vi looking really strong against Sentinels in that series yesterday, and they're gonna continue to try and play the best they can.
I don't think you're slick.
What?
You stole my prediction. You said the same one as I did.
You're really smart, Tony. No, I didn't steal your prediction. We just think alike. That's why we're a duo. Why are you yelling at me? Do we need Bravo as a counselor? Do I have to call Bravo in? Yeah? All right, I'll let him know after this. Dang, man, we haven't been in this relationship very long. And
sadly, we're not going to have Dr. Bravo coming after break, but when we come back, we will have our elimination bracket round number 3. We're going to be finding out who's going to Worlds.
Ooh.
Elimination round 3 coming up after this break. You guys don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We get ready for our next matchup. We got Native Red going up against Fnatic. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. Joining me, active for the first time ever. We talked about this once before, and I'm glad we were able to make it happen. You know?
Oh, it happened, and I feel great. This has been an incredible tournament thus far. Orlando, the energy in this venue is incredible. I love being here.
Yeah, it has been unbelievable so far. A tournament where anything is possible. Look at this elimination bracket. One name that sticks out to you right away, Sentinels in elimination round 4. Now, here's the big thing to keep in mind. The matchups that we're going to get here in elimination round 3, that is going to determine the final 4 teams that qualify for the Halo World Championship in just a few short weeks, which means that this matchup is not just about staying alive in the tournament, it's about going to Worlds and competing without having to compete in that play-in.
Worlds is what everyone's been playing for all season long, and now they get to put it all on the line here in elimination round number 3. Our matchup's going to be Fnatic versus Native Red. Fnatic coming off a win just now versus Complexity. They beat them 3-1.
Yeah, huge win. Of course, you got CTF Catalyst, Slayer Streets, King of the Hill, Live Fire, and we'll see if we have to go over to all the way to Game 5. Honestly, kind of thinking about this game, it's a bit of an interesting one because I put a lot of stock in Native Red. This is a phenomenal squad. The thing is, they have had a bit of a rocky Orlando. That first match against G1, I actually had Native Red winning that.
As did I.
And then G1 gets the big win. For Fnatic, let's be honest, they started off this day probably the worst way you could possibly imagine, having to go up against the likes of Ascend, against Optic, against FaZe. I mean, that sucked, you know? So these guys know that they have pretty much ran the gamut, but they picked up a big win, as you mentioned before, Tim, against the Complexity boys, and I think that it's because of that they might have that confidence here against Native Red.
Yeah, I talk about confidence all the time and momentum, and coming into this series, they definitely have that momentum. They've also got a coach in Neighbor, and I talked to him a little bit the other day, and what he mentioned was he loves this roster because it reminds him of 4 players, I'm sorry, that he would team with in his day, and that's a big thing for Fnatic because Fnatic struggled all season long.
Yeah.
And with the addition of Arctic and Suppress, they look strong.
Yeah, they do. They do. I really felt like we were going to see a very competitive Fnatic coming out of the open bracket going into pool play.
Right.
You know, again, you know, they were thrown into the fire. They had to play against, you know, one of the best teams the best team out of Europe. Then they had to play against one of the best teams in North America, and then a newly formed FaZe that have been playing the best Halo that roster, that organization has seen since Halo Infinite came out. So I do think that this was a tough situation for Fnatic to be put in here. But, you know, flipping the other side of Native Red, formerly known as Pioneers, this is a team that has made a lot of noise throughout Infinite's life so far, very young life. I just think it's interesting to find them in this position, active, because we were talking about it. We didn't get to really dive too into it because we were going to jump into the game. We had a tech issue. It's going to be resolved in a moment. But yeah, I really thought that Native Red would be one of those teams that would be qualifying. I mean, everything that could go wrong for them this tournament has been going wrong so far.
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of like a reuniting of the honeymoon phase, right? Because this roster did break up at one point. Now they're back together. We saw them in Kansas City. They were incredible. They took the energy from the Kansas City just community and utilized that to get their best placing yet. But the question is, what they're looking for is Worlds. Why they placed that way in Kansas City is because of Worlds. So this is the match that matters the most. It's right here in elimination round number 3.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, for Soul Snipe, Druck, Taulik, as well as Manny, it all comes down to this. You know, Manny was a part of United, didn't really work out for him. Back over here with his boys that he was playing with before, as you mentioned, you know, you kind of, you know, reconnecting the relationship, if you will. But yeah, I mean, it has been, you know, I would say it's been relatively okay for Native Red. It's just that this Orlando event has seen a lot of hiccups.
Right.
From them losing to G1 to, them losing out on that spot to Oxygen because of the way that the tiebreakers worked out. Oxygen come out of the open bracket, qualify for the World Championship. That should have been Native Red, but instead now they're fighting for survival in this competition. They're fighting for survival at Worlds. As you can see, once again, here's the live fire. King of the Hill, as I mentioned, Game 3 if possible, but then we'll be going to Strongholds Recharge and then Slayer Catalyst if necessary. Do you think we're going to go to 5?
I hope so, because right there I'm looking at Stronghold's recharge, and Native Red are the strongest Stronghold team, in my opinion, in the league. They really are. Their pace of play. Now, against the top teams, they start to understand how Native Red plays. You know, their aggressive play style can be stopped because, you know, the top teams kind of know how to change the pace of the game.
Yeah.
But against a team like Fnatic, I really do think they can bully them, but they've got to make it to that game number 4. And they've got a lot of games to get there, starting off with that CTF Catalyst. Very new game type, very new map to a lot of these players. They've had practice on it, but still, it's a very interesting game type. Still very hard to capitalize on those caps.
Yeah, and you're even seeing, right, for a lot of teams, what's been quite interesting has been that they don't really have the read, right? Like, we've been playing Catalyst for a little bit now, and in some teams, you could tell that they're not sure of where the sneaky spots are.
Good point.
Where they're going to turn around the corner and maybe get back-whacked, or maybe, you know, who's going to be lingering in the back of flag, right? Like, that's been happening so much that you're starting to see teams, like, either hold hands, they'll work in twos, and probably, like, doubles it, or they'll try and just roll as a pack, right? It's been happening a lot, but Catalyst has been interesting to watch. For me, you know, I'm actually interested in that Slayer Streets game because I think that Native Red should win the Catalyst CTF, but I think where Fnatic maybe catch Native Red's aggression off guard would be Street Slayer. That, and again, it's a Slayer. It could be a swing mode. It's game 2. You know, you always have that game 2 swing. Maybe that could be the opportunity there. The Fnatic put one on the board.
Yeah, Native Slayer is not their best game type. They're definitely more of a Strongholds team. Slayer may be one of their weaker game types. So you're right. We could see a trade-off right here. I really do think we go the distance. You asked me earlier, does this go to a game 5? Absolutely. And then Catalyst is doubled up here. As a game 5, it's going to be Slayer on Catalyst. And we've seen how that plays. There can be some massive swings right at the end of the game that turn it for whatever team capitalizes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I mean, we're going to be in for a long one, folks, potentially, of course. And if that ends up happening, it really is going to be a toss-up as to who is going to pick up the win. Of course, did get a note that we are resetting the lobby right now, so we will be jumping into the action in a moment. But, I mean, overall, you can hear the people out there.
Energy.
Is that... Are they chanting war?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think that War Ascend game is still going on, which that is another one, like another team that they're fighting for that spot at Worlds, and they too came out of the open bracket.
Right.
How massive would that be for War?
Yeah, honestly, this open bracket, the passion pit is what they call it. It's never been more competitive. We said that in KC. How are we taking a step up now? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. This game, the meta's changing. Everyone's putting that practice in. And again, it's all for Worlds. I mean, that's the biggest tournament of the season. Everyone plays every tournament for that one. And they're coming out when they need to. And Team War, they're a bunch of rejects. They're players that people didn't want. And they just formed a team at the last minute, and look at them now, beating on Ascend.
I'm blown away. I'm even more shocked that it's Ascend that is the squad that is struggling here. You know, this is the European champions. These guys are nasty. They're so good. And for them to be in that kind of a position just goes to show you, Orlando, anything is possible. FaZe nearly beat Optic Gaming yesterday. You saw G1 take out Native Red. Native Red finding themselves in this position. Oxygen qualifying for Worlds. War might beat us, and anything can happen. Let's go ahead, though, and jump into this. This Catalyst CTF is going to be our first map in this best-of-5 series between two extremely hungry squads looking for that Worlds Championship spot.
Here we go, game number 1. This is all the marbles right here. Elimination, round number 3. The winner of this series will qualify for Worlds. We've got to see the best gameplay out of both these squads.
Man, and I'm telling you, hearing that war chant in the background, I feel like I'm at a WWE event. It's freaking awesome. I'm thinking like the Viking War Raiders are maybe out there looking to fight. But of course, a big congratulations to War as they have won 3-1. But let's go ahead and focus on the matchup at hand as we have Suppress on your screen here. A strong start right out of the gate here as Native Red are looking to try and just see if they can get back into this here. Arctic with the frag on, I believe that was going to be Druck. 2 down currently for Native Red here. Is Talix now just trying to scout this out for, you know, where this potential player is going to be. And of course, not to confuse you guys, Native Red is playing on the blue team and Fnatic is on the red team. So, you know, because I'm a little dyslexic at times, so you do have a tendency to flip those two together. Just want to let everyone know at home, in case you got confused.
That's all right, I get confused as well, but someone who's not confused is Manny, starting this game off 2-0. We were on his screen just there, the aggressive play out of him. Again, that initial pick is going to be huge. They get the trade, which is what's necessary here, but they've got to capitalize on the skewer.
Yeah, and fortunately for them, or fortunately for Druck, that skewer is not going to be able to connect. Druck, they're kind of in a real bad position here. Now you're going to leave this base, blue base, wide open to Fnatic, who have now gained possession of the flag. Now you are going to have two players on the cutoff. You got Talik and Soul Snipe. Those are going to be players to watch here, and whether or not they can break this here, right? Or maybe if Soul Snipe is going to bring this flag, or excuse me, not bring the flag, but try and see if he can stop the flag underneath. But instead, it's going to be Suppress who's bringing this one right across. No stopping him whatsoever. And Fnatic are going to put the first one on the board.
That's a great first one on the board, though, because it's one cap on a map like Catalyst. You're able to get that first cap. It's going to drive your momentum forward. Very difficult, but look, the counter comes out. The counter comes out from Native Red.
Yeah, this is huge because there's going to be no one in the vicinity to stop Manny. You got to watch across, though. Jazero just got the kill on Talik. That's a great slide across. Look for the three members of Fnatic who might try and stop this. Talik has a lot of work ahead of him, but it seems like we did have a disconnect, unfortunately, which means that we will have to reset this one. You know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, but we'll see. I believe it might be a 1-0 here. But regardless of the fact, I think it has been awesome to see how Fnatic, they take those advantages and they run with them.
Yeah, I mean, that advantage was huge right at the beginning there. They got that very first pick. They were able to capitalize on it. And someone I'm really impressed with is the man on our screen, Suppressed. He's the damage dealer of the squad. He's going to make everything so much easier for this Fnatic roster. And he does it with just putting damage in from an anchor position.
Yeah, so we did have that disconnect. We will be getting the player back in the game, and we will be restarting things. But yeah, it was just a great start for Fnatic, right? I was really interested to see what could have potentially come out of that Native Red flagpole, which is a bit unfortunate there that, you know, that the momentum's kind of shifted. But one thing that I will say, though, is that I think this does give Native Red just a little bit of an advantage because they know what Fnatic's opening strat is going to be and how they're going to want to take possession of, you know, OS in the middle.
Right, they got that OS in the middle. They were able to capitalize, and now, like you said, that starting strat is going to be learned, and that's a big thing when it comes to these resets.
Yeah.
Native Red have another chance now to get that beginning strat in their favor and potentially convert on a flag cap of their own, but we'll get the official ruling coming up next. What I got to point out, though, is the fact that Fnatic able to get that cap so very fast in the game.
Yeah.
On Catalyst CTF, I mean, sometimes you see maps go to just like a 2-0 or a 2-1. You don't ever see it, end up at a 5-0 or end up at 5 caps.
I agree. Yeah. It's a big map. We have been seeing 5 cap games, but
recently,
they have been sparingly.
Yes.
And it's mostly because, again, I think more players are starting to get comfortable with the map, but I do agree with you.
Yeah.
The map tends to just be a bit slower because player could be lurking in the corner. Someone could be hanging on the back of flag. Someone could be underneath flag. Like, there's just a variety of areas that you can hide on Catalyst, and these players are taking full advantage of the geometry. But something to note, though, I was wondering what happened to Soul Snipe and Talik, because they were the two players in a position to stop that flagpole from happening. So credit where credit is given to Fnatic, because they managed to make that pull happen, and Suppress had no contact whatsoever. I think he got tagged maybe once.
Yeah, absolutely. And
one hell of a run.
That's huge too, because there's all those crosses. That's what makes it so difficult, right? Like, let's say a team is pulling the flag on Skewer's side.
Yeah.
You've got the spawns on the opposite side of the map. The cross shot is so huge. And then, I mean, the spawns are so crazy on that map. But I love that you point out that people hide in the corners, because, I mean, you cast Valorant, so you know.
Yeah.
In Valorant and Counter-Strike, they always check in their corners.
They do.
In Halo, we don't do that. We don't check our corners ever. But now it's time, because the maps have evolved, and Catalyst is one of those maps.
You know, it's funny you mention that, because I've been seeing it a lot in Halo as well. I've been seeing a fair amount of, like, real solid crosshair placement, which is something that I did not think I would see in a controller-based FPS game. But these players have just been evolving, right? I feel like where we were back in the olden days to where we are now.
With my cane.
Yeah, that's how there's no shot that I'm going to be, crosshair placement on a turn there to try and catch someone. But, because in Halo, being able to get just that first shot in a BR battle could be the difference between you winning and losing, right?
Absolutely.
It sounds obvious, but with the way that Halo plays and the way that the TTK is, you have to ensure that you are at least putting a little bit of damage for that first shot so that you can give yourself the upper hand in the game. We've been seeing a lot, though, and what has been really cool to watch has been players like, watching like Formal's POV or Spartan's POV, where they'll go and they'll take a fight, they'll put down a few shots, and then they'll just bolt to the other side. I want to see some of these teams start doing that. I want to see Fnatic. I want to see a Native Red start playing like that. Play for their teammates rather than just always going to get the kill.
You're absolutely right. In Halo 5, we saw a lot of individual plays, but, I compare this game to Halo 3. Halo Infinite it requires the most teamwork, I think, out of any Halo game out there, and it comes down to that. It comes down to playing your life, making sure that you back off on your no shield so that you're able to be utilized in the fight that's coming up next. If you get a kill and you stay alive, that's numbers advantage, and that's an easy push.
Yeah, you have to recognize what your advantages are and take advantage of it. I know that sounded counterintuitive, but that is what I meant. Speaking of advantages, well, not really, but it is what it is. We did get word that Fnatic will be up 1-0, but we will have the full 12 minutes of play for Catalyst CTF. So as soon as the game is ready to go, we're going to see the fancy graphics, and then we're going to get into the game. But yeah, so, really, I think we're just seeing the evolution for a lot of these players here. And as we take a look at some of the players that will be putting a spotlight on in this game here, I think, Druck has been, hit or miss. He's been not in a bad way. He's had a lot of players that have just been, picking up slack wherever, was necessary. Druck's a phenomenal player, but Suppressed coming in this lineup has me quite excited to see how they can grow together over time.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at Suppressed here, we're talking about a CTF KD. Suppressed's role is to sit back and put damage in. He is the damage dealer. He's the playmaker as well, but the damage is the most important point. Sitting back, being that anchor player. Druck, he's more of an aggressive player. He's going to push off his team's damage, get those cleanup kills, but he's also doing a lot of damage himself. 5,900 damage. I mean, that's insane. I couldn't get that in 3 games.
Yeah, no, and I think that's part of the reason why, when you take a look at the average damage stats and stuff and how effective players can be. Again, I've seen Druck play at an insane level before, and I'm seeing him play at that level now, but he's got a great support cast with the rest of Native Red. They could do a lot of damage, and that's part of the reason why the numbers have been so favorable toward Druck and why he feels so activated on this Native roster.
Honestly, I talked to the coach again of Fnatic. We talked about this earlier, but one of the things he said, and someone who I want to really focus on here, is Arctic. He says Arctic reminds him of himself in his youthful years. Now, tell me something right now. You talk about Neighbor from such a long time ago. If Neighbor, a legend in Halo, is saying that Arctic reminds him of himself in the youthful years, we've got a scary player on our hands. So I definitely want to check out Arctic. I want to watch him and stay on board with him for a while here to see what he's capable of doing.
Yeah, and he's actually going to have a few teammates on the prowl here. So I like that you wanted to call out Arctic on this one, because he's going to be one of the support players in this particular situation with the way that he's playing back. Now he's going to go in for the initiation. Clean kill there against Manny. Also, Soul Snipe's going to be in a real bad position, and Jazero with the pickup. That was exactly what we were talking about. Put in a few shots and then go do the job elsewhere, because there's work to be done on other sides of the map.
Exactly, and they trust their teammates as well. This is going to be a little bit of a standoff, though. Native Red pull their own flag. That skewer is still up. No one being able to contest that. So, again, Jazero is in a position with his teammate here on car side to potentially move this flag a little further, and he's going to do just that.
Yeah, well, look out for Talik, though. Talik's going to be waiting for some support, so he's going to try and play the long game here. Soul Snipe, and a big win for Soul Snipe, but 2 kills just like that as both Talik and Soul Snipe go down, and that should be the flag cap in here potentially for Fnatic, but it doesn't seem like they were able to make that one happen just yet, which is actually quite shocking. There should be a player on the base to punch it in, but with both flags being away from base now, this is going to be quite problematic here, and we could end up in a little bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, the stalemates are happening a lot more often, Golden Boy, and I'm seeing them time and time again, especially in this tournament. There's a standoff, you got to get the slays, but it's all about timing at this point. You see the trades happening. That's exactly what needs to happen, but Septify, that's a big kill out of him. He's got the skewer where potentially they can capitalize on the return.
Oh, and I thought he was going to be able to nail that shot, but a big kill there from Talik now. As we jump over to his POV, he's going to get wiped away, but that is going to be Native Red tying things up, by the way, 1-1, because Fnatic were the ones to get that flag cap in first. Smart use there of the grapple shot, activate the overshield, get the grapple shot back. Let's see what Arctic could do with this here, and this could potentially be a pull here for Fnatic.
Arctic made a good play there, and he gets the kill as well. He's going to lose overshield, but again, using that grapple to get that overshield in the middle of the map, a very, very hard situation if you just jump for it. He uses the correct play, and now he's able to rotate the flag.
Yeah, but watch out for Soul Snipe, who's over in the distance, and he's going to make a flag pull of his own. So that is going to throw a thorn, a wrench, if you will, into the plan for Fnatic. Arctic's going to have to go and support. I believe he has a teammate in the back that maybe can pick up that flag if need be. Doesn't seem to be the case, but no, he's not going to win out that fight. That's going to give a huge opening here to Native Red to return this flag and start to march this one forward if they could get possession in the base yet again.
Looks like a double return comes out, so Native Red still with the advantage, 1-0 here. The game is going to start to slow at this point. It's all going to be about that very first initial kill. And it's going to come down to Talik. He's playing very aggressive here, but he's got his teammates around him.
Yeah, he's made the call out, and that's the reason why Arctic, you know, he knew that he didn't really need to push that. He just needed to press his advantage where he could, and that's exactly what he ends up doing. Talik's going to be moving this flag across, but don't worry, because there's going to be another flag from Jazero that's going to be running cross map as well, as Fnatic have done this again, and we're back in the same position we were before active, where it's just going to be another old-fashioned stalemate. But this time, though, you have 4 members of Fnatic that are going to be positioned quite aggressively, maybe to try and push in and return that flag, because they're in a really good spot.
Yeah, Golden Boy, you talked about it before the game. They're stacking up teammates, right? They're in a position where, you know, you don't want to go alone because it could potentially, you know, find a corner where you get back smacked. So instead, they stack up. They're able to push advantage off of that. And that's exactly what Fnatic are doing.
Big kill there by Jazero to keep the drive alive here for the flag. Not really much else that he could do, and the flag has got return, and that is going to be a capture. So if you're keeping score at home, that's going to be 2-1 as Fnatic have the advantage from that reset. So a big lead here for Fnatic in the early game.
Jazero staying alive here would be ginormous, but he's not able to, so that's going to be 2 dead. And now Native Red going to take advantage of this. It's up to Arctic to get the trade, but he's not able to. Once again, 2 dead, and this should be a clean flag cap for Native Red.
Yeah, really well executed there. Druck's got this flag across. There might be one member there of Fnatic to try and stop this, and it is. It's Suppressed, hiding in one of those nooks, but he's not going to be able to do it in time, and Native Red are going to tie up the game 2-2. Talik with a massive double kill to secure the base, and they can start to push this one forward if they want.
And I've got to look right now at the scoreboard. You got Talik and Soul Snipe, both with double-digit kills, but I mean, right now they're only tied in this game, so they're out slaying Fnatic, but they're not able to capitalize.
But look at this, though. Damage was done. Those 3 players were hurt. No one was there to really capitalize on that, and that is something that I would like to see. If you're going to push that mid door, push it with purpose. Have teammates there ready to capitalize on the damage that you put forward, so that this way you can get 1, maybe 2 down and start to march forward to make that flag pull happen.
Well said. Well said. Damage is important, but capitalizing on it is more important. It's a big 1v1 for Talik, and a triple kill. My word! That overshield is coming up as well.
Massive triple kill. You also have the flag moving across the map as well, as Manny's got that covered. Look at Septify and Arctic trying to get into the forward position, but they won't be able to, as Manny's got the flag. That's going to get punched in here, and you got a 3-1 scoreline. Native Red go up by 1. Remember, Fnatic, they have that one from the reset. They have 2 flags, but regardless, Native Red has the lead.
These next couple kills are vital here. The OS is up. This is a fight for the OS and a potential fight for something that's going to give you the advantage in that flag pull. So Talik stays alive. We talked about that. But wait, he gets the kill anyway. Suppressed going clutch.
Yeah, that's a massive win there for Suppressed. Septify on the move here. jump over to his POV. He's going to be in a bit of a pickle having to fight against Druck. Play your life in this situation, but he didn't quite know where he was. And the flag is going to start moving, but that is just going to pull so much attention, right? And that flagpole happening is huge here for Fnatic. But just as I say that, we're going to have a trade across as Druck is going to be marching the flag for Native Red. So we're right back where we were. And I think that this has been a thing that Fnatic have to try and stop. This has happened so many times on a Fnatic flagpole, and then Native Red gather the flag and start moving that across. They have to find a way to stop that.
And that's definitely because Native Red has that aggression, right? And they're able to get to their side of the base, but scot-free. Like you said, Fnatic have to put a player on that side of the map so those things don't happen, and at least they can get a trade or something to stop that flagpole.
Yeah, it's been a thorn on their side without a doubt. Druck, well played here, just continuing to march around these players. Soul Snipe had the help as well. So Jazero and Arctic go down. Suppressed with a big stop. Soul Snipe gets the flag return here. And we're going to be right back where we started. Big win there for Soul Snipe, but it's not going to amount to all that much here as Manny's going to have support from Talik up on high, but he does. He gets away with the skewer, and then this could actually work out for him if he does manage to get line of sight here on Arctic potentially. Line it up, doesn't hit it.
But that's what's so good about LAN, right? Arctic was able to utilize that peek shot. Online, you can't really do that too much, but Arctic being smart enough to know that on LAN, you can utilize that peek shot and get that damage, but he peeked too much right there, man. He takes him out.
Yeah, he gets the kill, but he won't be able to reload that massive weapon in time, so they'll have to worry about hitting the BRs on the cross here. Jazero takes some damage, but this actually looks like it could be a flag capture for Fnatic, potentially, as two members of Fnatic are going to be positioned up on high, and no, it's going to get stopped, but finally get punched in. 3-3 score. Fnatic tie things up.
Look at all the resources that Fnatic used, though. They go three down, which means that counter cap is going to come out right now. Talik has to stop it, but that OS is going to play a huge factor as well. It looks like Native Red, the counter cap will be successful.
Yeah, there's going to be one opportunity here potentially, and that's actually going to come in the form of Jazero. Druck gets the kill. Look for Suppressed, though. Druck's going to be dangerously low, so he needs to stay alive here, but he won't be able to do all that much. It's all right, though. Talik gets the flag. He punches that in. Suppressed was in a real bad position, and now we're at 4-2. And now, you know what, Active? I think we might actually get a full completed game of Catalyst CTF.
I think you're right, and I think it has a lot to do with the two players on the top of Native Red. 19-6 out of Talik. Soul Snipe going 17-12, having massive games. And that aggression and that confidence and their individual pivotal fights are what's really giving them the edge in this fight.
You know, honestly, I've casted Native Red once before. I've been watching their games. Talik and Soul Sniper just having a tournament. They're playing unreal Halo. And that is what is going to push you over that finish line here. Granted, you love to see, you know, Druck and Manny putting up more numbers, but you don't really need to, because they are doing the job that Talik and Soul Snipe are setting them up for. And if anything, they're setting up Talik and Soul Snipe by being those lurkers, by being the ones that are just kind of like in the back of the base, right?
Trenches,
like maybe putting in a shot here and there, just trying to pull that attention away, and then they let those Slayers come in and destroy. 40 kills between Talik and Soul Snipe together in this one.
It's very well said. You talk about the roles of team, and honestly, a lot of people focus on KD a little bit too much, but you don't see the kills that happen outside the score sheet. You know, Druck making sure to get that initial kill. He goes down, but he's opening up the map for his team to get a flag here. And again, we're up to 4-3. If you're just joining us, we have a little bit of a reset, so Fnatic does have one extra cap. They could tie it up here, but they've only got a minute and 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not a lot of time left remaining. And another thing to make note of as well is the fact that Manny's rolling 13 assists here. Woo! He has been contributing significantly to this team. Flag has been pulled, though. That's going to be the red flag. We'll see as they're going to be bringing this one across. Septify's trying to stay alive out of this one here. He knows he's going to have to play Ring Around the Rosy. He's got a little bit of help from his teammate. He's got the help from his friend. And this is going to be a little bit of a different type of situation as Fnatic are going to be the ones on the response now. Flag's going to be located down low. They're looking and trying to sniff out where this player is going to be. Septify has to be careful about it. And I think even for Native Red, they realized, maybe we don't want to have to worry too much about the flag that we pulled rather than the flag that might be exiting our base. And Septify is doing wonderful work staying alive, but it's not going to amount to much, though. Last player left alive for Fnatic is going to be Jazero here, and the return comes through, and another flag pull is going to happen.
Septify is able to delay, though, so Native Red are not able to capitalize on the numbers advantage that they had. A flag will come through. They do get that pull, but they've got to win some fights first. They do get a couple slays, but that's 3 dead for Fnatic and 3 dead for Native Red. They've got a 1v1 now.
Taulik just playing the corner. That's what I was talking about, the crosshair placement. You know, putting it right there, you know that the player is going to potentially slide out of there, so you can get 1 or 2 shots, forcing him in a bad spot, and that leads to a kill right there. Jazero's going to have to back away from the fight as well, but this is going to be a great defense here from Native Red, just not letting Fnatic get much in the way of progress in their base. Every single time a player is going to be present, at this point now, if you're suppressed, you can make the best out of the bad situation that's been dealt to you, but this push has kind of gotten stalled unless Suppress can make something happen, which he does, and the flagpole is going to come through. Look out for some of the players on the low side. Soul Snipe's going to try and run away from this, but it ain't going to matter. It was a last-ditch effort. 4-2. Native Red get the Game 1 win.
Incredible job by Native Red. That push does come through from Suppressed, and, you know, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to extend that game, you know, with that time running out. But regardless, I mean, Fnatic just played too slow. Native Red were always in their base. You talked about it. There's a pull that happened. Native Red were always, it was usually Druck, comes out, makes sure to get the counter cap and potentially a standoff.
Yeah, I think what was very prevalent in that game was that Fnatic just did not have enough control. And I did say 4-2, but it's actually 4-3. But regardless of the fact, it's still going to be a win for Native Red, no matter how you shake it. But yeah, Native Red, they were the ones that were just constantly in the driver's seat, never really allowing Fnatic to get comfortable. Even when they would go in for a cap or go in for a pull, the amount of resources that you had noted before, Tim, the amount of resources that they would have to expel in order to make that capture happen is the reason why Native Red were able to get this win 4-3.
Yeah, it just comes down to that. You got to be disciplined enough to play your life, and we saw that multiple times out of multiple players, but it all comes down to not desperating that flag, not losing lives when going for that cap. You got to stay back sometimes, play your life, play for the timing. And honestly, Native Red did a better job of that.
And you know, we talked about the assist that Manny had. Well, that kind of makes sense. He had 5,600 damage. With all of those assists. My boy was out there contributing to Native Red's success. So they're going to go up 1-0 here. If you're just joining us, we had a little bit of a restart at the beginning of the game, but we managed to correct it, and now we're moving on to Slayer Streets. Native Red get that first win. Fnatic, they're trying to keep their tournament life in this competition, but most importantly, this game, they're fighting for a spot at Halo's World Championship that is just a few short weeks away. If Native Red get this, you know, it's been a little bit of a rough tournament for them, but it will certainly be the cherry on top for Native Red.
Honestly, this is a really big game for Fnatic because right now they're 1-0 in terms of Slayer Streets. So right now, they're kind of the favorites. It's only one game to play with, but still, if you're looking at the stats on screen, Septify looks really strong right now. 1.24 Slayer KD. I mean, right there, he's got a little bit of a difference, but very even game, and with only 2 games to go off of, 1 on each side, it's very difficult to say.
I'm actually even looking at the Slayer rating because that just means the amount of success that he has had on this particular game mode. Taulik has been discussing this tournament. I talked about a little bit in that in the Catalyst CTF game. Every time I watch Taulik's POV, he's making the right call. He's moving the right way. He's pushing. He's getting the kills. Taulik has been instrumental to Native's success here. You're really going to be looking for some of the other Slayers on Fnatic to really be the ones to step it up. But going into this one, I feel very confident for Native Red that they should be able to get that Street Slayer game win.
Honestly, it just comes down to momentum. You talked about it a little bit before. You know, you win that very first game, you're really able to capitalize on your confidence. You can go into that next game knowing, hey, we're the better team. You know, they put up a fight, but we're the better team. And they're going to try and play like that here in game number 2. I mean, Native Red going up 2-0, that's a big cushion for you if you're Native Red.
It really is. It really is. And one step closer to the Halo World Championship spot. You know, and Fnatic have had a rough go at it. We've constantly talked about it. Them having to play against that death pool in Pool A, where the dead pool. Oh, look at that.
I like that.
I'm so close, but I totally messed it up. But yeah, you know, this has been it was a great day for Fnatic yesterday. They got out of open, but then it's like, congratulations.
You hit a wall.
Here's some pain with a side of fries.
Yeah,
you know. So I think Fnatic would really love to try and readjust here. get back into this and maybe force this game 4, because with the way that things are going and the way that Native Red played that Catalyst game, Active, like, I really like the fact that they never let them breathe. They never let them feel like, oh, we got the flag, let's reset and go ahead and make the pull, or you know, reposition for the next game. They never let them do that.
Yeah, and that's what Fnatic need to do, right? They need to understand the pace of Native Red.
Yeah.
That's what all these top teams do. You see their aggressiveness, you see their pace. Now it's time to play your game. You control the pace of the game. You slow down Native Red. You've got a less confident squad, and you've got a potential win in game number 2.
Yeah, you really do. And out of the break as well, that's going to be another thing to keep an eye on, right? How do they prioritize getting the rockets? What's the positioning going to be? And also, Bulldog control. It's not something I've spoken about that much, because I think the Stalker Rifle gets a lot of love on streets because it's so effective. Yeah, and obviously the rockets as well.
Right,
but
yeah.
Bulldog is strong. And
Yes.
if you have a player that's playing tires position, PD position, looking to make those pushes happen, you have aggressive players, which, by the way, Native Red have a ton of them. You give them the Bulldog, you let them do some work. I'm even seeing players take advantage of the Sentinel Beam as of late, which has been pretty cool to watch, honestly.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, I play mouse and keyboard. I thought the Sentinel Beam would be great on M&K, but it is strong on controller. Like, these guys are looking, just the tracking is beautiful. But some things that are maybe underestimated, the spike grenades. Like, you can literally clear out a base. You talk about people hiding in corners. Spike grenades are huge for getting that information and potentially getting that kill and an opening. So, again, Streets is one of those maps where everything in the sandbox is utilized.
Yeah, it's a bit underrated in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's my favorite map in Halo Infinite, but it's a bit underrated because, like, yeah, every single item in that map is so effective. The thrusters on the ramp, like, you know, just even little details like that. You also have the commando that you can pick up, and we've seen what some of these top players are doing with the commando. It is vicious and delicious.
Beautiful.
Been so fun to watch. There was a bit of a kerfluffle happening over toward the stage where Fnatic and Native Red are playing. We're, of course, going to get word on what's happening, and we'll be hopefully moving on to map 2, which will be Street Slayer, which we were talking about before. If you're just joining us, welcome, because Native Red have managed to win game number 1, 4-3 against Fnatic. Fnatic now looking to fight for that world spot here. But yeah, I mean, Active, this has been a wild tournament. So
it has been wild. I mean, we're talking about Cloud9. I want to bring that one up, right?
Yeah, man.
Cloud9 take out a Sentinels. Like, that's sick. Like,
and the way they did it,
the way they did it. It was a 3-1, I believe, right?
It was a 3-1. Stellar was frying. Bound was a beast on streets. Like, everything that Cloud9 did there, it felt like Sentinels had zero answers against them.
Yeah, I feel like there's so many teams that could literally win this tournament, and that blows my mind, honestly.
Yeah.
I definitely want to take a look at the elimination bracket.
Yeah, let's see where we are.
See where we're at right now with that. You see right there, G1 and Sentinels kind of awaiting their games. Of course, the winner of this game again from Native Red versus Fnatic will be playing Sentinels, and then you have, of course, G2 and Team War. I believe they're playing their game as well right now. And then Oxygen, who have already qualified. Everyone in elimination round number 4 has qualified for Worlds already. It's elimination round number 3 that we're looking at. The teams that are still left to fight for that qualification. Look at the bottom, Golden Boy. TSS, that's Ace's team. Ace is going to be at Worlds if he closes this out.
Yeah, potentially. Wow, yeah, that's right. And then, you know, he'll be able to bring whatever book bag he wants to the event. But yeah, that would be pretty cool if Ace is able to do that. Big fan of Ace, always have been, always will be.
Good guy.
You know, commentated his championship moment in Age 4, his global championship moment.
Man,
so,
that was beautiful.
You know, always been a big fan of his. But yeah, and kind of shocked about all the EU teams in this event. It has been. Orlando has not been kind to our friends across the pond, my friend.
It has not. I was in their green room with Gaskin. He's not happy. You know, he was talking about how, no, Ascend, they've got to wake up. Quadrant, what are you doing? A lot of emotion there in that green room. But.
Yeah, I know. It's been a bit of an emotional one for sure. Anything can happen. It seems like some shenanigans are happening over on the station right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we're going to jump right back into the matchup at hand. Fnatic versus Native Red. Native Red up by 1. We'll see you in just a little bit. right, here we go. So there was just a little bit of a situation happening over at the station. We were able to sort that out. Not technical, just another issue. And we are at 1-0 here in this matchup. Native Red currently have the lead in this series, one step closer to qualifying for the Halo World Championship.
Yeah, FaZe have to answer. I'm sorry, Fnatic have to answer back right now. And honestly, I want to focus on one player, and that's going to be Jazero. He's the mental leader of this roster, and after coming off a loss just like they just did, it's up to him to kind of rally his team together and make sure they're not getting checked off that first loss.
Yeah, and I was a little worried, right, about what the weapon control was going to be like, and that's exactly what happened for Native Red. They get the rockets. They have one left in the chamber. They also have Bulldog control. Fnatic are just going to be a little worried about the push here. They got to try and see if they can get the value where they can in this arcade push, but Manny should be able to get the first kill here against Arctic. That's going to be a relatively easy one, but a good response to try and force Manny back, but the kill comes through. 2 down, scratch that, 3 down for Fnatic here as Druck with that Bulldog puts it to use. They're going to extend this lead 11-4.
Yeah, I think the reason when they went 3 down there is because Manny didn't just fire a rocket across the map, right? He utilized that rocket to get the very first pick, and they were able to capitalize on the other 2 as well. Great job right there by Native Red.
Yeah, Native Red, of course, continuing to add on to this lead here. Fnatic just trying to find where the openings are, right? Where is it present? But as of right now, this has been all Native Red. Taulik, we highlighted him before. Definitely a player to watch. Was able to get himself 5 kills. Druck is contributing significantly here as well. And that's the thing about this Native Red team active, right? Like, you got guys like Druck and Soul Snipe that could really just trade out, you know, who's like slaying in any given game, given the map, the game mode, the situation. They have those weapons available to them.
And that's what it comes down to, right? When you have teammates that can play the role, that can fill the role that's needed, you have a versatile squad like Native Red do. If they can continue to be versatile like they are and pick it up where the holes, you know, like Swiss cheese. There's holes in Swiss cheese. They can fill those holes. Native Red can close out this series.
That's right. They're like a fine-aged cheddar.
Yes.
You know, or like a Gouda.
Love it.
I don't know. I don't really like Gouda. Now I kind of want cheese. Sorry. I'm a little hungry. I haven't eaten for a little while, so I apologize. But it seems like Native Red's eating well because they're up by 10 in this game. It was such a strong start here, and just look at the way that they're playing around for one another, right? Like, even when there's a potential push, they just respond so well. But credit to Arctic, though, for knowing that the disengagement was going to happen in mid and then ends up getting 2 kills for that. That's pretty big, but look at Druck. He's looking to give the sauce. He's got 2 players weak, and they're going to be back onto the attack here as well. Poor Septify is going to be trapped like a baby in the corner, but you don't put baby in a corner, as the Bulldog will be able to get the better in that situation. Well played, but still this lead quite significant, still by 10 active.
Yeah, there can't be any trades at this point, right? You've got to get those clean kills, and when Native Red have control of that Bulldog, it's going to be very difficult to do so. A 10-kill game like you had mentioned, but all of Fnatic trapped at sea.
Yeah, they do manage to get 2 kills out of it, so they will start to make this push happen. And this is going to be where we see how Native Red decide to respond. And I love this. What they do, they just wait it out, right? They know that they have the lead. They know that they have the advantage here. They know that Fnatic need to make the move. Right. So they're just going to allow them to. They're going to wait to see what their hand is, and then they'll hit them with a trap card potentially.
They've cut the lead down a little bit, though, here. 27-19, Fnatic starting to wake up. Arctic got his first 3 kills in the past about minute or so. After he got that double, he got 1 more. He started off real slow. If Arctic can pick it up, we see a potential difference in the game, but 3 down for Fnatic.
Yeah, very smart play there as well by Native Red, because what we had happen was, you know, Druck was doing a great job laying down the cover fire, and then you were starting to see Manny, Taulik push, or I think it was Soul Snipe rather, push that fight because those players were damaged. But Fnatic now have been able to obtain the rockets. Maybe this could be the catalyst for them to get back into this game here.
Yeah, I think these rockets could be, but he's got to hit them, right? And unfortunately, he misses the very first one. That rocket will provide 0 value. You've got to utilize these rockets. You can't be like Puckett, right? You got to make sure you hit those shots. And unfortunately, Suppress is not going to, but he does get 1 kill for it.
And the problem is exactly as we're seeing. You get a kill on one side, then you get a trade on the other. A kill for a kill. It cannot work like this if Fnatic want to get back into this game, because the lead is only going to continue to stay stagnant, and that is the worst possible situation for Fnatic to be in here. But 2 kills are going to come in hot for Fnatic, and that might start to tip the odds in their favor, but there goes Manny again. Great response, though, to actually take him out of that strong position here. Let's see now, as Druck is going to be on the approach. First shot's going to be there for a suppress, but my goodness, he was landing those commando shots.
Yeah, those commando shots are strong. There's so many players that have gotten really good with that weapon, but I got to talk about Arctic on Fnatic. He's got control of that Bulldog, and because of that, we're talking about a 6-kill game now.
Yeah, and Arctic has been struggling a little bit, so maybe with the Bulldog could be enough, but I feel like we just cursed the boy.
We did, didn't we?
Oh, I feel so bad for him. But look at this, 6 kills, scratch that, make it 7. Maybe they could start to make the comeback happen. Pin them inside of Tram. Get this next set of slays and then start to make this progress, right? But look at the flank as well. And I think that Fnatic are going to be wise to this. So you're kind of giving up space on the map here to Native Red. And if you're not smart about it, well, they could end up capitalizing on it here. But so far, it hasn't really come back to bite them in the butt too much. It's going to be a 6-kill, 7-kill game, but it keeps on getting closer and closer active to 50, which is going to spell doom for Fnatic.
Yeah, rockets were in the hands of Fnatic once again. That's 2 rockets in a row, but look, they're not able to utilize them. Once again, 44 kills on the side of Native Red. You got to take those rockets and make sure you get value out of them. I'm going to repeat myself until this Fnatic roster hears me. They've got to do something soon. 5 kills is all that remains.
Boiling down to the wire. 7-kill lead, make that 8 now. Courtesy of Soul Snipe with that Bulldog, and Suppress wants to get all up in his business, but he's got to watch out for that close range weapon. Does get the Stalker out of this, though, and I think that they do have the read on where he is. Suppress is going to try and bail out of this. We have 2 players that are weak around the corner. That's Soul Snipe for a double. 1 more remaining. Talik's at distance. Oh, but Septify is able to get the kill against Soul Snipe here. He's trying to find where that weakened player could possibly be. 4 players are going to be tucked away in the back of PD. Jazero's going to be dangerously low as he tries to just get away from it here. Talik's going to back away, but it's all good because he has Druck to pick up the kill. A great game from him as well as he gets 12 for his effort, and that is going to be Native Red going up 2-0.
2-0 is a huge lead in this series. They only need 1 more to qualify for Worlds, and I want to say something that you talked about. I want to touch on something you talked about. The well-rounded roster of Native Red. One player plays bad, the other comes up, picks him up and says, we got this. You know, one player maybe not slaying as well. Still, he's able to provide the damage, and his teammates are able to capitalize on the kills. That's a team right there, and that's Native Red.
Yeah, but you even saw it in their game plan on Catalyst CTF, right? You know, you had Soul Snipe and you had Talik just popping off, doing what they needed to do. 40+ kills between the 2 of them. They were dominating that game, right? And then it's okay because you got Manny and you also have Druck just handling the business. And in this game, Druck was playing that role. It's kind of similar to what we saw in the Cloud9 game earlier, where, you know, Bound wasn't necessarily the one on Recharge Oddball to be like the playmaker, but, you know, you had someone like Stellar that was picking up that flak. That right there, and it's not even flak, it's just that you're playing the role, it's working out for you. It's something that I do want to note, though, is it felt like Arctic that game really got off to a slow start. And I'm not, of course, going to put blame on Arctic because I don't think that it's a one-player, you know, blame game here. But there were moments, right, where he had the Bulldog, couldn't quite really land the shots. It felt like he was really struggling to know where he wanted to go in those plays. And I kind of chalked that up to maybe some miscommunication from Fnatic.
It could have potentially been. I mean, you know, he had that Bulldog, I think, 2 or 3 times in that game. And like you had said, it's one of the strongest weapons, and it's underutilized in this game. I think having that Bulldog, and he had it in a great spot as well. He was in Tram, and then, like, that's close quarter combat at that point. You can take full control of that side of the map with that Bulldog. And unfortunately, him going down really just made it even more difficult for Fnatic to come back in the game. Yeah, you know, just the little details, right? The devil is truly in the details, and in Halo, it may seem like a game that's insanely fast-paced, but there's all these small little things you can kind of pull away that a lot of these top players do so well, and that really is going to be the difference between
going to Worlds and having to go through the play-in competition, right?
Right, absolutely. I mean, this is a big one for both of these teams, but Native Red are playing like more is on the line. They're playing, some people play better under pressure. Some people maybe it's a little bit more difficult for them to play comfortable under pressure, but Native Red, they're looking really strong right now. We knew they were this strong, right? We saw them in Kansas City, but they're starting to prove it here. Now we move to live fire, King of the Hill.
Yep, that's right. This could be it for Native Red. Fnatic have to find life in this series. It's not just staying alive in the tournament. It's about going to Seattle and playing for a world championship. Native Red knows what's on the line. They know what the job that needs to be done, and they're one step closer to doing it. We'll see if Fnatic can manage to respond here and now, because they need to, Active.
A response is needed. Worlds is calling. They've left messages on your answer machine. Time to call them back. Fnatic, it's time to wake up. This is the moment right here. You've got to capitalize.
Big stick to start things off, and I like that. At the very least, the start there was pretty solid, but Druck does manage to have the heat wave in his possession. Damage has been done to this player. He's also going to have to deal with two, but they're both going to be relatively weak. But Druck, I have to give him all the credit in the world there. He stayed alive as long as he could, and that's going to have to force those players to go back, so they can't quite commit to those pushes yet because they were weakened, and that overshield's up for grabs. Manny gets it, and now he can start to put some damage out.
You said it perfectly. He stayed alive. He was able to put the damage in, and his teammates spawned behind him. So that's an OS, and that's a little bit of an advantage as well. While two are down for Fnatic, this is big for Native Red.
Oh, man, he's got to be careful with this snipe, though. He's going for the cheeky no-scopes. It's not really working for him, though. The shot's going to go between the legs. He's got a weakened player down low. Another one's going to be there, too. He stays alive with the double kill. He's got a teammate on the point, and they're holding this one down. But it seems like we might have lost our observer. I'm not too sure. Or maybe it was like a program feed thing. But regardless of the fact, though, what we're getting out of the break here, and I'm hearing the gameplay, so I think we might
I hear
be
the
okay.
gameplay.
But regardless, what we're getting here has been exquisite from Native Red, Active.
Yes, they played phenomenal, and again, it goes back to playing your life. Making sure that, Druck stays alive in that very first position. That overshield is huge. It's the very first one of the game. It really sets the tone for the rest of the game. And at the same time, staying alive, and you said two players, you're right. Two players in front of him, he's able to put damage into both of them while playing his life.
Yeah, that's right. There really is a lot to praise there. By the way, just an update. I think that there's an issue elsewhere, not the game. Thankfully, the game is still going, so we don't have to worry about that. Don't know if we're going to get visibility on it, but I think we did get word that we are going to be going back into it. So yes,
here we are.
All's well that ends well. But while all that was going on, Native Red did manage to pick up that B hill for their first point.
And now you talked about Druck stepping it up. You talked about Soul Sniping. You talked about Talik. But guess what? There was one person left, and that's Manny. And look at that. He's stepping it up in game number 3.
Yeah, it really just goes to show you, yes, there are some teams that have main slayers. There are some teams that, have guys that put up massive numbers, your Lucids of the world, your Stellars, your Renegades. But, in a team like Native Red, and this is part of the reason why the Pioneers were so successful early on in the season, was because all these players were hungry, determined, and talented as all heck. And that's the reason why you're seeing the results that you're seeing here right now, Active.
And I love these results. That perfect was huge. That heat wave is coming up, and you see he dropped down for it because if that heat wave goes down the floor or it runs out of ammo, that's 15 seconds and it comes back up again. So they've got multiple power weapons to work with. That sniper up top as well just spawned. We've got to make sure if Fnatic wants to come back in this game, they've got to contest for those.
Yeah, well, they're really, really close to being able to get their first point here. Starting to get this response now from Native Red. Great play by Jazero. I think he was up top on the tower, and he was able to yeet that grenade to help out his teammate. Now it's going to be, actually, Jazero's coming from behind, so scratch that, though. Regardless of the fact, you're going to start to see some kills come in here with the heat wave, courtesy of Jazero. Soul Snipe goes down. Another one potentially, but just as I say that, man, every single time it looks like there's an opening active. Native Red they squash it.
Yeah, Native Red just have knowledge of the spawns. They get that back anchor on the back of C, so they spawn inside of mud, and that provides them that numbers advantage at the end, and they're able to crush any push. Their defense is phenomenal right now.
To press with the sniper, though. They're very close to capturing this. That tower hill It's a pretty solid one, especially if you get the setup. Overshield is going to come up, and a smart call by Native Red. No real reason for them to just put more resources toward that. Just go ahead, handle business elsewhere, get that overshield, get these items, because you know you're going to need them here. But Suppress is going to actually make it happen. He picks up the overshield. This is going to be a rough spot for him to be in. This guy still isn't died.
Oh my word!
What the hell? How did he live out of that one?
That is not good right there. That should not have been a thing. I don't know. I have no idea. The melees were missed and that OS was traded out. That's a huge blunder.
My boy had armor. He had health.
He had playbell armor.
He had a sniper. He had everything. Oh my word. That is a heartbreaker to see, but he got to dust that off and try again. Well, let's see though. It's still going to be 1-1, so you at least have that to feel okay about when you look at the bottom of the scoreboard there. But as of right now, Native Red, if you're Native Red after that play, you have the confidence, all the confidence in the world.
I've got to talk about Arctic once again, right? He's starting off this game really slow as well.
True.
3-10. You can't ignore the fact that he's having definitely a very rough series at the most important time in the tournament. And because of all of that, we're talking about Native Red potentially capping their second fight.
Potentially. I mean, this is basically going to happen here with the way that they're playing. At this point, Fnatic have to do something that they have not been quite successful in before, and that's try and get a proper setup to hold one of these points. But it doesn't matter, because while all that was going on, you had one player, that was going to be Taulik, a playmaker in that situation, hopping on the point, capturing it for his team, putting them up by 1.
It's crazy. We've seen Native Red, and we talked about their aggression, but their objective efficiency is what's really shining to me right now. They're capitalizing on those slays. They're able to get these hills, and now already they're approaching 50% of the next one.
And even with the way that worked out, Fnatic were fully pressed inside of Garage, and regardless, Native Red still managed to put bodies on the OS hill to get it up to 50, near 50%, mind you. I think it just goes without saying that Native Red has Fnatic's number here, and they're going to need to find some answers right now, Fnatic, because if they don't, their world's hope is going to be dashed in this King of the Hill game.
Native Red have gone through a lot. They lost their Oregon KCP, but Native have taken them and brought them in, and it's great. It's a perfect time right now because these guys, like you said, they're hungry. They want Worlds,
That's 3.
And if they close this right here, they will qualify for it.
It's going to come down to this middle King of the Hill. That is a rough one to break, and it's a rough one to hold, but it becomes a lot easier when you have tower control and a sniper rifle to just overlook that position here. Taulik, though's got the read. He knows that Septify is going to be in the back of the field here. Watch out for that heat wave. It is going to get the better. No one's going to be there for the cleanup, though, and Septify will be all right with the sniper. So kind of a different situation. Ooh. Nice shot there from Septify. He got the call that there's going to be someone lurking about here. That's what the heat wave's going to be there to clear that out, and so far, so good for Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic's starting to show us a little bit of life, and that's exactly what needs to happen. I mean, there's only one cap needed for Native Red. This is their perfect time to wake up, and it looks like they've done so. Suppress 16 and 13. That blunder we saw with OS seems to have not affected him. He's still popping off.
Last shot from the sniper was just expelled. You only have 2 shots left in the heat wave, so you can't really rely on those weapons to bail you out of these situations. He's going to have to go ahead and push this one here. He has no other choice. He has no other weapons. He's only going to have to resort to some grenades. That's a sandbag. That's not going to help you, buddy. Maybe you can pick it up and throw it at someone, but I don't know. You're kind of left without a paddle here. I think at this point, you just go in and throw the weapons, and you just try and melee your way out of this situation.
That's what he's going to have to do, but look, again,
okay, that works.
15 seconds. That heat wave's going to come up. He can utilize that, and he's got a BR as well, so now he can be a part of the fight, and a perfect time to do so with OS coming up.
I'm very impressed that Septify has managed to turn a bad situation into a very, very profitable one, because Fnatic are also going to get their second point, so they're only going to be down by 1. Plenty more hill left to play as we go back to the B hill, the green hill that you see right here on your screen. Fnatic are already going to be set up in a great position here, and that heat wave does not work out. Unfortunately, Soul Snipe gets the kill, and he's still going to be alive, I believe, in the backfield.
Yeah, he's doing so much damage from back there, being that anchor, but I really want to switch gears to draw. Look at that. The Observer knows exactly what I want. 22 and 7 out of this man. He's popping off, and it's perfect timing. They only need 1 cap, but Fnatic showing a little life, like I said. They put one on the board. Druck has to stay alive top tower. The pressure he can put from up here is huge.
Oh, I was about to say, if he saw him coming up the steps and he was able to keep that distance going, he might have been able to get the Ninja, but that's okay. Neither here nor there. Right now, so far, so good for Native Red, as they're going to be at around 35% gained on this hill. As for the other side, as for Fnatic, they need to find a solution. Because here's the thing, despite the fact that we have Native Red with the lead, they have not been able to put a body and keep a body on that hill so far.
Yeah, the cross shot from Fnatic has been really good. I want one of these teams to control that sniper. They got 3 dead for Fnatic, so maybe that snipe control can go in the hands of Native Red, and they can use that to capitalize on this last hit.
Yeah, and Druck does exactly that. He gets sniper. He's going to be looking over. I believe that's also going to be Jazero in the backfield too, just trying to reposition here. They're going to have to make some plays. They're going to have to push, but Druck, alongside with Taulik in the backfield, are going to be a problem for Fnatic to have to deal with.
Fnatic are doing well, though. They have a triple push on the side of Nest here, and Taulik is going to go down because of it, and now that's 3 dead. Manny, this is a big kill out of him. He can't get it. Finally, we see a little bit of life.
Yeah, they do manage to stop that one. They'll get control of it. This is going to be a big fight. Suppress is going to need some help here any minute now. He's got a teammate. Septify is going to be behind him. Overshield's going to be available. Love this flank play, going low inside of tunnel to try and just get in the face of the Native Red players here. Manny's going to have to back away. That should allow Septify that opening to be able to get the overshield. But the problem is that their teammates died on the other side of the map. They're going to need an opening. They're going to have to push this one right now. Progress is being made here for Native Red.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had to split resources to get the OS, but they weren't able to finish the game. That is Native Red. So now Fnatic, if they can utilize this OS to get some kills on the board, this could be huge. He misses the Mind the Gap. Soulsnipe staying alive for such a long time, but a 2-2 trade. But Fnatic sticking that hill, and they have time here.
Yeah, they have no other choice. They're gonna have to, they need to get on this here. Fnatic do. They're making progress little by little. Watch out for Manny on the flank. Manny has been on fire in this game. Suppress is playing the corner. He was so weak. Thought he was going to be able to stay alive long enough, but that's going to be a killing spree for Septify. Double kill for him as well, but the site's going to be wide open now. Druck, rather than going and staying inside of there, he's going to let his teammate hold that one down. You only have a little bit of time left on the clock, but this is it. A last desperate attempt to make this, or your world's hope are dashed, and that is Native Red will be going to Seattle and competing for a world championship. Fnatic, good try, but the day belongs to Native Red.
It's so heartbreaking because Fnatic, they really started to wake up, but it was too little too late.
Yeah.
You can't wake up that late in the game. We thought maybe they could bring it back, but they just made too many mistakes early game that were capitalized on. But again, congratulations to Native Red. They qualify for the World Championship.
Yeah, I think everyone on that team contributed exponentially in this series. You know, they had the mission, they knew exactly what they needed to do, and mission accomplished. Native Red played some awesome Halo, whether it was seeing the way the Taulik and Soulsnipe were just dominating, and also the support that they were getting, you know, from Druck and Manny in CTF, to how they just dominated in streets. Rocket control, they had stalker control, and there was an opportunity for Fnatic to come back into the game, but they just could not find those kills. And again, on live fire, King of the Hill, it just really felt like just Native Red had their number. Yeah, way too many mistakes. The one that really shines to me was the overshield in the hands of Suppressed. You know, being able to utilize that could have potentially been defense on that A hill, and maybe we see a different game here, because it was very close, but it did hurt. It hurt my soul to see that sniper just go down and the OS as well be traded out. But again, we can't minimize Native Red. What an incredible roster to come back together after being separated. I think, you know what I think? I think Manny got some knowledge going at United. Maybe he kind of brought some of that back to this squad. He looks a lot more disciplined. Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, again, I think what we've seen from Native Red, this has been a rough event for them, and this is the icing on top, thankfully, for their journey here, because it started off real hit or miss, and this team, you know, with Manny coming back into it, it felt like that, okay, they hit a bump on the road, they were going to recover. then they didn't. And then, you know, then the oxygen situation happened and they ended up losing this, finding themselves in a very precarious position.
Right.
Because if I'm correct, I believe that they beat Oxygen, but I think it was the differential that ended up causing Native Red to go down to the lower bracket here.
Correct, yep.
So it just felt like when things were, when it rained, it poured.
Right.
You know? But now, sunshine.
There you go. Yeah.
And oddly enough, you're going to Seattle, which it rains a lot.
Interesting. That's very. You're right, though. Yeah, they've got through all the hurdles, which there were a lot, like you said. And when you come in and you come to play, especially in this series, you get a reward, and that reward is the reward that every player wants and every player is hungry for. Native Red, again, congratulations to them. They performed well today.
Yeah, unreal stuff. But of course, there's still games going on, I believe, on the main stage right now. And you guys should go ahead and check that out because Optics, of course, playing against United, Manny's old team, funny enough.
Oh, there you go.
And it is 2-1 in that series against Optic Gaming. So
wow.
I think after this, you know, we'll probably make our way over there.
I will be doing that, yes.
Yeah, and go watch that game. But yeah, man, overall, just a stellar performance from Native Red. And I'm really glad to see them go to Worlds because I think that they really, really deserve it, man. They have been putting in so much work all year long.
You know what the big thing for me with Native Red is the passion. The passion that all four of those players have. I see those guys grinding so much. They're always on the game. They didn't just get here out of luck or just, you know, oh, they're just naturally talented. No, these guys put in the work.
They really have.
And that's what gets you Worlds. That's what gets you that prize, and they deserve it. It's great to see.
I totally agree there. Here's the bracket as it stands right now. So Native Red will have the unfortunate task of going up against your Kansas City champions in Sentinels, but that should be a fantastic matchup. Also, congratulations to TSS, who have also qualified for the World Championship. Team War, they qualified over Ascend. They're facing off against G2, and with the way that War have been playing, could maybe find themselves in elimination round 5. Not to, you know, belittle G2, but Team War is playing some damn good Halo.
They are.
And then, of course, we're waiting on the results there from Proton and Space Station, and that player or that team will take on Na'Vi for their spot in the World Championship. Man, it has been crazy to watch so far. But up next, you see the game. It's right here.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Are you doing that one?
I don't think I am. I believe it's Dave Walsh and Clutch.
Dave Walsh and Clutch?
Yep, I think your arch nemesis.
Whose idea was that? That is, my goodness. Well, I hope you all have your sunglasses on because Clutch is coming on the broadcast and his shirt's going to be brighter than the sun. But for myself and Active, my friend, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yes.
To commentate with you. But that's going to do it. Finito for us for today. Coming up next, FaZe versus C9. And of course, you're going to have some champions on the call. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, and boy, do we have a match for you coming up here. We got FaZe taking on Cloud9 here in the winners bracket semifinals.
Yeah, what a series this is about to be. Renegade versus Cloud9.
We had
an unbelievable matchup. I mean,
it's one of those matchups we've been looking to see. We've obviously been wanting to see, you know, FaZe versus eUnited at some point later, but this is one of those two kind of grudge matches that we've been looking for. Taking a quick look at the series layout, though, because we want to get in this match as soon as possible. We got Strongholds Livefire, Slayer Recharge, CTF Bazaar, followed by Oddball Streets, and Slayer on Livefire if we go to a hopeful Game 5.
Now, I know Cloud9 lost Strongholds on Livefire yesterday when they played eUnited. They look like a completely different team this time around today on Saturday. It's late here tonight. FaZe Clan have looked good all weekend long. Dave, as you take a look at this series layout, where are you leaning as far as who you're thinking is going to take this whole thing?
I mean, it's weird because we get these fast-paced modes by these slower games. You know, like Strongholds Livefire and Oddball Streets are real quick, and then Slayer Recharge and CTF Bazaar, you can really pump the brakes a bit. But we are jumping right into it. No brake pumping anymore. We're kicking off with King Nick from the FaZe Clan, who's going to jump right into the B Stronghold.
Right into the Stronghold. No deaths in this game. And King Nick already starting to score points. Efficiency, the name of the game for FaZe Clan early on. And that's a phenomenal start for them. But as I say that, A looks like it's going to be recaptured on the side of Cloud9. Falcated on the flank here as he's trying to impact the battle for Overshield. He's able to find one. And as two members of Cloud9 are down, Overshield comes up. And that's FaZe Clan's ticket to success.
And look at that, just little cat and mouse there, especially that Falcated, who was just swirling around tower, just knowing how key a position that was going to be.
Rat,
yeah, a large rat taking on the cat there. But great play there by Falcated and the FaZe Clan to take over that position and get control of the OS. But while they did that, during this time, Cloud9's been putting points on the board.
Yeah, Cloud9 do have strongholds, but this overshield's still intact. Spartan under heavy pressure. There are multiple players around him. The heat wave's an easy way to release some of that pressure, though. Finds the first kill, able to relocate, play his life. 2 members from Cloud9 go down, and you have to think FaZe Clan have their eyes and their hopes set on B.
And they do indeed. Now, do they try to force and get this trip cap, or are they just gonna try to hold this two stronghold setup all the way across the map? Generally, A and C can be a little difficult to hold for an extended period of time, and somehow FaZe getting a trip cap, taking out all those members of Cloud9, and they're going to need to wake up if they're going to get in this series.
Yeah, Cloud9, this is going to be a very interesting storyline throughout this weekend. They look so strong against Sentinels. They look so weak against E United yesterday, though, and it's a matter of consistency for me that I need to see for them to take on continuous top teams in the North American region, on the world stage, even here at Orlando. And right now, FaZe giving them everything they can handle, 61-12, and the slay's heavily in the side of FaZe as well.
Yeah, and this is absolutely late as far as tournament hours go.
Yeah.
I would say prime as far as
bedtime.
gamer hours go. That is absolutely right. They do last bingo at 9 p.m. We do dinner at 7 p.m. And, you know, right now I'd usually be calling it a night, but like I said, these are prime gaming hours. Most of these gamers, I would say, are scrimming later in the evenings when they're at home. But like I said, definitely late for a tournament.
Absolutely. You got to find our way, though. No matter what the excuse, no matter what time of day, early, late, players got to find a way. You got to figure it out, because at the end of the day, you're still find yourself in this situation. Weather the storm. And right now, Cloud9 trying to weather the storm. They have BNC under their control. A couple of kills would be massive for them. Bound kicks it off with 2 of them. The repulsor allows Penguin to steal the kill, but the damage is done. 3 go down for FaZe, and Bound, if he can stay alive and continue to score points, FaZe and Cloud9 will be very close to a tied game here momentarily.
I really got to highlight that Bound and Renegade have both been playing spectacular this event. I feel like looking at the NA Super, both of them look a little shaky. Didn't really hit their full comfort zone with their new rosters.
Yeah, we'll give Renegade the benefit of the doubt. It's been a team change, and ever since the team changes and the pickup of King Nick, it's been an excellent performance out of FaZe Clan, contending with the likes of Optic Gaming, Sentinels Online. That's not easy to do, but FaZe Clan have done it. Cloud9, however, have not looked great online, but they never really were. They don't practice a ton. Bound starting to find his rhythm, though, and this is something I highlighted earlier in the day, Dave, was think about it. This is Bound's first year as a professional player. First couple of lands. You know you got to get some experience under your belt, what the live crowd feels like, what the main stage feels like, what some of these big moments actually feel like in order to really capitalize in the moment, right? So
that's true. Yeah, there's so many times where you're not going to really hit your comfortability zone or your stride, because each term's a new experience for you. Those first events, those first years or so.
I mean, it took Aries 15 years to get comfortable.
Some say he's still getting comfortable to this day. But look at this, still a lot of back and forth. And right here, we are seeing 2 go down for FaZe Clan. This could be Cloud9's chance. Even though they have 2 captures against them, this could be their chance to really turn this into a 2 cap, maybe even a triple cap. You always see a couple kills go down, and then you see how that cascades later in the round because of that numbers advantage. So you won't see the cap right away, but there it is, the double cap, like I said, for Cloud9.
If there were questions of Cloud9's consistency, maybe it was just a poor performance on Friday we need to remove from our heads, because ever since I said the statement, Cloud9 have picked it up. They have taken the lead. They control ANC. They're looking to push the trip cap as well. And Eco, with the rest of his overshield now on a killing spree, is starting to heat up when Cloud9 needed it most.
Kind of called it. I said they were going to dub cap. They've turned their own trip cap. I mean, it just really shows these teams know how to push that numbers advantage, especially someone like Cloud9. Other thing we kind of take for granted is we're like, oh yeah, Cloud9, we'll see how they place this one. So far throughout lands, they haven't placed out of top 2. Give credit where it's due.
Yeah, absolutely. Do not forget who these kids are. World champions in 2018, and Eco and Stellar. They're joined by Penguin, one of the best players on the scene, and then Bound with his rookie performance, his rookie year. It's been something special to watch the individual skill that this guy plays with. So no surprise that when this roster gets going downhill, that they go down fast and they take advantage of every opportunity they have. FaZe Clan, in the meantime, trying to rebound. Do have control of A, need to find some more slays, and unfortunately, it feels like Cloud9 are able to continuously get the trades they need in order to continue to score.
Yeah, Penguin nading, or I believe repulsing his old teammate Renegade off the map, as we just saw there from King Nick's POV. just a little, you know, each little fight that these players are getting in,
it's personal.
It is personal. Anytime you either have to drop a player or a player leaves your team, you take that personally. You start to say, all right, like, how else am I, you know, you can't just be fully removed from that decision and try to look at it fully logical. It is a very emotional moment for these players.
Let me tell you, by the end of my career, just about every match became personal for one reason or another.
You're like, there were more bridges burned than standing by the end of my time. Let me tell you what.
It's Clutch Island. That's what it became.
Well, looking at the score, it is absolutely getting out of hand. Keep in mind, we saw FaZe jumping off to a really early start. They had about a 30-point lead out the gates, and this has been nothing but Cloud9 lead from there on out. But more impressively, it hasn't been massive outslaying. It's been a lot of trades where Cloud9 are getting the kills, getting the scores, and look at that trip cap. This is looking over here for FaZe Clan on this fast game one.
A couple of trip caps go a long way, especially when you get the slays behind it. That's what they've been able to do. We saw the eco killing spree, but now taking a look at the stats, 13, 15, 10, 10. Everybody on Cloud9 steps up in the middle of game one, and they continue the momentum from their series against Sentinels. Cloud9 looking as strong as ever. And now all of a sudden, Renegade's starting to question decisions.
Yeah, I mean, that is such a tough position to be in. You know, he's rallying his team. Renegade's still very hopeful for the series, but anytime those little moments of doubt start to creep in, it is the worst feeling ever.
Oh, it's so difficult. And I mean, he's a veteran. I'm sure this is going to be a long series. If game one showed us anything, it's that Cloud9's here to play. Now we need to see a response from FaZe and the Slayer in order to see this series really go underway, because going down 2-0 to Cloud9, we saw Sentinels and how strong of a team they are try to fight back. It's just too deep of a hole. You're asking too much of your team to try and reverse sweep a team like Cloud9. I think that when they get that lead, they almost always close the door.
That is true. Absolutely true. So taking a look quick again at the series layout. Game number 2 is going to be Slayer on Recharge, followed by CTF and Bazaar. And both of these next 2 game modes, it can be slowed down a bit. Now, normally, I would say, oh, hey, that's different from game 1, which was a much faster paced thing. That's got to favor the other team, right? I don't know if I feel that way. I actually feel when it slows down a bit, kind of favors Cloud9. They have this cohesion amongst these 3 members in their squad. And watching them with Bound earlier, they were just really clinical when they were making some pushes on maps like Streets.
I think the focus has got to come down to the shock rifle. What Stellar was able to do to Sentinels earlier today with that weapon is illegal in most states here. Apparently, Florida, the gun laws are a little bit looser, we all know. Stellar is still able to keep his tournament run going, and it's a phenomenal opportunity for him to potentially get that weapon, put it to use, get his team up 2-0 in a massive series for top 3. On the opposite side, though, we know how lethal Renegade can be with the same shock rifle.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I always go back and think about for Renegade is the times that he was playing with Cloud9, I see so many highlight clips from him on Recharge. And there just be these standoff scenarios that he somehow grapples in, kills somebody, shock rifles a second person. It's just like, he was a monster. And look at that out BR there by Penguin, taking out Sparty McFly. Kills trading left and right here for a exactly tie game.
You want to know the best thing about Penguin?
What?
I talked to him right after his Sentinel series. I said, you know what? Yesterday, you played terrible. He said, yeah, I did. I got it. You know what? And that series against Sentinel right there, that was the best I've seen you play in a long time. He goes, I know. Great
so you've
awareness.
seen the best and the worst of the Penguin so far this weekend.
It's just great awareness. He's able to say, hey, it's on me when we lose. When I play like that, we're not going to win. But when I play like I did against Sentinels, I'm going to give this Cloud9 roster everything they need. Speaking of giving their team everything they need, though, Renegade 2-0 and run right now, but more importantly, shock rifle in hand. It's a 1-kill lead for FaZe Clan here at the start, and we'll see if Renegade can extend it with a couple of shots here as he is falling under pressure from Cloud9.
And look at this, fighting his replacement, gets a reversal on Bound, lays a little more damage, but Penguin coming in with the support over at Long Haul, getting that kill and bringing the shock rifle back to the Cloud9 side.
Look at the technical side of Renegade there. The little sidestep back to make Bound melee first, and then he has the advantage. It was perfectly done. He did get the kill, unfortunately. He was taken down, and ever since, it's been all Cloud9. The pressure on the FaZe Clan of the respawners over towards Elevator, where they've been deleted. Now they're flipping the map over towards Blue. You see 2 members of FaZe Clan. Now all of FaZe Clan is going to be stuck at Blue. A difficult situation to try and deal with, Dave, because you have such little space, and as camouflage is coming up, you really need that space to play around.
Yeah, let's take a quick snapshot of this time. It's the 3-kill lead here for Cloud9 as this game is slowed down. They have Shock Rifle, Camo's coming up. Let's see which team plays better as it slowed down. And a bit surprising here that Renegade, seemingly uncontested, was able to get this Camo, even though the opposing team had Shock Rifle.
Here comes Renegade with Camo. Could be a game-changing opportunity in front of him. How's he choose to play it? Trigger discipline on the first player. He's bound. Chooses to shoot as his teammate comes in through Catwalk. Great teamwork out of the FaZe Clan there. Now they know these players are stuck in pipes. It's a matter of how do you get in there and take them down. Unfortunately, the entry frag does not come through. Great job by Cloud9 to sniff him out. They take down Renegade. They create an opportunity to release some of the pressure we were about to see from FaZe.
Yeah, and over those last 48 seconds, we've only seen 3 kills go back and forth. So it's really, you know, it's still a little close in favor of FaZe Clan during that little exchange, but overall the game slowed down, and Spartan winning those huge, massive battles in the pipes. That's exactly what you want to see during the clutch time.
Big kills. I asked Spartan to step up today. I didn't think he gave this FaZe roster everything that he was capable of in the series they lost earlier this tournament, but I think he's got something well planned for us, and honestly, one of the best Shock Rifle players on the planet. It's great for FaZe Clan members to see this weapon in his hands. Can he locate any members of Cloud9 so far? Nobody home, and maybe some information is all Sparty's able to get here, but you really want to keep this at a snail's pace and allow Spartan to do his thing. He will eventually find a pick.
Yeah, this game has slowed down so much. Keep in mind, also look at Spartan's equipment. He has 5 grapples in his back pocket. He is going to be traveling all around this map wherever he needs to. And there it is. Look at Melee is traded back and forth. Bound going to come out ahead, get another kill and the grapples, and just trying to stay alive. Look how slippery he is around this elevator. He got picked up right there, but there are so many other situations where Bound, so well known for his movement, that he just ducks and dives and makes players take those extra few seconds to get that kill on him.
And that was something he was doing so well against Sentinels on this very map that allowed Cloud9 to really take a significant lead in the series back in the quarterfinals. But now as the game once again slows down, it's just 3 kills. Still in favor of FaZe.
In favor of FaZe now. Previously was in favor of Cloud9, so somehow they've been able to close that gap and garnish a 3-kill lead of their own. So I guess I'm wrong, at least off the start of this, by saying, hey, when it slows down, it must favor Cloud9, but feels like during those little engagements after a neutral battle, FaZe, you know, push on the gas, charge out, get the kills.
No standout performances as of yet, but you can almost guarantee that's going to change, as these stalemates typically benefit the team with the Shock Rifle. These players are so cold. Give them an opportunity, they'll take your head off with it. Just a matter of who currently owns the weapon. I'm assuming it's going to be a member on FaZe, considering they do have pipes control and elevator on lock. And it's up to Cloud9 to try and it's up to Cloud9 to try and figure out how they want to break this setup.
And it's actually up, so I wonder if they're just baiting it there. Stellar picking off Renegade, somehow Bound killing off King Nick, and the pressure is on. Cloud9 have a 4v2. They're charging because they want these kills and they want that Shock Rifle. But the damage has been done. I feel like the push has been stopped as we now have Bound and Stellar both taken out.
Yeah, I'd say it's a successful push for Cloud9 here. The lead, it's not really changed. It's a 1 kill in favor of FaZe, but the map control now heavily in the favor of Cloud9. Unfortunately, they're starting to continue to lose members, but Stellar rips the head off a Renegade into pipes, and now he's found himself that Shock Rifle, and this is exactly where Cloud9 fans want to be. Now that they have map control, they have Stellar with the Shock, and we've seen this movie once before today.
We saw it earlier today. We're getting a rerun now, but it's an interesting change of pace from how this Cloud9 roster used to operate. This used to be a situation that Stellar would quick go find Renegade, drop that Shock Rifle for him, and then be the supporting role. But Stellar and all these players on Cloud9 in their own right, incredible shots. So we're gonna have to see what Stellar can do during the standoff, because like I said, he normally was not this sniper role if you had to classify him in previous times.
The battle for camo right now is the big question for me. What's going on down there? Stellar checks long haul. Ends up being a very successful push for FaZe. He does throw that Shock Rifle off the map. Camo gets deleted by Bound. A phenomenal kill by him. Maybe a A little bit better of a play by Sparty could have been made, but no time to think on that as he's coming off respawn. 29-33, FaZe Clan continuing to figure out ways to trade successfully. And if this pace continues without Cloud9's ability to close the distance at any point, we're going to be looking at a tied up series here momentarily.
Yeah, Eco putting the pressure on at Elevators, realizing there's so many members of FaZe over in that spot. Felt like he could poke out and do a little more damage, but just caught off guard.
Such a big play by Sparty there. I love what he did. He was getting pressured from pipes and bottom mangler spawn. Sparty chooses to push out of the doorway so that he doesn't have a sight line being given up by those pipes players. He's able to play his life perfectly, and because of it, he stays alive.
I've always heard the saying, backing an animal into a corner, and that's Spartan the dog there, and he's going to fight his way out every single time. Gets his way over towards BR, like you said, and right there, creating that opening for FaZe.
Yeah, still a 4-kill lead. 4 minutes and 30 on the clock. Not really a factor yet, Dave, but as slow as this game has turned into in some of its moments, as these kills continue to go back and forth, eventually Cloud9 are going to have to slow it down to a snail's pace in order to successfully get some trades or some kills without trading them back.
Yeah, I think the part that I'm really expecting to see here from Cloud9 a bit more is some contestion, some successful contestion on this camo. And as the camo's about to come up, Cloud9 rotates over towards the battle rifle side, gets a kill, and now they have perfect positioning for this camo. Look at this, they dive into the pit. Stellar is able to grab it and waits. He doesn't want to just get picked off right away with it and wants one of his teammates since he has teammates nearby, but it does not matter. Spartan, last man alive, kills the camo, gets a second kill on Stellar, and is still alive in the bottom center.
The big thing is that Spartan did not know that camo was not activated. Camo is still down on the Neeler spawn, and I do believe Cloud9 will have that information. FaZe Clan do not, and it's just a matter of who will go around there first. Spartan looks like he's made his way over towards that area, but still not sure where that camo has ended up. Kills back and forth, assuming it's been traded at this point, but surely it's not on the ground, still in that area.
Yeah, we will have to find out later if we see him on camo, but I have a feeling we might not, because that might just be gone. Although during those exchanges, we do see FaZe once again with this 3-kill lead, and they're holding on to it. Every single time Cloud9 gets a couple kills, FaZe answers right back.
Yeah, what a phenomenal plasma pistol shot that was before going down as well, right? You're no shield if a player's dropping on you. To be able to just knock that player to no shield, get a melee or a plasma pistol, that's massive because it's a kill traded out immediately, and a kill that should not have been traded out. Bound picks up a massive kill there, bottom elevator, to try and make the difference in the score, but unfortunately, once again, FaZe Clan do such a good job of capitalizing on the distraction and the damage.
Renegade taking out Penguin there, and you almost have to wonder, was that an over challenge from Penguin? He had his teammate Stellar over there to help a little bit later. Sometimes you can't overthink fights like that, but sometimes you get one of your old teammates in there, you maybe get a little tunnel vision, maybe you want to finish him off yourself.
One more kill to go, and FaZe Clan will tie the series up. The winners bracket semi-finals, the match for top 3 here tonight, is tied up 1-1, and everyone wants this to go to the distance. Everyone wants to see what will happen in a Game 5 with Renegade versus his old team. The FaZe Clan members, you know, they want more out of their year as well, because in all honesty, this would be their best placing at a LAN event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've always had these magical rosters that didn't really go the distance, so now is their time. Clearly, this is a completely different functioning roster from what we saw at NA Super.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird. You can sometimes just swap that one player, and it's the difference maker.
And sometimes it's not even about, like, if that player was playing poorly or not. It's just a play style difference. It's maybe a communication difference. You just gel with different people. Chemistry is a real thing, ladies and gentlemen, and FaZe Clan have the chemistry to tie this series up. 1-1, 50-45 as we take a look at the stats from Game 2. It was Sparty McFlies leading the kills, 15, 13, and 7 assists to match.
And looking over at the Cloud9 side, Penguin going the most positive on his team with a 13, 10, and 8 performance.
Not the stellar performance we've seen from Stellar so far today, but you can almost guarantee he's going to back up, rebound. And if he does, it's going to be on Bizarre CTF for Game 3, a map that, honestly, I'm not sure Cloud9 are big fans of. After talking to them a little bit, they said they weren't really happy with Bizarre CTF falling in one of their series earlier today, or maybe earlier yesterday, in pool play that was important, but I mean, no time to have a bad game type, especially not in the winners bracket semifinals. You got to be good at everything, and
you can't be considered like one of the top 2 teams in the world or top 3 teams in the world and be like, oh, well, anytime we see that one, we consider that a loss. It's like, that doesn't happen this level. Obviously, it's not their preference, but they are still going to be very strong here, especially in objective mode versus FaZe. I feel like FaZe, if anything, they show they have the slaying power.
Yeah.
Now, do they have the objective efficiency with this team?
Well, I asked that question in the Grunt E-United Classic last weekend. Was FaZe going to be able to play well on this specific game type? FaZe came out and dominated this game type, and I loved the fact that I saw that, because Bizarre CTF is one of those game modes, Dave, where you have to have so much structure in order to get the caps punched in. The big thing for me was the meta completely shifted last week, and I have not seen a Bizarre CTF yet as of this tournament on broadcast. But let me tell you, the flags are being ran through the brew grenades into the shotgun just about every time by this FaZe roster. They have so much success when they're able to do so.
Yeah, we will see if that continues to hold true here, but what we are going to see on Bizarre, without a doubt, is a lot of different battles in a few different segments of the map. You're going to have to play defensive on your side through the Palms and the BR side. There's going to be battles in the center near the market, and then also on the opposing side. If you want to go for your own sort of flag cap, you need to take over that Palm and BR side and remove those opponents.
Barty's been sitting in this corner for way too long. Stellar's not going to expect him to be there, and because of it, he gets a free kill on the Stellar, pushing through those trenches, and that was a phenomenal play by Sparty. You baited his team, but when you bait your team and it works out, you get that kill. Unfortunately, the rest of FaZe not able to pick up their kills, and with that, the flag now on the move in Bound's hands is going to go bottom middle, directly through the double doors here, and there are a couple of overextenders that Cloud9 are going to have to deal with, and we'll see if they can get the slays.
New round of slaying. Bound, very wise, backs down for a moment, but the damage has been done. 2 members for Cloud9 down. Penguin trying to fight out of the trees, but I think that flag's getting recubbed, and FaZe have an opportunity for a counter cap of their own. In fact, Renegade's already out in the center of the market, trying to sweep out his old teammates.
Yeah, this is a big difference. When FaZe is grabbing this flag and running it, look how many kills Renegade's been able to get. He's already killed 3. Bound's the last player alive. Renegade finds a 4th. There's another player his side, Rockets. Renegade's going to kill 5 players while this flag is being ran. It's a triple kill, killing spree for Renegade. He's got another one in front of him. This is absolutely absurd what he's doing. 7-1-2, and guarantees his team the early lead here on Bizarre.
And where is this flag being grabbed from? Renegade has done so much. He's literally killed 4 or 5 players. I mean, I still fully expect this to be grabbed and capped, but I expect to be grabbed and capped 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, Renegade did too. But Spartan, now with flag on the move, a couple more kills should just guarantee the FaZe clan cap. A punctuation on Renegade's absolute phenomenal performance. 9-2-2 to start this one off, and did everything for FaZe to get that one punched in.
And yes, FaZe are in the lead. FaZe are looking fantastic. However, I do have worries and concerns if it takes something like that to get a flag across the line.
Don't worry if you got Renegade on your team, because apparently he's capable of it.
Capable of it, but how many times? I mean, Cloud9 know him better than anyone else. They know his playstyle, his tendencies. Doesn't mean you can easily stop him, but point being is you cannot expect him to go take out the entire Cloud9 roster in a triple kill / killing spree / 7 kill spree.
Or Dave, maybe you can. He's done it once already. In the first 2 minutes of the game, he does. But you have to think Cloud9 are able to weather the storm. What can we see from them as far as the response is concerned? The battle for FaZe's tree. Nick's going to hold this one down. He's expecting to push from the trenches. He's got something on a death cam. It's Eco Smith. It's Penguin. A rocket narrowly takes his life. He is knocked to no shield, but that's actually a wasted rocket because King Nick able to stay alive, get back to his base, and now this Cloud9 pushes 1 rocket less and a little bit less successful and opportunistic without that power weapon in hand.
But FaZe are on the defensive. If they die and have too many players drop here, this could be a flag grab, and I'm wondering who's grabbing it. There it is.
Yep.
Penguin already pushed out towards market to escort, knows that someone's in bomb center, but gets taken out himself. This is pretty much even footing. Eco wisely backs down all the way into FaZe base, already sniffed out, and this is going to be a flag stop. Cloud9 cannot contest this flag anymore.
That kill on the Sparty needed to happen from Penguin. Did not happen. It was a great job by Sparty to stay alive, turn the corner, make it difficult for Penguin to try and finish him off. Because Spartan gets that kill, that flag is stopped. A phenomenal defensive stand from FaZe to keep this at a 1-0 lead for now.
And we do have Overshield in the hands of FaZe. They're making a push in, but Sparty McFlying a little too fast over there. Doesn't matter, you got Renegade, and I guess if the flag's not gonna move as fast enough with his teammates, he's just gonna do it himself, and he has this flag moving all the way through the market. I don't see anyone from Cloud9 that's gonna be able to lay some damage here during this moment. So instead, he's gonna take her all the way to front door, and this might be the second cap for FaZe. I expected a little more resistance, but I guess not. FaZe puts the second flag on the scoreboard.
Unbelievable job there. They cut off the overextenders through shotgun. They got just the 2 kills they needed. The rest of Cloud9 was spawning way back in their thrust, and because of that, they could not catch up to Renegade as he got it through that double doors using the last bit of that overshield, and it really was overshield that allowed Renegade to flawlessly get that flag on the move. And now, if Cloud9 want to gain the lead in this series, if they want to come back in this game, they have so much work to do. 7 minutes to do it, which sounds like plenty of time, Dave. But as the clock continues to tick, Bizarre CTF, we all know, can end at a 2-0 scoreline.
Yes, that is absolutely true. That does feel like playing time, but the real pivotal moment's going to happen in 40 seconds clutch, as the Rockets and the Overshield are both coming up at that 6-minute mark. Cloud9 really needs to do that. They need to get those weapons, those power-ups, and translate it into a cap, because other than that, they're going to have to somehow win throughout this neutral game, and that has not been faring well with them so far.
Completely agree. And as we take a look, the game starts to slow down here. Kills just about even. But the objective, the efficiency from FaZe, it's got to speak volumes with their ability to stay with Cloud9 in some of these objective game types. The push out a tree from FaZe is too much for Penguin. Eco goes down as well. And a successful battle for the middle of the map by FaZe is one. It's a 1v1 now. Falcated versus Penguin, and I believe Falcated is coming off spawn, so it's actually Stellar who has the rockets and can't quite get the overshield, and that's a massive blunder. You want to be able to stay alive, but that overshield's still down, still the battle underway as multiple players from each team trying to compete. It is FaZe that come out on top, and if you get the overshield, you have to think there's a pair of rockets down there to pair with it.
Yeah, and I don't know if FaZe are aware of that because we don't see it in their hands just yet, but somehow FaZe walking away with both of those weapons. There it is.
There we go.
Overshield and rockets going to hand to FaZe. Clutch and I were calling it before, saying Cloud9 needed those to turn into a cap. They better hope that FaZe aren't going to be able to take control of this map and get a third cap of their own.
And each one of these kills is another death timer. Reset the clock now at 5 minutes, Dave. I'm going to remind you every couple minutes, this clock going to continue to dwindle down. Cloud9 needs to figure out a way to make this within striking distance before it gets too low, because it's so difficult to try and capture 2 flags with the final moments of a Bizarre CTF ticking down. And right now, Renegade has no plan on the offensive side. He wants to just withstand any opportunity Cloud9 can try and find to get out of their base.
You're right. They are going to have to get this next set of rockets, this overshield, break out of their base. Or the second option, which seems a little more difficult, is breaking the time continuum. You're going to have to find some way to either go back in time or bend time. I've heard people use those words in Marvel movies and such.
If they do that, can they go back and force me to play the ball while we're at it? Because I've been really working hard on trying to invent that myself, but still no luck for me.
No luck on that one indeed, but here we are 15 seconds away from the new overshield coming up, and Renegade's already in great position for it. Not just that, he has the sizzle sticks, he has those dynamo grenades, and look how much damage it's laying out on those players at Cloud9. Assist after assist. Looks like he's gonna grapple the OS to himself, and all 4 members of Cloud9 are out.
And that just goes to show you how great of a job FaZe are doing right now. It's scavenging around the map, controlling the map, and setting up for the overshield. It was a beautiful job just to back up. Renegade didn't even shoot his gun. He gets 2 players with no shield with those dynamo grenades. And now that Renegade has that overshield, he's able to be aggressive. Bulldog shotgun in hand. 3 were down for Cloud9. Make it all 4. Flag on the move. And if they cap this one, Dave, you can best believe FaZe Clan will take the lead in this series.
Renegade also just putting on this superstar performance. I was looking at the kill feed. He takes out Eco Smith again. He has 20 kills on the board. Beginning of this year, I was highlighting Frosty, Renegade, and Lucid as the 3 top players in the game, and Renegade really showing up when his team needs him the most.
Doing it all right now. King Nick not too far behind him, though. 16, 6, and 11. A nice flag run there from King Nick as he tries to relocate to the middle of the map right now. Knows, hey, as long as we're able to deny these rockets, that would be a massive massive plus with under 3 minutes. They're trying to defend Cloud9 from scoring 3 flag caps, and as those rockets get wasted there onto a kill, it's traded out immediately, and they're not creating the power curve that Cloud9 need. And as multiple members feel the desperation moment from Cloud9 to try and push, Renegade backs them all up.
Look at all those awareness, or those moments of awareness from Renegade. Not only does he realize that he can still rotate back and do some damage as he's going into the palm to help his teammates or finish off that weak player, he throws that spike grenade over on the catwalk, being aware that someone could push there from closet into the BR. So it's just those little moments that even as he's crossing somewhere else, he's like, here's where I can do extra damage. Yep. Here's where I can do extra damage. Here's where I can spot something out. Just perfect efficiency from Renegade.
We always talk about objective efficiency, where there's damage efficiency as well, and Renegade making the most of every moment so far here in this game, giving FaZe Clan every advantage they need. 23, 7, and 9 against this Cloud9 roster. Renegade proving that he has showed up to compete against his old team, and he wants this one back.
He found someone, and he wants that person down. Look at this. He knows they only have one way out, and it's going to be towards his base. He gets the perfect 4-shot on his previous teammate, Stellar, and he's not done yet. He knows someone else is nearby, but somehow Guest did not spot that player out jumping over towards his BR. So he knows. I figured he knew they were nearby, but I don't know why he stopped looking over there.
Well, I think he knew even if he engaged in that fight, all he was going to do was lose his overshield. So he relocates now on a killing spree with the rest of that overshield. That player does get the return on the fight that was being ran, but Renegade smart enough to understand, even if I get this player no shield, I'm just going to end up having to chase him. But Renegade absolutely popping off now with 27 to his name. 27, 7, and 9, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the best individual performance we have seen in the highest level of Halo against his old roster when they need him the most to take the lead in this series. Renegade gives them everything.
Renegade just absolutely going off, and I mean, they know this game's over at this point. You know, right now, Renegade's kind of looking for any sort of free kills, just hopping around.
The observer's eating
Cloud9 almost, Cloud9's even like, all right, do we want to, you know, inflate his ego anymore, give him any more kills? But looks like everyone's kind of really content with being more of a standoff position. Looks like Bound, as usual, is going to break the silence, make a push out, but Renegade says, I'll get to that 30 kill mark shortly, and I'll take that free kill. Thank you, Bound.
Eco. And what looked to be the sign of the truce. FaZe want no truce in this one. They want to find themselves in that winner's bracket finals, and now just one game away as the clock ticks down to 0 here.
Look at this, just like basically saying, hey, don't cross this 30-yard line. You see this line on the ground? Don't cross it.
Stop playing, don't shoot. Maybe strategize for game 4. You're going to need it. As FaZe Clan looks very dominant, very similar to what they did online. It transfers over to LAN almost flawlessly. And FaZe Clan now with a lot of momentum. We were wondering how good this team was going to be, right? We saw them starting to have success online. We saw them perform at a very high level. They fell short to Optic Gaming, but that's no slouch. And honestly, your first real big series as a team at a LAN, I mean, you go to game 5 with Optic, you lose by 4. It seems like they've been able to recover, and maybe this is the best of FaZe we've seen yet.
Yes, absolutely. This is by far the best FaZe we've seen thus far, result-wise, just the way that they're playing so cohesively. Every single way, shape, and form, this is the best FaZe Halo we've seen this year.
I'm hearing Let's Go Cloud9 chants in my ear, which means the fans, they're still here. It's late. But Cloud9 fans, they're loyal. You know they are. They want this to go to a game 5 now. If Cloud9 want any chance to stay in this series, they're going to have to win game 4. But as we take a look at the stats, Stellar, once again, not the shiniest star of the series, but I mean, when Renegade's going off like he is, it's so difficult to try and do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you take the 2 highest kill counts on Cloud9, it's 31 kills between Bound and Eco combined.
That's just about what he has.
Just shy of what, you know, just a little above what Renegade had. So what a statement, what a dominating performance. Looking at the series layout, didn't really play out how I expected. I was expecting sort of these faster game modes to really favor FaZe or give them a stronger chance, but it feels like fast, slow, whatever. FaZe are comfortable taking games number 2 and games number 3 to take a 2-1 lead in this series.
All right, Cloud9, what can you show us? What can you do to get us to a game 5? It's going to have to be on the streets. It's oddball. And I actually think this is one of Cloud9's best game types. They have so much success, I feel like, at tournaments. because of how fast-paced they play. You say fast-paced might benefit FaZe. I'd have to argue that when Cloud9 get all 4 dead, when they find that perfect situation, they're the best team in the game at pressuring spawns. They have the best team at pushing their advantages when they can get it. The big question is can they get those advantages? Because last game on Bazaar, it was all FaZe all the time, and it was too much for Cloud9 to deal with.
Yeah, it really was just too much. And on one hand, I want to be like, hey, maybe Cloud9 need to make sure they shut down Renegade at some points, but it's not even just that. Like you were saying earlier on in that Bazaar CTF, King Nick was just trailing behind Renegade in kills. So at some point, if you get 2 tunnel vision on someone like Renegade, who's so slippery, you are just going to get punished and shot from all angles.
Absolutely. The important thing right now is the opening break, the battle for these rockets. You can see how prioritized FaZe is focused on those. 3 members were front tower there momentarily as King Nick rips bound with the commando there, helps Falcated stay alive here. And as those rockets are still neutral in the middle of the map, Falcated is going to try and make his way there, but he's knocked to no shield. Can he get into tires? Can he stay alive is the big question now. A couple of kills from FaZe are going to release any pressure he would have felt. Now Falcated with rockets back to full shield. He's got an opportunity to blow this game wide open and get FaZe off to an early lead.
Yeah, Falcated right there, either hearing the footsteps or just being aware that someone could spawn over towards PD, just wisely just doing a little rotation outside tires and going back in, because he is the #1 target on the map then when he's one shot with rockets in the tires.
Doesn't expect this player to be top rails, and you never want to be the first player dead when your team has a full setup. And Falcated, unfortunately, because he got caught off guard, he's going to be the first one to go down. A kill is traded out onto Bound, though, however, and we're going to see how long this FaZe Clan ball setup can last. And back and forth these kills go, but it's a 24-point lead at the very least for FaZe now.
24 points on the board. Pretty good with the setup there. Didn't feel like FaZe had like this amazing, strong, full setup like that was extended for too long.
Yeah.
And so I feel like that's a pretty good chunk of time given the circumstances.
Not over yet, though. Falcated's been able to rotate the ball towards the actual spawn of that off ball. Unfortunately, Bound flying at you with the heat wave. That's a difficult thing to try and deal with, and Bound does a good job to stop that time from getting too out of hand. 34 seconds is all they get, he says. Another player to no shield, the microwave.
Almost turned him to Sparty McFry there as he was destroying over on the Neon side, but Sparty, tough kill to get. Got all those shields back, staying alive, and there go another set of rockets in the hands of FaZe. Honestly, it feels like when it comes to these power-ups and power-ups coming up, FaZe have been getting the majority when I'm looking at Recharge and Bazaar and now Streets.
Yeah, FaZe have done such a good job to do that scavenging, sort of to set up for some of these power weapons and prioritize that. And right now, they've done a great job of rotating the oddball as well. This oddball has gone from Ivy back to shotgun into the ball spawn, and now back into the back of Tram. And this is a phenomenal job by FaZe this entire time to really dictate where this game is going to be played.
Look at this, staying all the way back to Trim. Honestly, a pretty unorthodox spot there since you're exposed towards bomb center, but obviously it's working out very well for Nick there. I would love to hear his logic as to why that spot versus a couple other areas like back Ivy or towards back Commando.
This is the big push from Cloud9. They break the setup, 3 go down. Penguin with ball in hand now starting to chip away at the 55 unanswered points that FaZe Clan were able to award themselves.
And look at Cloud9 not treating it defensively. Yeah. They are going straight on the offense, creating a path from B Street over towards PD. So expect this ball to start rotating that way, and that's exactly what's happening. Penguin rotating over towards the Commando, but it looks like the damage is done. Somehow that 3-person push from Cloud9 just gets shut down on the street. A bit surprising. They had numbers advantage.
It's a known strategy from Cloud9. I tried to say it earlier before the game started, right? But they like to push their advantages. They're not the kind of team that sits back and says like, hey, they're spawning over here, they're going over here. No, they're going to try and keep you continuously one player down at all times. They want that number advantage, and they want to rotate the ball towards the openings that they create. Unfortunately, no openings were created there for Cloud9. The ball gets stalled. It is a 30-point differential right now in the game, and Cloud9 setup looks like it's going to be much more difficult to hold now that rockets are coming up, and you know that FaZe Clan are going to prioritize those.
Yep, we've seen it time and time again. As soon as those weapons come up, they've
ball
been...
resets, though.
Yeah, I guess hasn't been touched in that long, so Looks like it's going to be a neutral ball scenario. Found the first one to go down. That is a big, big deal, but also Falcade, so we're back on even numbers. Renegade grabbing the ball, bringing it back over towards A. We're going to have to see if we can get all the way over there, and it looks like he's safe. Scrapping some time up. What the? Like, what's going on over there in PD? But looks like Renegade's going to clean up his old 2 teammates. Bound takes them out. And that's going to be all 4 down for FaZe Clan. When this moment in time happened, FaZe were up by 40 points. Let's see how much Cloud9 puts on the board.
Let's see how Cloud9 plays it this time around, because last time we saw how aggressive they wanted to push their advantages, their map control right there. It was unsuccessful, but this time around, Penguin in the kill feed finds a double. Stellar and Eco find the other 2, and it's up to Renegade coming off spawn to try and stay alive. And Cloud9, they want to deny Renegade from staying alive because they will then be able to play another 4v3 situation on the respawners.
Renegade taking out 4 Eco 1v1 due to the aggression of Cloud9, and then unfortunately, I would say a bad position with that ball. Bound gets taken out in front A courtyard.
But the dream there is you kill Renegade and you create some space for the ball carrier to rotate too. You see the plan from Cloud9, but when Renegade gets that kill, that space is not available and the ball carrier gets exposed.
Makes total sense. They are reliant so much on their teammates being able to get those kills. But as we kind of break down that full setup time, Cloud9 closed that gap. They got approximately 30 points during that whole exchange, which is huge. But now they're back on the back foot. Unfortunately, during that rotation, they gave the ball, left it over towards PD. They weren't able to get some sort of play ball. They weren't able to keep more players on the map, and they're just falling player after player. That's 3 down again for Cloud9.
Good God, King Nick. Great shots, 4 down Cloud9. FaZe Clan hold on to this ball, and now with 15 points is all they need. Rockets in the hands of Spartan. They have everything calculated in order to win round 1 here of our game 4.
And it's just looking so strong for them. That's so much damage. Gets another shot onto the C stairs, but ball in the hands of Stellar. We're gonna see if they go for this tram step. This can be so deadly if they get it, and I don't see any resistance stopping Stellar. Stellar's gonna bring us back towards Ivy. And are we gonna see Cloud9 actually turtle up and hold this for a moment? Looks like Bound didn't get the memo as he's the first one picked off. FaZe Clan have a 4v3. They know the players are in tram and they're not stopping. Spartan goes in towards Bomb Tram, gets the perfect over on Penguin. Stellar trading out with King Nick, and it is going to be these spawners that are not going to be able to reinforce right away. So these players are kind of in the fight of their own. Bound versus Falcade. Who's going to win this fight? It's going to be a trade. Everyone goes down in tram.
Nick is here, though, to get the last 6 seconds. That's all he wants to do in the back of tram. He's able to get the ball, throws it to his teammate. Renegade's trying to get the last couple of seconds. 97 is all he gets. He's taken down. Cloud9 are here. There's plenty of time, but you need the slays. They got 2 in their advantage as of yet, but there's more to do on the side of Cloud9. They want to get this player down in red room, but right now you need ball time.
Yeah, and Cloud9 feel like they're going to create this opening in B Street, but they don't realize how many members of FaZe are over on B. They're walking into a trap there. Luckily, Bound getting a kill over near Ivy, but Penguin cannot rotate this ball over towards mid-tram and meet up with Bound. They have 2 individual plays right here, and they both get taken out. That's Renegade scooping up the ball, hiding in the center tram like most unaware people that walk by in the subway, and blocking everything, getting those last few seconds.
What a play by Renegade there. Off screen as we switch to it. He gets a double, takes down not only Bound, but the ball carrier as well, wins his team that round, and that was one where Cloud9 had to come back from such a large deficit. If you're Cloud9 and you can get a nice start, Dave, what does that do to your opportunity here to push this to a 3rd round?
I mean, they've been continually off the back foot, I would say every single game. Even on the very start there, live fire strongholds. They were on the back foot. So it would be nice to not have to dig yourselves in a hole that you have to get out of. Instead, get to a strong start, get that first rockets, get the first ball rotation in your favor. I don't know what it is about the starts. Maybe they have a spy on the other side, some sort of double agent that's looking through and saying, hey, here's what Cloud9 does off the beginning. Here's what we've been doing for the most part.
Well, if we were hopeful that Cloud9 was going to get off to a decent start here in round 2, I'm sorry. But it looks like it's been all FaZe Clan here early on. The ball in the back of tram. Spartan going on an absolute terror. King Nick dropped 2 players to no shield with just 1 rocket. And when you're able to do that, the damage efficiency with the power weapons become immense. And they're just showing up in the score now. 30 points and counting for FaZe Clan early in round 2.
Look at that. Nick just playing so well near those B stairs. Eventually gets taken out. Renegade with the perfect protection here. Whether somebody is near or far, he has the perfect weapon to help this out. But is taken out. not as much damage you expect with that Stalker / Bulldog combo. 1v1, Falcated versus Bound. Falcated comes out ahead, and they are still keeping control of this tram. Look at how much Falcated is making these players chase him around.
Yeah, and he gets his shield back. More importantly, the thrust back doesn't allow that player to keep him weak, and because he gets his shield back, he now has an advantage. Penguin does get a double, but is it enough to try and get some ball time? Because desperately you want to see Cloud9 get back into this. Bound's able to get that ball back in the tram. Great job there to finish that kill, to make sure you continue the numbers advantage that you have. But unfortunately, Bound goes down somehow to grenades, and Eco goes down as well. So any opportunity at a setup, Cloud9 loses.
And just like that, look at those players trying to finish off Stellar. Falcated gets the kill, but I believe that's a team grenade, and that is not what you want during one of those desperate times. You need to be very careful on who you're hitting with those explosives.
Especially when rockets are coming out. Bound was able to find rockets, and what feels like for the first time Cloud9 get rockets. What do you know? They get a couple of kills. They have the ball. They're starting to chip away at this lead. They should be able to make this a very close game by the time FaZe Clan can come off spawn, because that is a very recent 3 down.
One thing I've been noticing also throughout these match times is there are a lot of these great pushes from both sides as they're all team-oriented. But then, as soon as those great pushes happen through, a lot of small segmented battles kind of take part on different areas, and it just ends up being kind of these small little brawls back and forth, like this small little fight in tires, as you saw right there. So all these teams are kind of playing this mix of like this great team game / free-for-all that goes in through those chaotic times.
What a big kill by Bound there. He patiently plays the situation, although Spartan goes in for the melee. The perfect damage with the commando met with the melee allows him to get that kill, extends a little bit of space for his ball carrier to get this over to B. And now, although it's neutralized, Cloud9 are competitively playing for this space right now, and if they can win this combat loop, they can continue to rack up some points. They're going to need a massive play out of Bound once again, though.
Looks like Renegade pushing over towards B Street. Going to see Renegade versus Bound 2v1. He's run away, grabbing that Bulldog, and just buying time. So many times we're seeing them successfully get away, where the Cloud9 members, you know they want to hunt him down. They're calling out Renegade right now, and they eventually get him. But was it too much attention? We'll find out as these subsequent kills unfold.
15 seconds for Rockets, the ball carrier. He goes down towards PD, but Eco, he wants to pressure Tram. He finds one, has King Nick dead to rights, finds a double, 3 go down. Last guy alive is Renegade top spikes. And if you're Cloud9, you should be able to get these rockets. It doesn't seem like anyone's in a position. Actually, they picked them up as Renegade makes his way towards the cafe, and Penguin knows he's there. So you got to figure out where Renegade is. Wasted rockets on the side of Penguin.
And Renegade's still alive. Gets the kill over towards top tower. Just in their heads, just pushing on through. Did not relent. Maybe not being super obvious on things that we would do in the past. Renegade just on a charge.
Renegade creating the space for the rest of FaZe Clan to find some success. In the meantime, they've been able to find the ball as well. But take a look at the score, Dave. They find themselves now down here in round 2. It's been a phenomenal comeback story from Cloud9. A couple of sets of rockets go in their hands, and at least you're not getting blown up. So even though Penguin wastes the rockets, it's a completely different story than what? King Nick getting a free double with 1?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Better to use the rockets on your own accord, even if they're not as efficient, versus them being in the hands of FaZe continually. So we're going to have to see now as we go to this next round of slays. Both these teams, anytime it's a neutral position, they are really prioritizing these slays. There's been so many moments where it's just slays back and forth, wait to see who comes ahead, and then the team that comes ahead scoops up the time, just like we see Stellar right now.
What a massive win from Cloud9 there. The last 2 players of Cloud9 are able to get the ball, bring it back to PD, but more importantly, acquire time while doing so. It is now the first significant lead here in Oddball for Cloud9.
Sorry to cut you off, but there was such a great crossfire there from Eco and Penguin. Penguin was looking all the way towards Arcade, watching past tires.
Oh, we heard him.
Eco was looking over towards C stairs. They both had this kind of diagonal crossfire forming an X where no members of FaZe Clan were going to be able to sneak on either side past them.
X going to give it to you as Cloud9 tries to rotate that ball to Tram. It was an entire rotation of the map from Cloud9 actually with that off ball. Unfortunately, it does get cut off by the shotgun area. And FaZe Clan are able to get that ball secured in the back of Tram, trying to create a comeback now. FaZe trying to end the series. 58 points and climbing. They need 20 more. as they try to compete for rockets. Great damage from Spartan here with the Stalker, but it's not enough. Penguin once again wasting a rocket, though.
FaZe are going to push this. They had too many players weak there over near the ATM. They know that rockets are down, and there it is. Renegade swooping in from the tires. Gets the kill, gets the trade. It's 2v2 now, and Spartan is trying to find where these players are pushing from. And perfect 3-shot from Sparty McFly. They know the last one is also over at back commando, somehow hitting a perfect commando shot.
How much talent do these kids have? It's absolutely unreal how good they are at shooting their guns here today on the main stage. And Cloud9, FaZe playing two of the best individual teams in the world right now going at it, but Bound with the ball in hand. 14 points to go is all Cloud9 need to do to push this to a round 3. They're able to take down that Stalker rifle player, and that's a massive kill from Bound.
Trade be trade, but here we go. That's going to be Stellar, the only one alive on the map. Scooping up this time. As long as these spawns don't get negatively influenced, I feel like we can't even see a member of FaZe get all the way across the map to even stop Stellar, and that's what we're seeing at this moment. No one can make up C stairs, and we got ourselves a game, Wes.
Got ourselves a game, got ourselves a round 3. Cloud9 fans still here, still getting loud. They still believe. Do the Cloud9 players believe they can get this to a game 5 is the question. Of great start would phenomenally upgrade their chances in order to get there. We've seen how successful FaZe are off the opening break, and as Renegade has made his way to the ball without being touched, starts to get shot, but that ball, it's already back tower.
Look at that. He gets the ball back tower, but this time FaZe has 2 members
Here
drop.
comes Bound.
Bound is whooping behind, but he has the Bulldog and he has that shield, and looks like we may have had some sort of either observer issue or server issue, so we'll find out what's going on here in just a moment. But until then, we did see that Renegade got that ball over towards A tower. Instant grab of that. Also, that was such interesting use of the drop shield and the Bulldog, just saying, all right, this is blocking my back, and anyone comes near me, they have a close range fight against the Bulldog.
Yeah, you really had to wonder what part of that fight was influenced by the technical difficulty, because Bound looked like he was in a prime position after getting a double, picking up rockets. If he just rockets Renegade there, that's going to be a massive lead. That's 1 rocket left. Bulldog shotgun in hand, ball in the back of tower, and an opportunity to finally get off to the right start for Cloud9. But as fate has it, that's not going to be the case at all. Cloud9 going to continue to try and get the ball rolling when we do get back into the game.
Yeah, we'll get a official ruling from TOs. I would expect it's just going to be a full 1-round restart there, but like I said, we'll wait to hear from them. It's just going to be a replay of the 3rd round there, so I don't think there's any points or time advantage from what I'm hearing, and it's going to be a full-on 1st to 100 deciding if we're going to a game 5 or a FaZe sweep the series 3-1.
Well, as the lobby gets remade, I'm hearing in my ears that we got a little bit of time, Dave, and we could talk about the storylines that's happening throughout this series. We can talk about the players that are having successful, but something we haven't really talked about are the quieter players so far throughout this series and what they need to do in order to get their team a little bit of extra motivation, a little bit of extra and either to push it to a game 5 if you're on the side of Cloud9, or to stop this series from going any further on the side of FaZe.
Well, it's funny when you bring up like quieter players. When I think of Cloud9, I think of like a lot of quiet players. When I think of like Stellar and Eco, like they're kind of known as those slightly reserved characters.
That's being kind.
Whereas like Penguin, he's a bit more outgoing. But I was gonna say like they're just
hilarious, by the way.
They have a bunch of great personalities once you get to know them. But like I said, it's a tough shell to crack.
Yeah.
But ultimately, when they're in game, you hear that they're very concise on the info they're giving. They are not saying anything more and less. Sometimes they're getting hyped up, but for the most part, they're doing their job. Like whether Stellar's getting a double or triple kill, you don't know if he's dying or he's getting double or triple kills. What I'm saying from his comms
absolutely.
from time to time.
Yeah, based off his facial expression and tone of voice, you don't know if Stellar's on fire or if Stellar's having one of the poor performances that, unfortunately, we've been, I guess, statistically seeing here as of Game 3. Game 4, it's been a little bit different of a story, though. A lot more fight in Cloud9 outside of Bazaar. And have they showed you what makes you believe that we're going to go to a Game 5, I guess is the big question.
Ah, man, it's so tough to call because by no means am I seeing like FaZe really letting up a bunch or Cloud9 are really going off. It feels like it's just like these slugs back and forth.
The
and
mosh pit.
Cloud9 are just barely coming out ahead. So I have not seen yet from Cloud9 what I need to convince me that they're just going to for sure sweep this round 3 and then go into Game 5 and just win this whole series. I've yet to see that. I'm not saying they can't, but they have not had like a big momentum shift in my opinion.
Yeah, I would completely agree. The one player that I do think stepped up big time in Game 4 for Cloud9 has been Bound. Those first 2 rounds, I feel like he had a lot of opportunity to find success. He was able to seize those opportunities, and with that, just secure some extra ball time, secure a little bit stronger of a setup for his team for that next push. And when you're able to do that, I mean, as the newcomer for Cloud9, to be able to replicate some of the success that Renegade was able to give this team in order to win championships. It's not necessarily in the same style or format, but there's windows that Cloud9 are now finding that are an amazing opportunity for them to stay in some of these difficult games where they find themselves in such a disadvantageous position.
Yeah, you can use different ingredients to still make an incredible recipe, and that's what Cloud9 has
I can't
right
cook,
there.
But you can.
I'm also a terrible cook, but the whole point across there is that Bound is starting to kind of figure out where he fits in this. He's getting in that more comfortable position. We are seeing those times where he's a bit more reserved and, you know, waiting to do those pushes. We also seen some of those times where he breaks through, and whether he gets the first kill or whether he gets the first death, and that's gonna, you know, kind of really set the tone here for Cloud9. So I still kind of keep my eyes on Bound as that player from Cloud9, just because he's filling such big shoes in the form of Renegade.
And I think if anybody can do it, it is Bound. Having just a few conversations with the guy throughout the year, one thing I have learned is that he is no short of confidence. This guy belongs on the big stages, in the big moments, and I think that we're going to see him shine brightest when he gets to those big moments. A Game 5 for this series could be that big moment we're waiting for Brown to break out. And let's talk about the other members of Cloud9, however. Eco, a player that needs no introduction, right? One of the best leaders in the game, but I feel like every single time I say that, we say that as talent, we are doing a disservice for the play that he brings.
Yeah, I mean, he is just such a, you know, you watch his play, he's always hitting the greatest shots, he was always making the right decision. He's also, I think, he doesn't get enough credit for being one of the sneakiest players out there. One of the things that always sticks out to me is every once in a while on recharge, he sits in that long hole, hides behind one of those center boxes. Someone always runs by him every time. It's like a guaranteed kill at least once a game.
He has such a good feel for like the flow of the game and when the right time is to slow down his individual life, right? And I think that's what you're talking about on those recharge maps. I feel like Eco is hardly ever caught off guard, but consistently catching people off guard, and that's a testament to just his like awareness.
Yep, absolutely. No, just has an idea of how and when he can pull off those plays just because they have that macro vision of what's going on in the game. I also just heard from our TO that this is not a full reset. FaZe has a 4-second lead going into this. So what's going to happen here in this one round of oddball is Cloud9 needs to get 100 points before FaZe gets to 96.
Let's hope it didn't come down to 4 seconds, because that's going to be a headache for me to try and drive through and communicate to you guys. I'm probably going to get it wrong. I'll just be honest. Dave, you're calling the shots at the end of the game. But for now, let's get back into the game. It's round 3. This one either pushes us to a Game 5 here for the top 3 finish for these teams, or one team is getting sent to the elimination bracket a little bit earlier than expected on the side of Cloud9.
Last time starting on these sides, FaZe were able to grab that ball right away, bring it back towards top tower. They don't opt for that same strategy again just yet. Instead, both these teams kind of hold their own sides, and somehow Cloud9 allows FaZe to get away with that ball again, bring it towards back A tower.
Well, this is interesting. Sparty's trying to keep this ball in a relatively close area so that he can help his team compete for rockets. Is that going to be the right play, however? As Falcated somehow isn't spotted by Penguin up in heaven, he is eventually taken down by Ego as there's some perfect shots onto Penguin, but kills traded across the board. The ball being rotated back to Ivy, and what a phenomenal rotation of the ball there from FaZe.
Yeah, all the way from one power position to the other. Eco taken out at the ATMs. We got Sparty in the back of Tram, and this is looking dire here for Cloud9. They do not want to put themselves in a position where FaZe are one good step away from winning this game. So they need to stop this ball, and they need to stop it now.
We saw how good Sparty was in the earlier rounds with the Stalker rifle. You know he wants to get his shield back and start to impact this push from Cloud9. The first kill is going to be from Renegade. It's answered by Penguin, though, and as this push continues to come through, Sparty's got to make his mark. Unfortunately, the first kill is just not enough. The Cloud9 push is a successful one. Stellar now trying to figure out where the best location to be with this ball is, and it is going to be Tram as they get the final kill onto Falcated. They're able to flip the map completely, and Cloud9 stopped the bleeding at just 37 points.
And Bound looking over towards ATM, getting some shots down, but he knows no one's on stairs. That's why he doesn't have to check the angle. He has his teammates over at the B rails, and here comes the rotation from FaZe. They know that as long as someone's on B rails, they cannot go up C stairs. They opt to push on over towards B simultaneously while they send someone through Neons.
Rockets are coming up. Falcated and a couple of members from FaZe are going to be the ones that prioritize those, position themselves, but in the meantime, 3 go down. Falcated is not near his rocket player anymore, and right now Cloud9 are going to be able to go and swoop in, pick those rockets up. They lead Falcated back towards Shock and say, I'm going to pick up these rockets. An intelligent play by Eco, and now let's see what he can do now that he's acquired the rockets in his hand.
Yeah, smart heads up play by Eco, just understand that Falcader's last one alive, and when you have numbers advantage, you do not over challenge. In fact, he decided to run down towards bombs there to grab those rockets because he knew no one else from FaZe could stop him. They were going to spawn over in PD.
Ever since then, though, FaZe Clan have come off respawn. They've been able to get the kills they needed. Those rockets, not enough to give Cloud9 any sort of advantage. The ball rotated right back into Tram, and look at this. 54 to 38 and counting, and don't forget the extra 4 points that FaZe Clan have.
Yep, just 4 more points closer to victory, and look at this, half of the FaZe team just sitting here in this hallway and falls right into the trap. King Nick takes out Bound. Bound answers with a grenade of his own, and this ball is rotating through B, but gets stopped by Penguin. This could be Cloud9's chance to get a kill and put some time on the board, but kills just get traded back and forth.
Penguin does everything he can there. He takes down 3 players, but unfortunately the ball is just in a neutralized position that is going to allow respawners from FaZe to try and compete for right here on the pillars. And FaZe Clan now with a fairly significant lead. They understand they don't have to really feel pressure of that ball being in that terrible spot. Renegade tries to maybe rotate around the map, get a flank going, but it is sniffed out. He's knocked to no shield. He's got the Bulldog in hand, and now that he's got his shield back, look for him to make his mark.
Look at this flank. Gets sniffed out, gets a 2-shot melee from that stock rifle. Bound getting a kill of his own on Sparty, and this is numbers advantage for Cloud9, and they know where the last 2 players are at. So Cloud9 have an opportunity to flank those, grab the ball, and reposition to anywhere they'd like.
These kills right here are going to be the ones that could keep Cloud9 in this series. Rockets are coming up, and they need to find a way to get slays. King Nick's the first one to go down. It's traded by Bound, and we're going to see who it is that's able to achieve these rockets. Sparty with a double in the feed makes it all 4 down for Cloud9. The ball is going to be in hand, but more importantly, the rockets are going to be in the hands of FaZe as well.
And just a little juggling act there between Bound and Renegade. He says, no, you keep the gun in your hand. I've seen what you're capable of, and you are going to just be 3-shot people. Look at that. Takes out Bound, takes out Eco, and that is 2 members down for Cloud9. FaZe still putting points on the board. They are 7 seconds away from closing out this game and series.
All they need to do is solidify these last couple seconds. Sparty turns the corner with the ball, and he's gonna do it here with 1 more second.
That's it.
FaZe have done it. They create the upset 3-1 over Cloud9. Renegade beats his own team, and right now FaZe look like an absolute juggernaut of a team that can very well take this whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they guarantee themselves top 3. They're looking so incredibly strong. I mean, there's just not enough good things you can say about them.
Yeah. I mean, the individual performances across the board and the teamwork, the efficiency and the objective is not something I thought we would see from this FaZe team. Yeah. The rotations of the oddball are genius. They are playing at such a high level with these objective plays. Even on Bizarre CTF, how successful and efficient they were with those flags. I mean, FaZe Clan, we knew how strong of individual slayers that this squad was going to be, right? You get Renegade, Falcated, and Spartan all on the same team. You throw a King Nick in there, and you're like, yeah, that has a lot of individual skill on it. But the fact that they can play objectives the way that they are, I mean, that's absolutely phenomenal. This is world-class Halo at its finest.
I cannot wait to see what they do the rest of this event. I think many people knew FaZe were capable of getting this far, but to actually see it in motion here at this event is something different and something special.
Well, Dave, we saw what happened in pool play. FaZe Clan went down to Optic Gaming in a Game 5, 50-46 on Aquarius Slayer. They haven't looked back since. In fact, they look even better. And guess what? The winners bracket finals, it's a rematch. Optic Gaming are going to be playing against FaZe as we take a look at the championship bracket. Both teams from Pool A having success after pool play. It's going to be an absolute dominant performance here from FaZe to try and push themselves to that winners bracket finals, and I can't wait for that matchup. That rematch is going to be something special.
That is going to be so incredible. I mean, it feels like we already spoiled today with like what looks like winners finals matches, you know, looking at like an Optic E United, a Cloud9 FaZe, Cloud9 Sentinels. All these matches happened on Saturday. We have so many more tomorrow with these teams with even more on the line.
Yeah, and as we get the graphic for the elimination bracket up, I mean, just taking a look at who's lost in the winners bracket. I mean, you have Sentinels, you have G2, you have G1, you have E United, and now to join the party down there in the elimination bracket, Cloud9 showing up to ruin everyone's time in an elimination bracket run here in Orlando.
Yeah, taking a look down there, looking like Sentinels G1 tomorrow, G2 versus the winner of Oxygen and Na'Vi. And waiting for them are going to be a couple angry squads in the form of Cloud9 and E United.
All right, so let's put ourselves in these shoes, Dave. I spent a lot of time in the elimination bracket, so I always was like, you know, I like being on this side. Or, you know what, we kind of get screwed. I hate being on this side. Very often was that the case because I always seem to have a very low seed. Anyways, so when you take a look at, let's go to elimination bracket round 5. If you are a team advancing to that, which side of this bracket are you more afraid of? Is it the side with G2 and Cloud9? Is it the side of, let's say, a Sentinels or a G1 and an E United?
I mean, Sunday Sentinels is something different and something special, but also we're talking Cloud9. They have yet to place outside of top 2 at a LAN HCS event. I mean, yes, all those other placings before were with their former teammate Renegade at the first 3 events of the HCS season. But regardless, like, they've shown their highs and lows. They took out Sentinels. They look so strong. They got outplayed by FaZe today and tonight.
Final thoughts, Dave, for me. As we took a look at that bracket, the big series that stuck out, G1 versus Sentinels, a rematch of the elimination bracket finals from the online super that we casted, and G1 got the better of Sentinels that time around, and that's got to be in the back of Sentinels' head as they fell short to Cloud9 today. Do you expect them to have what it takes in order to take down G1, or do you see an upset potentially with G1 and that little extra ambition for them to get their best placing yet?
I feel like we see Sunday Sentinels. I mean, when we looked at the NA Super, G1 looked so strong. I felt like it was their day as they went through that bracket, but we still have yet to see that full-on consistency out of them. We have to see them win over and over again. So, yes, it's doable. Is it likely? I don't know. I give them a 10 to 20% chance to beat
20. I'm thinking like 30, 40%, honestly. I like what G1 has showed me this event. I do want to see Sentinels come out hot. We know what they're capable of, but as we wrap it up here for day 2 in HCS Orlando, I want to say goodbye, good night. It's been an absolute blast, and can't wait to see you guys tomorrow to wrap this whole tournament up.